that will forever change our nation. The scenes are unimaginable as two planes crash into the World Trade Center. The impact of the second plane set off a massive series of explosions. The loss of life is catastrophic. The Pentagon was also hit in what appears to be a well-orchestrated series of terrorist attacks. The two planes that hit the World Trade Center buildings both originated from Boston. We have live team coverage beginning with Gretchen Carlson in New York. Gretchen?
We are just a mile away from the site of where the World Trade Center buildings used to stand. Then, just 30 minutes ago, another major building collapsed, a 50-story building, creating a huge plume of smoke. As you can see behind me here, it added to already a tremendous amount of smoke that's been burning here in New York City all day after the worst terrorist attack ever. It's being called another Pearl Harbor. Two hijacked commercial airliners deliberately flown into New York's World Trade Center towers.
I basically got on all fours and I just crawled to the door, hoping that I was crawling the right way.
The well-coordinated terrorist attack left gaping holes in the skyscrapers and both towers in flames. Thousands are injured and a still untold number of people are dead. Just a short while after the planes hit, both towers crumbled.
We're watching the people fall from the building, and then we just saw the whole side of the World Trade Center just fall right off, and it caught a couple of us, and we just made a mad dash all the way down here.
Hundreds of bystanders on the streets of Lower Manhattan were covered in soot, many in a state of panic as they unexpectedly witnessed the worst terrorist attack in the history of this country.
It's war. It's declared war, and we need to now pull together as a nation.
The people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us.
FBI officials confirm 4 commercial flights were hijacked this morning, with the planes being flown directly into the World Trade Center target. 50,000 people work inside the World Trade Center buildings, but it's impossible to know how many of them may have been inside during the time of this attack or how many people are dead. Live in New York City, I'm Gretchen Carlson. Let's go live now to Washington, D.C. to my colleague Aline Sergani, who's live at the Pentagon. Aline?
Gretchen, it is now confirmed by law enforcement officials that it is American Airlines Flight 77 that left Washington, Dallas, headed to L.A., that crashed into the Pentagon around 9:38 this morning. As you could see, the destruction is just horrific. It is now believed that today's attack on the Pentagon killed or injured at least 100 people. At this hour, a combination of military and emergency helicopters continue to come in and out of this area. And also at this hour, rescue workers continue the gruesome task of searching through the rubble, looking for the dead, hoping to find victims still alive.
Have not heard the number of people.
This is the nerve center of the nation's military, the Pentagon, after a terrorist attack. The hijacked plane crashed into the building mid-morning, a time when many would be arriving for work. The Pentagon continues to smoke, and part has collapsed.
There was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Around the Pentagon and throughout the city, commuters jam local roads trying to get out of town. Many buildings were evacuated, and the federal government shut down. Members of Congress were rushed away.
I think this is a wake-up call for America, a sobering call.
In a city known for tight security, extra measures are being taken tonight.
We are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to. That is the absolutely appropriate thing to do given the events of this morning.
The president promised there will be payback.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Coming out live now, as you can see, the Pentagon remains surrounded by dozens, if not hundreds, of emergency rescue operators. They are going inside the Pentagon, searching for survivors and also doing the gruesome task of pulling out the dead. The president is returning to Washington tonight, where he will address the nation at 9 o'clock. Also tonight, Congress is reconvening. Their first order of business, a resolution to condemn the attacks. In Washington, Aline Sergani, back to you.
All right, thank you, Aline. In the day of breaking news, we have more breaking news to tell you about. Of course, the prime suspect in these terrorist attacks is terrorist Osama bin Laden, who has known camps in Afghanistan. What we have here now is video from CNN of explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan.
East Coast time in the United States. and it was about 5 hours ago that the Foreign Minister of Afghanistan, Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil, briefed journalists. I hear more detonations going off now. He said that the Taliban had not taken precautions against the possibility of there being an air attack against Afghanistan. He said because it was not necessary. The Taliban spiritual leader, Mullah Omar, had also made a statement saying that they felt Osama bin Laden wasn't responsible for what had happened in the United States. He said his country...
Again, you're looking at live pictures from the CNN network of explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan. Of course, the prime suspect in the terrorist attacks against this country today, Osama bin Laden, and he has camps in Afghanistan. We, of course, will continue to follow that development throughout the evening. Now, a source tells WBZ that the FBI has issued a nationwide all-points bulletin for a van that may have been involved in this attack. It's described as a white Chevrolet van with New Jersey tags. It has the words Urban Moving System or Systems written on the back of it. Again, 4 flights were involved in today's attack. The 2 that crashed into the World Trade Center originated in Boston. American Airlines Flight 11, with 92 people on board, was en route to Los Angeles, as was United Airlines Flight 175, carrying 65 people. Massport has set up a family assistance center at the Logan Hilton for relatives of the victims of these crashes. We have 2 reporters at the airport tonight. We begin with WBZ's Casey Kaufman. Casey.
Well, Joe, I'm in the Emergency Media Center at the Hyatt Harborside Hotel at Logan Airport, where Massport officials are briefing reporters on the enormity of today's apparent acts of terrorism. Their 2 priorities, according to Massport, is to secure Logan, to close the airport down, which they have done, and also to provide for the emotional needs of the family members of loved ones who may have been on the 2 jetliners that were originated from Boston and involved in today's act of terrorism.
At the Family Assistance Center, Massport is working in conjunction with the American Red Cross to provide spiritual, emotional care to those families. There's also a presence of the airlines, clergy, and emergency medical support.
Now, as for the second priority, which is securing Logan, as I said, the airport remains closed, and it will remain closed until further notice. The FBI is leading this investigation. Massport officials are working with folks from the FBI, and Massport has activated the Logan Emergency Response Plan. They're also speaking with all potential witnesses at this hour. The FBI is, and officials are, and presumably that means all gate and ramp personnel who may have had access to today's flight. The flags are flying at half-staff here at Logan, and my colleague Kathy Curran has more on the aftermath of today's tragedy.
See, we were at Logan within minutes of those 2 planes going down in New York. We spoke with people who were on the runway here at that time. We spoke with one man who was supposed to be on one of those downed planes. There is shock, there is anger, and there is sadness.
I'm freaked. I'm absolutely astounded. I was just about to start my new job in LA today, and all of my friends know I'm on a flight to Los Angeles today. So everybody I know is probably wondering if I'm dead right now.
We heard about this as we were heading here.
I don't really know, sir. I have no idea. Why don't you go down there and perhaps...
There are panicked words and faces as the reality of horror sets in at Logan's Terminal B. Craig McFarland missed American's Flight 11 to LA this morning, the plane that met its fate at the World Trade Center.
I don't know what to do. I want to just go see.
We were on the plane taxiing when they stopped us. They aborted the flight, and then the captain told us what was going on in New York with the hijacking of the plane. The airport is closed until tomorrow.
The airport quickly shuts down, and state and federal investigators move in. That's when the terror tears at the hearts of employees at United Airlines. They lost 56 passengers and their crew. People just can't fathom the loss of life and this national disaster.
It's just shocking. It's terrible. It's very, very sad.
All right, Dad. So I'm calling everybody, letting them know it's me, and you could hear crying in the background. It's terrible. I'm flabbergasted. Like I said, I was in Europe for the summer, and I couldn't wait to get back where I'd be safe, and then this happens.
Unbelievable is one word that we've heard over and over here today. The terminals are shut down. F-15s have been flying overhead. and the flags here will remain at half-staff. Reporting live from Logan Airport, Kathy Kern, WBZ4 News. Joe, that's the latest from here.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Now, if you had a relative on board any of these flights, you can call these phone numbers for more information. The Massport hotline is 617-568-3100. Again, that's 617-568-3100. The American Airlines hotline number is 1-800-245-0999. Again, that's 1-800-245-0999. And the special number for United Airlines is 1-800-932-8555. 1-800-932-8555. Now, both pilots on board the American Airlines flight number 11 that left from Boston were from the area. Co-pilot Tom McGinnis was from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and 52-year-old Captain John Oganowski was from Dracut. WBZ's David Robichaux is live in Dracut with reaction from family and friends. David.
Joe, we're at the Oganowskis' beautiful 100-acre farm here in Dracut. John Oganowski's wife and 3 daughters are inside with the rest of their extended family, trying to come to grips with this American tragedy that has hit so close to home for them. The last time they saw John was this morning when he left here for Logan Airport to fly his Boston to LA route.
I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out. I ask all of you for your prayers. For as I refer to him as Brother John. And I ask you to also pray for our whole country today.
Friends and family gathered to mourn at the 150-acre Dracut farm that John Oganowski was so proud of. A commercial pilot for 22 years, the father of 3 young daughters, was flying hijacked American Airlines flight number 11 from Boston to L.A., presumably at the order of terrorists. His brother Jim, also a pilot, now wants retribution.
I'm in the Air National Guard, and this is quite a cowardly act, what we have seen today, attacking civilians, not military. Whatever it takes, my unit will be involved, and I would like to be the first one to step forward and be involved with that.
John Oganowski was born in Lowell. He attended Lowell Technical Institute, which is now UMass Lowell. Then he joined the Air Force ROTC and then was a pilot in Vietnam. His brother Jim said John's lifelong ambition was to be a commercial pilot. He flew for American Airlines for 22 years. His other dream was to preserve as much land as possible for open space here in Dracut, and his brother Jim says that will now be John's legacy. Live in Dracut, I'm David Robichaux. Back to you, Joe.
All right, thank you, David. And we are learning more about the passengers who are on board the 2 ill-fated flights from Logan Airport this morning. As WBZ's Eileen Curran explained, some prominent New England business leaders were among the victims who died in the Twin Tower crashes.
Well, he was a very caring person. He made time for everyone. Didn't matter who they were or when they needed to see him.
Sarah Gorodetsky remembers her boss, Richard Ross. The 58-year-old businessman was on American Airlines Flight 11 that crashed into the World Trade Center. Ross was CEO of the Ross Group, a Boston management consulting firm, as well as owner of Tri Travel in Boston. Employees here have had to put aside their grief as they scramble to reschedule customers on flights following airport closings. In a quiet moment, though, they expressed regret that Ross didn't follow his normal travel routine.
Richard always changed his flights. He always changed. He was always missing a flight and we say, oh, God, not again. And isn't this one time we wish that he had done that?
Ross leaves behind a wife and 3 children. Employees of Akamai Technologies in Cambridge are mourning the loss of their boss and co-founder, Daniel Lewin. The 31-year-old was also on board Flight 11. He leaves behind a wife and 2 sons.
This is a tragic day for our country and a tragic day for TJX.
In Framingham at the TJX companies, the sorrow is times 7. 7 employees were booked on that ill-fated flight. The company has closed its stores tonight and is providing counseling for employees.
We work together as a great family here at TJX, and as with any great family, we share both the joys and the tragedies of life. And I know that we'll get through this together as a family.
That was Ted English, TJX CEO. Now, TJX officials are not releasing the names of the victims. We did speak with the family of one of the TJX employees on board. The woman's husband is understandably devastated. They just had a baby a few months ago. The family said they want to deal with this tragedy privately. Joe?
All right, thank you, Eileen. The U.S. Coast Guard is on high alert tonight. Cape Cod's Otis Air Force Base is also locked down. This is a live picture of the USS Constitution. It, along with all state monuments, are closed tonight. Office towers in Boston were evacuated as a precaution following the attacks. WBZ's Robin Hamilton continues our live team coverage from the Back Bay. Robin?
Good evening, Joe. Well, since some of the most prominent buildings in the city are here, including the Prudential Center as well as the John Hancock buildings, everyone has been on a heightened state of alert. Since the buildings were evacuated earlier this morning, the streets have virtually remained empty. It's an eerie sense of quiet that's been here, but there's no doubt that after today, thoughts are very heavy. Employees in the Back Bay leave their buildings on edge.
So there's just a sense of high anxiety, and this has never happened, certainly in my lifetime, and I don't know how to deal with this.
After both the Twin Towers in New York and the Pentagon in D.C. are hit by hijacked planes, Boston residents are now on high alert. 12,000 people evacuate the John Hancock building by 11 a.m. Hundreds more leave the Prudential Center.
At first, we didn't think it was real. We thought someone was playing a joke on us. And then we got confirmation on the radio, and we took it extremely seriously because we're hanging off the Prudential. And so we called everybody off of the building because we know it was a life-threatening situation.
The fear after what happened shut down dozens of other buildings in the surrounding area. Many of the flags on or around those buildings at half staff. A grim reality of the depth of this disaster.
Our colleague across the hall informed us that one of her co-workers' husbands was on that flight that was destined for Los Angeles. And I just fell apart. They had just adopted a little baby boy named Rocky, and now there's a life that I know that has been shattered.
Now, coming back out here live, there has been a heightened police presence here. As you can see, there's a cluster of police officers right here directly in front of the Prudential Center. Now, a little bit ago, we did also see an officer go in with some security dogs. They are not telling us anything right now. They want to be very tight-lipped, but without a doubt, the mood here is still extremely tense. Back to you, Joe.
Okay, Robin, thank you. As the world watched this tragedy unfold here at home, voters were casting their ballots in the country's only federal election. Candidates in the 9th congressional race voted early this morning. Now, polls were kept open in this special election at the urging of Acting Governor Jane Swift. For more on the state's response to this attack, WBZ's Josh Binswanger continues our live coverage from Framingham. Josh?
Joe, the governor arrived here shortly after 11 o'clock this morning and immediately went into briefings along with Attorney General Riley to get the Commonwealth into a state of preparedness. The Emergency Operations Center was activated, and the governor addressed the Commonwealth for the second time about an hour and a half ago.
And I would urge the residents of the 9th Congressional District to go out and vote. We have an enhanced state police presence in order to reassure people, and we believe it is safe for people to vote and that they should go out and exercise that right this evening. I should note, as in addition to the emergency response and the public safety officials, Colonel DeFava has assigned 100 troopers who are detectives who are today working with the FBI at Logan in order to follow any early leads that are often the most important at determining who is responsible for these attacks so that those people can be brought to justice.
Massachusetts has also dispatched a search and rescue crew from Beverly, one of 27 national crews. And I was just informed a few minutes ago by Peter Judge, the public information officer here at MEMA, that there is a military aircraft on standby at Hanscom Air Force Base in Bedford that is set to deliver some 200 to 300 units of blood and syringes a little later on this evening. Joe, back to you.
All right, thank you, Josh. Now, the events this morning unfolded within minutes. Here's a timeline of exactly what happened. American Airlines Flight 11 en route from Boston to Los Angeles crashed into the World Trade Center at about 8:45 this morning. Approximately 20 minutes later, at 9:05, another jetliner sliced through the second Twin Tower. Massport officials tell us that was United Airlines Flight 175, also en route from Boston to Los Angeles. At 9:30, attention focused to Washington, D.C., where a third plane, American Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon. At 9:50 a.m., a horrifying scene in New York City as the first Trade Center tower collapses from the damage. At 10 a.m. came reports that a fourth plane had crashed. United Flight 93 went down south of Pittsburgh. And at 10:30, the second Trade Center tower succumbed to the damage and crashed to the ground. Now, WBZ's Lisa Hughes has been in New York all day and saw firsthand the World Trade Center on fire. She joins us now live. Lisa, what can you tell us?
Joe, Joyce Kulhawick and I flew from Logan this morning. We weren't in the car 10 minutes after leaving LaGuardia Airport when we could see the flames coming out of the first of those two towers, and it was only minutes later that the second tower was hit by the second plane. The evacuations began immediately, but the early estimates are about 10,000 people in those two buildings, and we know they did not get everyone out. That's a certainty. There were also hundreds, if not thousands, of people on the ground, including this witness.
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. Okay?
That man was a doctor. He went out there to try to help other people in the area. The mayor here doesn't want to estimate the number of casualties, although the numbers probably will be staggering. Some of the patients who've been rescued have actually been taken to hospitals in other states, New Jersey and Connecticut among them. All the doctors and the emergency workers in the city have been asked to report to work, and in particular, they're looking for burn specialists and plastic surgeons. There's also some concern, we don't know how great at this point, about the possibility of biological agents that may have been released in the building. They're looking into the contents of the dust that's in and around the World Trade Center area tonight. And the heat of the fires down there, still burning, is so great, firefighters cannot get into the buildings. We understand a third World Trade Center building, a 47-story building, has just collapsed. Emergency workers, firefighters also among the missing tonight. Victims recounting unbelievable stories, the survivors at least, who were able to get out. Joe, just to give you an idea, Joyce and I walked around the city a little bit here on the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side, and while almost all of the stores are closed and this part of the city is a virtual ghost town, many of the churches are open. They're trying to give people a place to grieve because so few family members tonight have any answers. We also know that all of Lower Manhattan is going to be closed tomorrow. Joe?
Now, Lisa, you went through Logan Airport at the very moment terrorists were boarding planes there at Logan Airport. Tell us about Logan Airport this morning as you went through there.
You know, that is an incredible thought, to think that as we were boarding the plane at Terminal B, we were in Terminal A, those terrorists were likely boarding that American Airlines flight. When we got to Logan this morning, it didn't seem to be much different than any other morning on a weekday. There was a decent number of people there, fairly crowded. We were told by a Delta Airlines worker that some of the flights after ours would probably be delayed, so she suggested that we get on an earlier flight. We boarded what was to be a 7:20 shuttle, probably boarded right after that, and it left probably after 7:35. When we got to New York, however, there was a tremendous amount of traffic because there was a storm here yesterday. A lot of people were held up in other places on the East Coast. So Logan didn't seem to be any different, but then one can never know, and now we know just how different things really were both there and here and elsewhere in this country.
Lisa Hughes, live in New York. Thank you. Well, how could terrorists hijack two different planes out of Logan Airport? That's one of the key questions in the wake of today's terrorist attack. Our I-Team has been looking into security at Logan. I-Team reporter Joe Bergantino is here with the very latest information. Joe.
Well, Joe, what exactly happened in Logan Airport this morning is a matter under investigation. The head of Logan Security says there are no security problems at the airport, that it is a safe airport. But a review of FAA action paints a very different picture. Now, 2 years ago this month, the FAA revealed that security breaches at Logan were a common occurrence. The FAA found at least 136 security violations at the airport. Undercover FAA special agents posing as passengers found that security hired by the airlines routinely failed to detect test items such as pipe bombs and guns hidden in bags. Those same special agents gained access to airplanes parked at gates overnight. FAA agents frequently gained access to other restricted areas without ever being questioned. The government fined Massport and some major airlines $178,000. Now, one expert told me today that no airport in this country is secure. The problem, he said, the airlines are responsible for security checkpoints. In the terminals, they contract security out to the lowest bidder, who in turn hires low-wage workers with no experience. Another problem, caterers, cleaners, and baggage handlers, some with criminal records, some being foreign nationals, have access to planes at all airports. It's a system that many advocates say is in desperate need of reform, and after today, we might see some changes. Joe?
All right. Thank you, Joe. Now, no group has yet to claim responsibility for the highly coordinated attacks, but terrorism experts say they clearly bear the stamp of Osama bin Laden. WBZ's Ted Wayman has more from the newsroom. Ted?
Joe, two angles we've been working today include the lapse of security at U.S. airports and U.S. response to today's attacks. One interesting fact we found out, airport security officials from across the globe are attending an airport security conference in Canada today. One can only speculate the masterminds of this attack were well aware of that fact. The attacks are being called this century's Pearl Harbor, but thousands more are expected to perish from today's attacks. Andrew Winter works in a diplomacy think tank at Tufts.
But unlike Pearl Harbor, there may not be any clear return address here. It's not necessarily a nation that's attacking us. It may be a very dispersed group of individuals that are all working together for a common cause.
One of the initial suspects in these attacks is this man, Osama bin Laden, born in Saudi Arabia and now running terrorist camps across the globe. Bin Laden is believed to have masterminded the original attack on the World Trade Tower in 1993 and the African embassy bombings in 1998. However, pinpointing bin Laden for today's attack will be hard.
This is one of those Hydra sort of things. You cut off one head and two others spring up other places. They're going to have to find out who did it. Then they're going to have to try to find them. Then they're going to have to take some sort of response that's not going to just generate more terrorism, but actually, stop it. It's always tremendously difficult to do that. Clearly, the president's going to be under tremendous pressure to react somehow.
Now for the survivors in the rest of America. How do we heal and move on? Israel deals with terrorist attacks on a regular basis. Now it's an American reality. Alan Cohen teaches people how to deal with the aftermath of terrorist attacks.
The U.S. has been officially vulnerable for years. I just heard on the radio that it's just they're lucky that nothing of this proportion has ever happened before. Intelligence work has managed to stop these kind of things in the past. Today, things really didn't work the way they should.
Late this afternoon, I spoke with Congressman Barney Frank from his home in Washington.
Can you put this type of day into context in American history?
Namely, that the oceans don't protect us the way they used to. The distance from sources of trouble is not nearly as much of a protection as it used to be, and we have got to work hard on alternative forms of protection.
Sources also tell WBZ a special tactical response unit of the FBI was actually meeting in Monterey, California today, a fact that may have also been known by the organizers of today's horrendous attacks. And, Joe, we do expect to hear from President Bush sometime this evening.
All right. Thank you, Ted. Now, nothing has shocked the nation like this since perhaps the attack on Pearl Harbor or the assassination of President Kennedy. WBZ's Bill Shields continues our team coverage by putting this story in historical perspective.
Likening this attack to Pearl Harbor, and
Joel Passanese pulled his car over and listened to the radio.
Just terrible. I feel terrible for the people who are just the magnitude of the human loss and just human beings.
But couldn't create that. In this VFW hall in Somerville, veterans simply couldn't fathom an attack on civilians.
Living in Chile, yeah, that's what's really it's terrible. It's all civilians. It's got nothing to do with war or nothing. It's just killing civilians. That's all they want to do.
All those lives. How can it happen in America?
It's completely stunning. I'm still hearing like little explosions all over.
But it has, and to an extent few Americans could have imagined. A country so strong militarily, yet at times so insular.
We all know someone that died in this mess. I'll bet you.
At John Cesso's Italian store in Davis Square, there was sadness and anger.
People that did this ought to be found and really be punished at all costs whatsoever. And if it means going to war to find these people, we should. And I'll be the first one to put a peck on my back. I'm 50 years old to go get them.
Just outside of John's shop, there were few smiles on this bright day filled with sun, but one also filled with fear.
It's definitely an attack on America and on me, because I take it personally. I mean, this is the country I live in.
I think a lot of people are going to realize now that we're not so insular as we thought we were.
Never seen America being attacked before,
So many people have compared this to Pearl Harbor, but there's a big difference. Pearl Harbor was a military target. The World Trade Center, civilians. If this is, in fact, war, then war in the year 2001 has a decidedly different face. I'm Bill Shields, WBZ 4 News.
And before we leave tonight, we want to take you back to Kabul, Afghanistan, where a series of explosions have been reported earlier this evening. CNN has live coverage and videotape from Kabul, Afghanistan. Of course, the prime suspect in the terrorist attacks today is terrorist Osama bin Laden. He has known camps in Afghanistan, and throughout the past half hour or so, we've been getting live pictures of explosions from that country. Possible military attacks, we don't know that. Were they retaliatory strikes by the U.S. government? We don't know that. We can only tell you that there are explosions in Kabul tonight. Right now, we're going to join the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather for continuing coverage of these terrorist attacks.
A stunning and cowardly strike on the United States. Terrorists send mighty skyscrapers crumbling to the ground. Many innocent people are dead. The president vows the killers will pay for this attack on America. September 11th, 2001. You will remember this day as long as you live. Good evening again. This is CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America. A series of coordinated terror strikes today at this country, its people, our freedom. Strikes that came without warning. 4 U.S. commercial jetliners were hijacked. 2 crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City and sent the giant twin towers filled with workers crumbling to the ground. A 3rd hijacked airliner slammed into the seat of American military power, the Pentagon. The 4th hijacked airliner, target unknown, but possibly a target intended in or near Washington, went down in southwestern Pennsylvania. Here's what's happening at this hour. As the evening goes on and night begins to fall in New York and Washington, brave rescue workers are searching desperately for victims in the rubble of the World Trade Center towers and a 3rd building around the World Trade Center that also collapsed. 50,000 people generally work in the World Trade Center. A count of the dead still a long way off. Emergency operations are also continuing at the scene of the crisis at the Pentagon in Pennsylvania. There were well over 250 people on the 4 crashed planes. In contrast to the chaos on the ground, the skies are eerily quiet because the FAA has grounded all civilian aircraft at least until noon tomorrow. There is unprecedented security around the leadership of the U.S. government. President George W. Bush will address the nation from Washington, we're now told, at 9 Eastern time this evening. And that will be roughly 2.5 hours from now, the president will address the nation. The president has put the U.S. military on high alert worldwide. President Bush vowed that the United States will find and punish whoever's behind what he described as, quote, these cowardly acts. Early speculation, underscore the word speculation, centers on Osama bin Laden. We have mobilized the full resources of CBS News to bring you clear, accurate coverage of this day that will live in infamy. CBS News correspondents and producers are deployed throughout the country and around the world. We began here in New York City, ground zero for the attack on America. This day's horrific events began with the familiar turbine whine of jet engines over New York City, but this Boeing 767 was too low and not in the regular flight pattern. It was aimed straight for the massive twin towers of the World Trade Center. CBS's Byron Pitts is on the scene tonight. Byron?
Dan, without exaggeration, this part of Manhattan looks like a battlefield. We have seen blood. We have seen body parts. We have watched people die in front of our eyes. This was terrorism like we in America have never seen before. 8:48 a.m. Mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low. Come on, guys, keep moving. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
Hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, "Get out!"
And minutes later.
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh my God! Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We're going to do the best that we can to get people out there, get into the hospital, get back in line, go back out there and do it again.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work. On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you holding up?
It's not a business now, it's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
Back live, we have had little relief here. Take a look at this. About an hour ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. A 42-story building, weakened by the devastation that had occurred earlier today. No word of any casualties in the building. It was the one calamity that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area hours ago. Fearful building number 7 would indeed fall down. This morning when the first tower collapsed, I was standing about 3 blocks away with CBS News correspondent Mika Brzezinski. As a fireball rolled toward us, Mika grabbed her shoes, I grabbed her hand, and we ran like hell. Thousands did. Dan, except for a few sirens, I have never heard New York City this quiet. Graveyard quiet. Dan?
Byron Pitts in Lower Manhattan. When the first World Trade Center building was hit, rescue workers rushed to it. We're now told that some of those rescue workers died as the second World Trade Center building was hit and eventually the 2 buildings collapsed. Now about today's other terror strike at the seat and symbol of U.S. military power, the U.S. Defense Department, the Pentagon. There were 64 people aboard American Flight 77, the jetliner hijackers used to ram into the Pentagon. CBS News' David Martin reports the deadly impact there. David?
Dan, as you can see behind me, the Pentagon is still smoldering from that direct hit it suffered this morning, but it's finally cooled down enough so that rescue workers can begin the task of recovering the dead and wounded. One early count put the number of dead at 20, but no one expects it to stop there. The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Clipped this pole over here, hit another pole and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld dashed from his office on the other side of the building.
And proceeded down towards the impact point in the building. It actually went outside the building and was helpful in getting several people that were injured onto stretchers, and then came back into the building and was in the National Military Command Center.
With smoke hanging in the air of the command center, Rumsfeld ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. Rescue efforts are a long way from over, but the FBI is already combing the debris for clues to who was behind this. The Pentagon has put all its bases on the highest state of alert, and the State Department has done the same thing with American embassies around the world. The early suspicion is that Osama bin Laden was behind this, and U.S. officials say eventually there will be military retaliation. Dan?
David Martin reporting live from the Pentagon. President Bush is just reported to have landed at Andrews Air Force Base just outside of Washington. He is said to be going to the White House itself. From there, he will address the American people tonight. You will see and hear it, of course, live on CBS News. As regards the explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan, a senior Pentagon official now says, and I quote him, that is not a U.S. strike. Repeat, not a U.S. strike. This despite reports from the scene by at least one reporter on the scene who said that it was a missile strike. A senior Pentagon official says that it's simply not true. It wasn't a U.S. strike. Now, to punish those behind today's attacks, the United States and its people must first determine who they are. We are a country that believes in facts and the pursuit of facts. The facts are few about who's responsible for this. There has been much speculation, italicize, underscore the word speculation about that today, with Osama bin Laden, the renegade Saudi millionaire, frequently mentioned. No one knows who did this. CBS's Jim Stewart in Washington is following the investigation, checking his sources, and has this live report. Jim.
Dan, apparently we have a little bit more now than just speculation. U.S. intelligence officials and law enforcement no longer have just a theory about today's unprecedented attack. They now have some evidence, and it all points to Osama bin Laden. Sources tell CBS News that hours after the attack, intelligence agents detected what one official is calling significant indicators that the suicide planes were hijacked by members of al-Qaeda, the terrorist group that reports to bin Laden. Sources describe the intelligence as communications intercepts, but would not provide any details. It's not definitive, said one official, but it is persuasive.
Sensing that bin Laden would quickly become a suspect, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban party, which has been giving him safe refuge, called a press conference. We do not allow Osama bin Laden to operate from our land, the Taliban said, warning the U.S. not to take any, quote, speedy actions to retaliate. Meanwhile, law enforcement sources said there had been no credible claims for the joint attacks and that intelligence had picked up no specific threats aimed at targets inside the United States before the attacks took place. Within minutes of today's attacks, officials were pointing to the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center by a group with ties to bin Laden, citing it as proof that bin Laden has never given up on his dream to destroy the symbol of America's economic power. And in recent months, analysts say bin Laden has only become more and more sophisticated in his attempts to strike at the United States. They point specifically to his simultaneous attack on 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa.
They also went directly against a U.S. destroyer, which was heavily guarded, and they did put a hole in that ship, the USS Cole. So they have a track record of conducting attacks that one would think they might not be capable of.
Late today, the U.S. intelligence community was rapidly sorting through a priority list of potential suspects within the U.S. for electronic eavesdropping, with sources saying the number may reach into the hundreds.
There is also specific physical evidence that investigators are eager to examine. First are the transcripts of communications between the suicide aircraft and ground controllers, and second are cockpit tape recordings of conversations in the doomed aircraft themselves. The working theory is that the hijackers were pilots themselves and forcefully took over the controls to dive the jets straight into their targets. Dan?
Jim Stewart, good work with getting that new information about increasing evidence, real hard evidence, nothing conclusive yet, that bin Laden is tied to this. But do U.S. intelligence officials know where bin Laden is? Still in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Baluchistan? Do they have any idea?
As recently as the beginning of the week, they had reason to believe that he was hanging out in the two locations that he has most frequently been at in Afghanistan, and that's the cities of Jalalabad and Kandahar. Now, he travels frequently, Dan, and he does so by SUV and caravans with sometimes as many as 100 guards. It's a safe bet that he is on the move again tonight.
United States Secretary of Defense, thank you, Jim Stewart. U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has begun a briefing at the Pentagon. We pick it up in progress live.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act. A series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General, have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll adjourn. Charlie.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all in any way that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr.
Yes.
Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
A show of bipartisan support and solidarity at the Pentagon with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld orchestrating this bipartisan appearance by members of Congress and General Hugh Shelton, the chairman of the Military Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. That'll go on for a bit, but the Secretary of Defense never noted for talking a lot under crisis circumstances, making it clear he wasn't going to say a lot about what's going on. President Bush condemned the terrorist attacks. He vowed to bring those responsible to justice when it is determined who did it. The president is now back in Washington, headed at last report for the White House itself. He intends to address the nation from Washington this evening. We expect that at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That'd be 8 Central, and of course 6 p.m. On the West Coast. CBS News Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts has the latest. John?
Dan, even as the president makes his way back to the White House, the administration is still trying to come to grips with the scope of this tragedy. Secret Service sources tell CBS News that this indeed was just like Pearl Harbor. There was nothing on their threat assessment, no warning that this was coming.
The president was in Florida when word of the attacks first broke. Reading with a group of elementary students, Mr. Bush was stopped cold when his chief of staff delivered the news.
Move everybody across the street.
Moments later, in Washington, an urgent call to evacuate the White House.
I'm told that a plane went into the Pentagon and they're chasing us off the grounds here.
It was an extraordinary scene as staff and the press corps were rushed from the grounds. If the Pentagon had been targeted, the Secret Service feared the president's home could be next.
Get everybody back. Everybody back.
Fire trucks took up positions on Pennsylvania Avenue, while SWAT teams stood vigil from the roof. Police sealed off a 2-block area around the White House. The only ones left inside the mansion, the vice president and his national security team, coordinating a response to the crisis from the Situation Room. With the continuing threat in Washington, the Secret Service would not allow the president to return and had him fly immediately to the security of Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
The full scope of the tragedy now apparent, Mr. Bush addressed the nation and vowed these acts of terrorism will not stand.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
From Barksdale, the president headed for Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, home of the Strategic Air Command, where he conferred with his national security staff about how to proceed. Confident that the White House had been secured, he then headed back for Washington, determined to send a signal to the world that America would stand strong in the face of these horrible acts.
And Dan, some more tough talk tonight from the president ahead of his address to the nation. A report just filed from aboard Air Force One. His spokesman, quoting the president, is saying, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this nation." Dan?
John Roberts in Washington Live. John, what's the security situation at the White House at this moment?
Well, Dan, the White House is still locked down. We are not allowed back in. There is a small crew that's been allowed back in to tape the president live tonight at 9 o'clock. You can see the helicopters are just starting to arrive on the south lawn of the White House. Dan, as a security precaution, Air Force One, which is always shadowed by fighter jets wherever it travels, was more than shadowed today on its way back back from Nebraska. There was an F-15 positioned on each wing. And even now, Dan, every once in a while, we hear a fighter jet flying combat air patrol, if you will, over Washington, D.C., something this nation never thought they would see happen. Again, the president just now arriving back at the White House. We'll hear from him later on tonight.
At 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks, John Roberts. One of the few things that seems certain tonight is that these hijackings and attacks were meticulously planned and carried out with great precision. It also took a lot of money to do it. All of that is strongly supported by hard facts now at hand. CBS News correspondent Bob Orr, who covers aviation for us, has pieced it together. Bob?
Well, Dan, there's no doubt at all it was a highly coordinated attack, launched with simultaneous breaches of security at 3 of the nation's busiest airports this morning. Under the cover of the hectic morning rush hour when airports are particularly vulnerable, hijackers boarded 4 large passenger jets, 2 each from American Airlines and United Airlines, 2 of the strongest symbols of U.S. aviation.
American Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off first at 7:45 this morning from Boston, bound for Los Angeles. 13 minutes later, another 767, United Flight 175, also left Boston for L.A. At virtually the same moment, United Flight 93, a 757, took off from Newark for San Francisco. And to the south at Washington's Dulles Airport, another 757, American Flight 77, flew off towards Los Angeles. The first sign that anything was wrong was noticed by air traffic controllers, who watched the jets stray from their planned routes. This computerized radar path shows how the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, climbed out of Boston and, as expected, headed northwest across Massachusetts. But watch what happened. As the plane entered eastern New York, it turned sharply to the south and headed straight for Manhattan. The 767 hit the World Trade Center at 8:48 this morning. And 16 minutes later, United Flight 175 delivered the second blow. The jets, fueled for cross-country flights, were filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
But there were still 2 hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the 4th plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the 4-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normally. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here.
285 people died aboard the airliners today, and tonight the FAA is at a loss to explain how the security failures happened this morning. Now, you should know that numerous investigations have revealed gaping holes in this nation's aviation security system. But an important point to remember, and as I continue here, you see the president arriving in Marine One on the south lawn of the White House. It's important to remember that these were suicide attacks this morning, long acknowledged worldwide as the very hardest to stop. There is no piece of equipment, no scanner, no screener that absolutely can stop a terrorist who is willing to die. Dan?
Bob Orr live in Washington, just as you see a live photograph of President Bush stepping off Marine One, the helicopter that brought him from Andrews Air Force Base, where Air Force One took him a few moments ago. A salute to the Marine Guard, and a naturally somber-faced president strides in past the beautiful Rose Garden into the White House and into the Oval Office. The president will be addressing the nation tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That'll be 8 Central, 6 on the far west coast. President Bush has spoken twice today. On both occasions, among other things, he asked for prayers for the families of victims of today's terrorist attacks. Now, Bob Orr, as we have only a few, well, actually about a minute left in this particular section, but our CBS News coverage will continue, of course. There was this report from Barbara Olson, the wife of the U.S. Solicitor General, who by telephone from the hijacked plane that eventually hit the Pentagon described some of the hijackers as having knife-like equipment. What's that all about?
Well, Dan, I think it could be critical in understanding how.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jack Williams.
And I'm Kim Kerrigan. Thank you for joining us for this special edition. The day started like any other today, but it will go down as a day the world will never forget. The scenes are unimaginable as two planes crash into the World Trade Center. The twin 110-story towers came crashing down on the street below. The loss of life will be catastrophic.
Within the past hour, explosions have rained over Afghanistan, where accused terrorist Osama bin Laden is believed to be operating. But the U.S. insists this is not a response to U.S. attacks. Team coverage of this tragic attack on America begins with WBZ's national correspondent Gretchen Carlson in New York.
It's being called another Pearl Harbor. Two hijacked commercial airliners deliberately flown into New York's World Trade Center towers.
I basically got on all fours and I just crawled to the door, hoping that I was crawling the right way.
The well-coordinated terrorist attack left gaping holes in the skyscrapers and both towers in flames. Thousands are injured and a still untold number of people are dead. Just a short while after the planes hit, both towers crumbled.
We're watching the people fall from the building, and then you just saw the whole side of the World Trade Center just fall right off, and it caught a couple of us, and we just made a mad dash all the way down here.
Hundreds of bystanders on the streets of Lower Manhattan were covered in soot, many in a state of panic as they unexpectedly witnessed the worst terrorist attack in the history of this country.
It's war. It's declared war, and we need to now pull together as a nation.
The people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us.
FBI officials confirm 4 commercial flights were hijacked this morning, with 2 of the planes being flown directly into the World Trade Center target.
50,000 people work in the World Trade Center buildings, but it's impossible to know how many of them may have actually been inside during this attack or how many people are dead.
We now know that both of those planes that hit the World Trade Center towers today came out of Boston, one leaving at 7:59 this morning, the other at 8:14. They hit within 15 minutes of each other and literally destroying the World Trade Center towers.
And of course, Jack, those were not the only attacks today. There was then an attack on the Pentagon in Washington. Aline Sergani has that part of the story.
This is the nerve center of the nation's military, the Pentagon, after a terrorist attack. The hijacked plane crashed into the building mid-morning at a time when many would be arriving for work. The Pentagon continues to smoke, and part of it collapsed.
There was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Around the Pentagon and throughout the city, commuters jammed local roads trying to get out of town. Many downtown buildings were evacuated and the federal government shut down. Members of Congress were rushed away.
I think this is a wake-up call for America, a sobering call.
In a city known for its tight security, extra measures are being taken tonight.
We are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to. That is the absolutely appropriate thing to do given the events of this morning.
The president promised there will be payback.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
And the hunt has begun. A source tells WBZ the FBI has issued a nationwide all-points bulletin for a van that may be involved in this attack.
It's described as a white Chevrolet van with New Jersey tags. It has the words Urban Moving System or Systems written on the back of it. 4 flights were involved in today's attack, 2 of which had departed from Boston's Logan Airport.
American Airlines Flight 11 was en route from Logan to Los Angeles. United Flight 175 also headed nonstop. takeoff from Logan to L.A. A family assistance center has been set up at the Logan Hilton to help the relatives of people on board those flights. And we continue our Team 4 coverage. Casey Kaufman joins us live at the airport right now. Casey.
Well, this is the Emergency Media Center here at the Hyatt Harborside Hotel at Logan, where Massport officials are briefing reporters on the enormity of today's apparent acts of terrorism. They will be talking to reporters in about 5 minutes for the third time today. And we are expecting to hear from the Director of Aviation from Massport as well as the Director of Public Safety. Now, their two priorities, according to Massport, is to secure Logan, to close the airport, which they already have done. And their second priority is to provide emotional support for the loved ones of family members who may have been on one of the two planes that originated from Boston and then went on to be involved in this horrible act of tragedy.
At the Family Assistance Center, Massport is working in conjunction with the American Red Cross to provide spiritual, emotional care to those families. There's also a presence of the airlines, clergy, and emergency medical support.
Now, as for that second priority, the airport remains closed until further notice. The FBI is coordinating the investigation, and Massport officials say they are working with FBI officials, and they will be speaking with all potential witnesses. They say presumably that means gate and ramp personnel who may have had access to one of these two planes today at Logan Airport. Flags are flying at half-staff at Logan today, as you can imagine, and my colleague Kathy Curran is standing by live at Logan with that part of the story. Kathy.
Casey, people here are just stunned by all of this. We arrived at Logan within minutes of the planes going down in New York. We spoke with people who were on the runway here at that time. We also spoke to people who were supposed to be on those downed planes. There was shock and there was chaos.
I'm freaked. I'm absolutely astounded. I was just about to start my new job in LA today, and all of my friends know I'm on a flight to Los Angeles today. So everybody I know is probably wondering if I'm dead right now.
We heard about this as we were heading here.
I don't really know, sir. I have no idea. Why don't you go down there and perhaps...
There are panicked words and faces as the reality of horror sets in at Logan's Terminal B. Craig McFarland missed American's Flight 11 to LA this morning, the plane that met its fate at the World Trade Center.
I don't know what to do. I want to just go see.
We were on the plane taxiing when they stopped us. They aborted the flight, and then the captain told us what was going on in New York with the hijacking of the plane.
The airport's closed until tomorrow.
The airport quickly shuts down and state and federal investigators move in. That's when the terror tears at the hearts of employees at United Airlines. They lost 56 passengers and their crew. People just can't fathom the loss of life and this national disaster.
It's just shocking. It's terrible. It's very, very sad.
All right, Dad. So I'm calling everybody, letting them know it's me, and you could hear crying in the background. It's terrible. I'm flabbergasted. Like I said, I was in Europe for the summer, and I couldn't wait to get back where I'd be safe, and then this happens.
And people can't believe that the terror apparently began here at Logan this morning. Right now, security is tight and the airport is closed until at least noon tomorrow. Reporting live from Logan, Kathy Curran, WBZ4 News. Jack and Kim, that's the latest from here.
All right, Kathy, thank you. And we are told Massport will be holding a press conference in a short amount of time. We'll bring that to you. If you think you had a relative on board one of those flights, there are hotlines that have been set up.
You may want to jot down the numbers. Massport hotline 617-568-3100. 617-568-3100. The American Airlines hotline number 1-800-245-0999. 800-245-0999. And the special number for United Airlines 1-800-932-8555. 932-8555. As we said, one of the planes that took off from Boston was the American Airlines Flight 11. It was going nonstop to Los Angeles.
92 people were on board that plane, including the pilot, John Oganowski of Dracut. The 52-year-old was an Air Force veteran. As WBZ's David Robichaud reports, he leaves behind a wife and 3 daughters.
I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out. I ask all of you for your prayers. For as I refer to him as Brother John. And I ask you to also pray for our whole country today.
Friends and family gathered to mourn at the 150-acre Drake farm that John Oganowski was so proud of. A commercial pilot for 22 years, the father of 3 young daughters, was flying hijacked American Airlines flight number 11 from Boston to L.A., presumably at the order of terrorists. His brother Jim, also a pilot, now wants retribution.
I'm in the Air National Guard, and this is quite a cowardly act, what we have seen today, attacking civilians, not military. Whatever it takes, my unit will be involved, and I would like to be the first one to step forward and be involved with that.
John Oganowski was born in Lowell. He graduated from Lowell Technical Institute, which is now UMass Lowell, where he attended ROTC classes. He then joined the Air Force and became a pilot in Vietnam. His brother Jim says John's lifelong ambition was to be a commercial airline pilot. John flew for American Airlines for 22 years. His other dream was to preserve as much land as possible here in Drake for open space. Jim says we're now standing on John's legacy. In Drake, David Robichaud, WBZ 4 News.
We are now learning more about the passengers who were on board the 2 ill-fated flights that left from Logan Airport this morning.
As WBZ's Eileen Curran explained, some prominent New England business leaders are among the victims who died in the New York crashes.
Well, he was a very caring person. He made time for everyone, didn't matter who they were or when they needed to see him.
Sarah Gorodetsky remembers her boss, Richard Ross. The 58-year-old businessman was on American Airlines Flight 11 that crashed into the World Trade Center. Ross was CEO of the Ross Group, a Boston management consulting firm, as well as owner of Tri Travel in Boston. Employees here have had to put aside their grief as they scramble to reschedule customers on flights following airport closings. In a quiet moment, though, they express regret that Ross didn't follow his normal travel routine.
Richard always changed his flights. He always changed. He was always missing a flight, and we say, oh, God, not again. And isn't this one time we wish that he had done that?
Ross leaves behind a wife and 3 children. Employees of Akamai Technologies in Cambridge are mourning the loss of their boss and co-founder, Daniel Lewin. The 31-year-old was also on board Flight 11. He leaves behind a wife and 2 sons.
This is a tragic day for our country and a tragic day for TJX.
In Framingham at the TJX companies, the sorrow is times 7. 7 employees were booked on that ill-fated flight. The company has closed its stores tonight and is providing counseling for employees.
We work together as a great family here at TJX, and as with any great family, we share both the joys and the tragedies of life. And I know that we'll get through this together as a family.
That was TJX President and CEO Ted English. Now, company officials are not releasing the names of the victims. We did speak with the family of one of the TJX employees on board that plane. The woman's husband is understandably devastated. They just had a baby a few months ago. The family said they want to deal with this tragedy privately. Kim, Jack?
All right, Ellen, thank you. If you're just joining us, this is a special edition of the 7 o'clock news, and I'm Kim Kerrigan.
I'm Jack Williams, and here's the very latest on what has been a tragic day in U.S. history. 2 hijacked planes crashed into the World Trade Center this morning after they left Boston, toppling the Twin Towers. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon. A 4th went down near Pittsburgh. There's now a national APB for a white Chevrolet van that may have been involved. It has New Jersey plates, has the words Urban Moving System written on the back. Here in the Bay State, several buildings were evacuated today. The National Park Service has closed all state monuments in Massachusetts, including the USS Constitution. Old Ironsides is under heavy security tonight. The Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency has been activated, and all military bases are on high alert.
Office towers in Boston were evacuated as a precaution after the attacks this morning. WBZ's Robin Hamilton continues our live coverage. She is in Back Bay at this hour.
Good evening, Kim, Jack. What you're looking at right now is a flag at half staff on top of the Lenox as we slowly pull out by the John Hancock building as well as the Prudential Center. The flag in front of the Prudential Center is at half staff as well. It's very symbolic because there is a very somber mood here tonight. Since these 2 buildings and many others in the area were evacuated, many people are just feeling tense anger and an awful lot of sadness. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty, but we'll try to get that to you at a later time. But from what the piece said, as well as from what other people have talked to with me when we've been out here, it's just an overwhelming sense of shock and disbelief and a lot of grief. Amazingly enough, we actually talked to a couple who had planned to leave from Boston going to Los Angeles on that flight. They had changed their plans. They did not want to talk on camera, but they were just extremely shaken and sad. Again, the overwhelming feeling is grief, sadness, and fear. There had been a police presence out here a little bit earlier. They would not talk to us, but there's no question that there has been a heightened sense of security here. So we are going to just keep you informed with all the information. Back to you.
Employees in the Back Bay leave their buildings on edge.
So there's just a sense of high anxiety, and this has never happened, certainly in my lifetime, and I don't know how to deal with this.
After both the Twin Towers in New York and the Pentagon in D.C. are hit by hijacked planes, Boston residents are now on high alert. 12,000 people evacuate the John Hancock building by 11 a.m. Hundreds more leave the Prudential Center.
At first, we didn't think it was real. We thought someone was playing a joke on us. And then we got confirmation on the radio, and we took it extremely seriously because we're hanging off the Prudential. And so we called everybody off of the building because we know it was a life-threatening situation.
The fear after what happened shut down dozens of other buildings in the surrounding area. Many of the flags on or around those buildings at half-staff. A grim reality of the depth of this disaster.
Our colleague across the hall informed us that one of her co-workers' husbands was on that flight that was destined for Los Angeles. And I just fell apart. They had just adopted a little baby boy named Rocky, and now there's a life that I know that has been shattered.
Okay, live in Boston, Robin Hamilton, WBZ4 News. Back to you.
Robin, thank you for those reports. The events this morning unfolded within minutes.
Yes, here's a timeline of exactly what happened. American Airlines Flight 11, en route from Boston to Los Angeles, crashed into the World Trade Center at about 8:45 this morning. Approximately 20 minutes later, at 9:05, another jetliner sliced through the second Twin Tower. Massport officials tell us that was United Airlines Flight 175, also en route from Boston to L.A. At 9:30, attention focused on Washington, D.C., where a third plane, American Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon. 9:50 a.m. now, a horrifying scene in New York City as the First Trade Center tower collapses from the damage. 10 a.m. came reports that a fourth plane had crashed, United Flight 93, going down south of Pittsburgh. And at 10:30, the second trade tower succumbed to the damage and crashed to the ground. And of course, since that time, Jack, we have watched so many of the pictures of the recovery efforts that are taking place and will no doubt take place for days and weeks to come.
It's a national tragedy, and we haven't seen the total depth and scope of what's gone on in New York City, where thousands upon thousands more than likely are dead, including a large number of police officers, firefighters who were on the scene when all of that took place and those buildings came down.
As we told you earlier, of course, there was an attack in Washington, D.C. as well on the Pentagon. Our own Ron Sanders joins us now. He has more.
Kim, we're standing just in front of the Capitol, where just a little while ago we saw Marine One and an entourage of helicopters leave the White House, flying across the Washington skyline, where now you can still faintly see some of the smoke that is wafting across the Potomac River from the Pentagon, the symbolic target that was struck by a Boeing 757 today. It continues to smolder. I drove past it just a little while ago, having driven down the East Coast for about 8 hours or so. It's smoldering just as the World Trade Center was smoldering when I passed Manhattan this afternoon, a rare glimpse of one of the darkest moments in this nation's history. Military officials, according to Station WTOP in Washington, say that there are about 100 casualties at the Pentagon. The west side of the building was struck by the plane. Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff occupy offices on the other side of the building. We're told by presidential spokeswoman Karen Hughes that they are all safe. Secretary Rumsfeld held a briefing a short time ago and said when the casualty numbers are final, there will be more than a few. Right now, we're joined live by Andrew Gelfman, who is an editor here at Washington News Network and saw what happened at the Pentagon today. Andrew, can you step in for just a moment and tell us what you saw, what you heard?
Well, Ron, it was just about the most intense thing I've ever experienced. I was on my normal commute to work about 1.5 miles from the Pentagon, and I just looked up over a low tree line and saw a fireball rising up from where the Pentagon is, and then an enormous pillar of smoke that looked to me like it was a mushroom cloud. I mean, I had a faint flash that I thought it was something worse than it was.
Had you any idea of what it was at the moment?
None at all. None at all. I mean, I was listening on the radio to what was happening in New York. Obviously, I was aware of that, but just an explosion at the Pentagon, and I didn't see the plane come in because it was below the tree line, but I definitely saw the fireball rising up from it.
This is something that we as a nation are experiencing, but you saw it rather than just on television. You saw it while you were on your way to work, your everyday job. And now it becomes something that's not only unforgettable, but unimaginable. I can't imagine thinking about such a thing. What has Washington been like for you today?
Washington, very surreal. Most of my day today has been spent watching the news reports coming in. At the same time, seeing it on television doesn't really hold that same emotional impact that it had. Actually seeing it, feeling the force of it, actually rock my car a little bit. You know, it's engraved in my brain now. I don't think it'll ever not be there.
Many of us enjoy Washington. You work here full-time and no doubt harbor a sense of pride akin to your patriotism. How is that affected by what happened today?
I think it's probably strengthened. I think that this feels to me like a slap in the face that makes us hold our heads a little higher. You know, we can be punched, but we can't be knocked down.
And this is something that you will be thinking about for many years to come.
Without a doubt.
We had a late report. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. We had a late report from the Associated Press that said the wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the plane that crashed into the Pentagon and called him as the plane was being hijacked. Barbara Olson, a former congressional investigator and an aide to Senate Minority Whip Don Nichols, left Dulles International Airport aboard Flight 77, American Airlines 77, heading to Los Angeles. She twice called her husband and described some details of the hijacking, including that the hijackers used knife-like instruments. Law enforcement officials told the Associated Press, and they declined to further describe the conversation. But in a brief telephone interview from his home, Theodore Olson said his wife was on the plane and did call him as the hijacking was unfolding. She said she was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. That's the story from Washington. Live here, Ron Sanders, WBZ4 News.
All right, Ron, thank you.
Let's take you now to Massport. They're having a news conference to bring us up to date. It's in progress now.
And security of our passengers and Logan Airport's employees. The pain of these families has been foremost in our mind. These incidences today triggered our emergency response plans. Throughout the day, Massport has worked with public safety agencies at the federal, state, and local levels. We have trained extensively for disasters, though certainly today's events are beyond any of our worst imaginings. I also want to thank the Hilton Hotel and the numerous volunteers who have responded to the Family Assistance Center at the Hilton to support those families who came to Logan today in search of information. We appreciate the patience of the press throughout this long day. We've attempted to provide you with whatever information was made available to us. We will continue to do so throughout the hours and the days ahead. This center here at the Hyatt will stay open as long as this crisis continues. Finally, from the onset this morning, we pledged our wholehearted support for ongoing law enforcement efforts and will continue to do so. Nothing is more important to those of us in the aviation industry than finding out how this could have happened. I'd now like to introduce Tom Kinton, the Director of Aviation for Logan Airport. It's Virginia, VIRGINIA, Buckingham, BUCKINGHAM.
Good evening. I just want to go through a number of issues that we're working on with the airlines and other operating entities here at Logan Airport in preparing to reopen when that reopening order comes from Washington, U.S. airports. We do not have a time at this point when U.S. airports will be allowed to reopen. However, we will be going to a briefing following this press briefing with all of the airlines and other operating entities here at Logan Airport to prepare for what we think will be significant changes in the way U.S. airports will be conducting their business going forward. We believe a number of those orders or directives from FAA will entail a lot of the things we experienced during the Gulf War, and perhaps more. We will be looking at things such as reducing access points to the secure side of our airfield. We will be stepping up the random ID checks that go on at U.S. airports routinely. We will be reducing, we believe, restricted areas to operational minimums. We think we're going to be faced with allowing only passengers through our security checkpoints in our terminal buildings. We believe that there will be no longer any curbside check-in of luggage allowed. All of that will have to occur inside at the ticket counters. We will have to step our canine explosive team efforts up for canine searches of aircraft, cargo areas, and catering areas of the airport. None of this is official. However, for planning purposes, those are the kinds of things we are preparing for and will be discussing shortly with the carriers here at Logan. In addition to that, we have, as Jenny mentioned, the Family Assistance Center that has been operational since early this morning. And we have been advised, and we're coordinating with FAA to allow a couple of flights to become airborne to Boston, carrying care team members from the victim airlines involved. United Airlines will have a care team arriving here, as well as American Airlines will have a care team arriving here later this evening. And we'll be prepared to do a transition with those care teams at the Hilton Hotel with the care team that Massport has been running since this morning when we became aware of these events. And finally, I want to add that one could speculate the reason for the tragedies that occurred today involving the eastern seaboard airports, and why we were chosen was because of our proximity to the New York area and the fact that we have wide-body aircraft leaving our airports fully loaded with fuel that participated in this tragic kamikaze-type attack on New York's World Trade Center this morning. Thank you. Tom Kinton, K-I-N-T-O-N, Director of Aviation for Massport. Open it up. We'll now take any questions that you might have. We don't know what, if anything, got through any of the 3 airports involved. That is under investigation. We're working closely with the federal authorities to determine, if we can, where and what efforts were utilized to bring these aircraft down. Again, we don't know. Any of these things that we're hearing are being immediately turned over to the investigators involved, and they are going down every avenue to determine what went wrong at the 3 airports involved this morning, and what was used, and what kind of weapons, if any, were used to bring these aircraft down. This is an active investigation, and anybody involved is being questioned. It's extensive. It's a massive investigation, and we're cooperating fully with all of the federal authorities to get them access to any personnel that may have been involved or working this morning, whether it be a security checkpoint, catering, airline personnel, and any other myriad of personnel that may have come in contact with the aircraft involved.
Has there been any reports in recent years of a lessening of the standards or a lessening of the guidelines?
We've been listening to Tom Kinson, someone in the hot seat. The terrorists, of course, who came through security at Logan Airport today into 2 of the jets. Both of those jets hit the towers in New York City, and he's trying to answer some questions, but mainly talking about tightening security in the future.
All right, Andrew Winter joins us now. He is a terrorism expert. We want to thank you first for being with us. You've been with us in the newsroom all day. We've appreciated that. You know, we're watching the Massport folks. They're talking about these steps that they may be taking, no curbside check-in, restricted areas. Can these kinds of things really deter terrorists?
I think they can make it tougher. They may make them choose another target. These are things that we do when you get a specific threat. There's that trade-off, though, between heightened security and allowing day-to-day passenger operations to go on smoothly. Clearly, in this case, they had no indication that something like this was going to happen, so none of the extra measures that he was talking about were in place.
Well, they had some indication, because in the early 1990s, when the bombs went off at the Trade Center in New York, placed underneath in the parking. Right. Later, when the culprits were captured, they discussed the possibility then that part of the plan was to damage more buildings and to hijack some planes. But I guess we just let a lot of years go.
These reports keep coming in. Some are credible, some are not. They did get Ramzi Yousef and some of the people he was working with that were trying to hijack planes in the late 90s out in Asia before they could carry out that particular act of terrorism. So there are always things rolling in. At this point, though, they're saying that they didn't have anything on this one. The problem also is once you do this, they'll go and try something else. They've bombed embassies. They've bombed a U.S. warship in a harbor. Now they've hijacked planes. If you heighten security in an airport, there is a very good chance that they will try to find something else.
Andrew, tradition has shown that these terrorists want the world to know they're responsible, and yet we really haven't had all that many groups step forward, and in fact some groups stepping forward to say we had nothing to do with this. Right. Do you anticipate that someone will eventually step forward and make themselves known?
It's been the case in the past that people have stepped forward. Recently with bin Laden, they haven't taken credit explicitly for things. They've been very subtle about it. He's put out messages after the Cole was bombed, the USS Cole was bombed, that a great thing happened, but didn't say that I was responsible for it. Similarly with the 2 American embassies that were bombed in Africa. His Al-Qaeda group celebrated that, thought that was a terrific thing, but didn't say, oh, and yes, and we were responsible for it.
Of course, CBS News indicates that there were some intercepts today, indicating that a couple of targets had been hit, and the intercepts were made of a group that answers directly to Osama bin Laden.
The Al-Qaeda group that answers to him is a very, it's a group of groups. And it's very tough to get a handle on. Did he plan this? Did he say, fly several jets into the World Trade Center? Or did he just say, go out and do bad things to the United States? Here's some money, here's some false passports, here's a couple of safe houses, and by the way, here's 2 other groups that are thinking similarly. And that's what we don't know. And because it's this loosely linked network of groups, it's very tough to track down, it's very tough to prevent. If you manage to grab one group or prevent one group from trying something, the others pick up.
And how do you retaliate as a result?
It's very tough. Again, it is not, at least as far as we know, a state. It is not Iraq. It is not Iran. If they end up proving that they were involved, then you have a target or a set of targets. If not, you've got a couple of options. You can try to find bin Laden, and believe me, the United States government has been trying to find bin Laden for the past couple of years. They know he's in Afghanistan. The Taliban, who are ruling most of Afghanistan at this time, know where he is and have said basically, we aren't going to turn him over to you. He's very tough to find. And even if you get him, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to be able to stop everything.
Andrew Whitted, thank you very much. We'll no doubt be checking in with you again.
Well, let's go to the scene of so much trauma and pain, which is New York City. Peg Rusconi is down there right now. She's in the Bronx, as we understand, Peg.
Well, Jack, I'm on the Willis Avenue Bridge, which leads from the South Bronx into Manhattan. If you look over here, you can see there's a police roadblocks. These are all over the city as they've shut down access to the bridges and tunnels leading to Manhattan. Right now, they're only letting emergency vehicles go through. And if you look across the horizon there, you can see the reason why, even at this late hour, that plume of smoke rising from the wreckage of what used to be the World Trade Center. After witnessing that horrific act of terrorism this morning, there were thousands of people in New York City who couldn't get out fast enough, including a couple of New Englanders we met up with. When the first plane hit the first of the World Trade Center towers, Jerry Lambert of Manchester, New Hampshire, was blocks away in a friend's apartment.
You could see the hole in the North Tower and the fire just bellowing out and glass flying down. And then shortly after that, you saw this other plane just come right around the corner, right into the corner of the building, and just the devastation is...
This happened 3 hours ago. Your hands are still shaking. You're still shaking up.
I am. To see something like that, to see people falling out of the building, the devastation that's down there, New York will never be the same again. I grew up there. I moved out 15 years ago. I don't think I'll ever go back. I really don't.
We met Lambert and his friend Greg Ball at a gas station in Connecticut. They had gone to New York for a ball game and left fearing for their lives.
Saw people jumping out over the 100th floor. Saw the buildings collapse. How many people? I could never tell you. It's a tragedy, and it's sad to see it. To come to this country, you never think that would happen.
You had to get out. I was afraid for my life. There was, there was other high buildings right by there. Who knew what was going to happen?
And back live now, even at this late hour, you can still see the smoke from an unprecedented act of terrorism. It's altered a mammoth skyline here, also altered the lives of the many thousands of people who have witnessed it. Lots of people wondering when things might get a little bit back to normal here. You can see the bridges and tunnels still blocked off to Manhattan. We've seen a number of emergency vehicles allowed in. We've seen a number of light trucks. They're trying to get some electrical lights down into that part of the city to help workers who are doing search and rescue at this hour. It's just unprecedented. The mood here is unbelievable. And talking to Jerry Lambert, as I did earlier this morning, 3 hours after the attack, his hands were just shaking. He was trembling. He cried as he described it.
We've also received word that, according to the firefighters union in New York City, they're estimating that 200 firefighters were killed in trying to battle those blazes and when those 2 buildings collapsed today, Peg. Your reaction, having talked to people there, do they have any idea of the scope of this tragedy, even with those who are trying to rescue others?
Well, I think I was listening to a news conference that Mayor Rudolph Giuliani gave, and he said the number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear. And I think that it sounds like that's going to prove to be the case. Certainly firefighters, their job is to run in and rescue people as soon as they can. Certainly they could not have anticipated what would happen at the World Trade Center today. So I'm sure a lot of them were gathered at the building, some of them in the building trying to help people. It's sad, but not surprising that many of them may be casualties in this act of terrorism.
Peg, thank you very much. When it's all said and done, we will have probably a number of rescuers who will be victims of this terrible tragedy. This tragic story continues to unfold.
And WBZ's Josh Binswanger joins us live. He's at the Mass Emergency Management Bunker in Framingham. Josh.
Thank you, Jack. That's correct. The governor arrived here at the MEMA bunker shortly after 11 o'clock this morning, along with Attorney General Riley and a host of other officials. The Emergency Operations Center was then activated, and they quickly focused on getting the Commonwealth into a state of preparedness. Now, the governor addressed the people of Massachusetts on 2 separate occasions today and said the terrorist attacks perpetrated in New York and Washington should have no impact on the democratic process here in the Bay State.
Until we find out what's happened right now, our, I think, focus has been and rightly should be in protecting the safety of the families of Massachusetts, in responding to the requests of the lead investigative agency, the FBI, to deploy significant members of the state police detective resources to Logan so that we can quickly follow up on any leads, and lastly, to make sure that we're prepared to respond to any requests for assistance from New York.
Now, that relief effort continues from Massachusetts to New York City. We talked earlier today about a search and rescue team from Beverly that went down there. Also, 2 F-15s were deployed from Otis Air Force Base. This evening, there are 2 Civil Air Patrol aircraft that will be flying from Hanscom Air Force Base down to JFK in New York. They are carrying 250 to 300 units of blood and syringes for victims down in New York City. They will be the only 2 planes taking off from the Boston area this evening. Live from Framingham, Josh Binswanger. Jack, Kim, back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you.
Now, we realize that a lot of you may have known or had relatives on board those flights that left Logan this morning. And if you are still looking for information you have not received, there are some telephone numbers you can call. The Massport hotline has been set up. It's area code 617-568-3100. Again, that's 568-3100. The American Airlines hotline number today, 1-800-245-0999. 800-245-0999. And the special number for United Airlines, 1-800-932-8555. 800-932-8555. Office buildings were evacuated and state workers sent home shortly after these attacks today.
Christina Hager joins us live in the Back Bay now, where she says it's a virtual ghost town. Christina.
That's right, Jack, and a couple of Boston police officers stopped by here just a little while ago to say it is quieter here now than they have ever seen it before at this time of night. Many people here have loved ones who live in New York, Washington, D.C., and the other areas targeted in this attack. And as you can see by the flags at half-staff behind me, people around the country are feeling this loss.
I think it's something that we're going to have to live with for the rest of our lifetime.
They put a lot of faith, in the government that they'll be able to protect us. But, no matter how hard they try, it's not always possible. So.
Did you ever dream in your lifetime you'd ever see anything like this?
No, nothing like that. I mean, watching the news, it didn't even seem real. It seemed more like something from a movie.
It's bizarre. I feel like you're in a bad dream.
Boston shuts down, and to keep the mass exodus moving, the Mass Pike waves commuters through tolls. T passengers also travel free of charge. At the Back Bay T stop, people are jammed, eager to get home.
Life in America as we know it has really gone through an incredible change, and it will probably never be the same. I'm just anxious to get home to my family so that I can reassure my children that, the authorities will take control of the situation and the guilty parties will be prosecuted.
You just don't know, and I don't think anybody wants to take any more chances.
Back here live now in the Back Bay, where most people have made it home by now. Those who are still out here tonight have been stopping by our television monitor to get updates. And the big question on everyone's mind right now, what will happen next and where? Live in Boston, Christina Hager, WBZ4 News. Back to you, Jack and Kim.
All right, Christina, thank you. Another question that's been asked by so many people today. How could terrorists hijack two different planes out of Logan Airport? This is a key question.
Our I-Team has been looking into this matter throughout the day today, looking into security at Logan Airport, and I-Team reporter Joe Bergantino joins us now with the very latest information he's been able to uncover. Joe.
Well, Jack, what exactly happened at Logan Airport this morning is a matter under investigation. The head of Logan Security says there are no security problems at the airport, that it is a safe airport, but a review of FAA action paints a very different picture. 2 years ago this month, the FAA revealed that security breaches at Logan were a common occurrence. The FAA found at least 136 security violations at the airport. Undercover FAA special agents posing as passengers found that security hired by the airlines routinely failed to detect test items such as pipe bombs and guns hidden in bags. Those same special agents gained access to airplanes parked at gates overnight. The agents frequently gained access to other restricted areas without ever being questioned. The government fined Massport and some major airlines $178,000. Now, one expert told me today that no airport in this country is secure. The problem, he said, the airlines are responsible for security checkpoints in the terminals. They contract security out to the lowest bidder, who in turn hires low-wage workers with no experience. Another problem, caterers, cleaners, and baggage handlers, some with criminal records, some being foreign nationals, have access to planes at all airports. It's a system that many advocates say is in desperate need of reform, and after today, we might and very well see some changes. Jack, Kim?
All right, Joe, thank you. Some frightening statistics there. If you're just joining us, this is a special edition of the 7 o'clock news, and I am Kim Kerrigan.
I'm Jack Williams, and here's the very latest. The nation is reeling from the worst terrorist attack in our history. 2 hijacked planes, one of them from Boston, both from Boston, smashed into the World Trade Center this morning, destroying the Twin Towers. More terrorist attacks took place at the Pentagon and near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. No word yet on the total death toll, but it is expected to be very high. 50,000 people worked in the World Trade Center alone. Tonight, the government is on high state of alert as people around the country struggle to understand what happened. Now, here in the Bay State, flags are flying at half-staff. Several buildings, including the Prudential Center, had to be evacuated today. More than 55,000 state employees were sent home. 1,500 state-owned buildings were locked and secured with extra police today. Nothing has shocked the nation like this since perhaps the attack on Pearl Harbor or maybe the assassination of President Kennedy.
WBZ's Bill Shields continues our team coverage by putting the story in historical perspective.
Likening this attack to Pearl Harbor, and
Joel Passanese pulled his car over and listened to the radio.
Just terrible. I feel terrible for the people who are just the magnitude of the human loss and just human beings.
But couldn't create that. In this VFW hall in Somerville, veterans simply couldn't fathom an attack on civilians.
Living in China, that's what's really it's terrible. It's all civilians. It's got nothing to do with war or nothing. Just killing civilians. That's all they want to do.
All those lives. How can it happen in America?
It's completely stunning. I'm still hearing like little explosions all over.
But it has, and to an extent few Americans could have imagined. A country so strong militarily, yet at times so insular.
We all know someone that died in this mess.
We'll find out.
I'll bet you.
At John Cesso's Italian store in Davis Square, there was sadness and anger.
People that did this ought to be found and really be punished at all costs whatsoever. And if it means going to war to find these people, we should. And I'll be the first one to put a pack on my back. I'm 50 years old to go get them.
Just outside of John's shop, there were few smiles on this bright day filled with sun, but one also filled with fear.
It's definitely an attack on America and on me, because I take it personally. I mean, this is the country I live in.
I think a lot of people are going to realize now that we're not so insular as we thought we were.
Never seen America being attacked before, so.
So many people have compared this to Pearl Harbor, but there's a big difference. Pearl Harbor was a military target. The World Trade Center, civilians. If this is, in fact, war, then war in the year 2001 has a decidedly different face. I'm Bill Shields, WBZ4 News.
These attacks have certainly crippled New York City.
Wall Street shut down as a precaution after the crashes into the World Trade Center. The markets will remain closed at least through tomorrow. WBZ's Lisa Hughes has witnessed the horror firsthand in New York today, and Lisa joins us live now from New York City. Lisa?
Jack, Joyce Kulhawick and I were on a Delta shuttle flight that left Logan Airport just after 7:30 this morning. We arrived here at LaGuardia, and we were not in a taxi 10 minutes when we looked up and saw the flames and the smoke pouring out of the first of the two towers, and within minutes, the second tower had been hit by the second plane. The evacuation started immediately, but as you mentioned, there would be thousands of people in those two towers. Early estimates, as many as 10,000 people before 9 o'clock, and we know that many of them did not make it out before the buildings collapsed. Listen to what one eyewitness saw from the ground.
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir?
Now, some of the early estimates also suggest at least 78 firefighters missing, more than 200 police personnel missing here. Actually, those numbers would be reversed. We've got more than 200 firefighters missing, more than 70 police missing tonight. And, in fact, the mayor is saying the number of casualties will be more than most of us can bear. Doctors, emergency workers, burn specialists all have been called to area hospitals. Many of the patients now being treated out of state. But some of the other people there are recounting some amazing stories of survival, how they made it down from the towers, how they literally ran for their lives. And I can tell you, Jack, for all the chaos that was in Lower Manhattan today, here on the Upper West Side and the Upper East Side, it is like a ghost town. No one has ever heard the city this quiet. Most of the stores in the area are closed. Many of the churches are open, offering people a place to come and to grieve, because there is so little information coming out tonight about the casualties. We do know now that a morgue has been set up not far from the area where the World Trade Center was located. And we also know that even 10 hours after the initial crash into the first tower, a 47-story building collapsed. That was shortly after 5 o'clock tonight. So an incredible day here, a day that will take many of us here in this city and elsewhere a very long time to process, but clearly a national tragedy that has touched thousands of lives. Jack?
Well, Lisa, you're in a very unique position to witness what happened, because you not only saw what was going on in New York, but you left Boston about the same time that these terrorists were boarding the two planes, the American Airlines and the United Airlines plane. What was the mood at Logan? Was it a typical day? Was there anything out of the ordinary?
Well, clearly there was something out of the ordinary that no one could see. When we arrived, really just in time for our flight, Joyce and I met, everything seemed to be very normal. Your typical rush of business passengers taking off from Terminal A, going to New York and Washington, D.C. But it is incredible to think that one terminal over, these terrorists were boarding an American Airlines flight at Terminal B that took off not a half an hour after ours. It is an incredible thought.
Lisa, can we ask you quickly, looking behind you now, is the city darker than normal? Are there power outages, those kinds of issues going on there in Manhattan?
Apparently, there were some initial power outages. They were very, very brief when the first plane hit. And in fact, that's what brought some of the people out onto the street. They noticed their power flickering. It was out for a short period of time. You probably can't see it now because it's so dark here in New York City, but there is still an enormous cloud of smoke, and there are still fires burning in Lower Manhattan around the World Trade Center buildings. And the fires are apparently so hot that firefighters can do nothing. They can only watch those buildings burn. But it seems tonight most of the people are staying home, and the good news is that they're staying off their telephones, and they are letting emergency workers do what they can.
All right. Lisa Hughes, thank you very much. The unimaginable happened this morning, and as difficult as it is for we adults to understand, it's even more difficult for kids to comprehend.
How should parents explain today's tragedy to their children? WBZ's Sarah Underwood has advice from child care experts.
Jack and Kim, child experts say children under the age of 3 are probably too young to understand, but that it's important to reach out to school-age children. They're going to learn about the tragedy one way or another and will likely be frightened.
This was the scene just after the collapse of the buildings.
For the 8th grade students in Mr. Burke's social studies class, the first images of the attack were in flickering black and white. Images they'll likely remember forever.
Are working to assist local authorities.
It's very strange. It's very surreal, I think. One of our girls' mother is in Florida and was supposed to come home tonight, and she broke down. She said, my mother's not going to come home tonight. Is something going to happen to her plane?
At the Peabody School in Cambridge, some parents came to pick up their children early, but most waited until the end of the day, at a loss for what to say.
I have a 6-year-old who goes to school here, and frankly, I just don't know what to tell her.
I left work early. This was the first year they took the bus, and I just wanted to come here and tell them they're going to be okay.
Child psychologist Carolyn Newberger says that's the right thing to do.
So you need to reassure children that you are doing your job to keep them safe, but you also need to prepare children for a world in which there really is danger.
On a day when even grown-ups had trouble coming to grips with the day's events, Dr. Newberger advises parents not to give more information than a child can handle and be prepared to listen.
I think there'll be many children who are frightened. Some children will be more susceptible to that than others. And you need to listen to them, you need to ask them how they feel, and you need to accept and respond to those feelings.
Everybody started getting scared and worried and were afraid that a plane would come by and start, bombing the school, but I would doubt that that would happen.
Well, how do you tell a child about terrorism? I mean, you have to say it's an act of hatred, and I have to talk to her about it. And we probably need to say a prayer, and we need to take a walk, and we need to say how sad we are.
Experts say this is a time when kids really need adults who care deeply about them at their side, providing all the assurances, listening to their fears, and explaining what's going on. Jack and Kim?
All right, Sarah, I think all of us are in a bit of shock. Children,
Absolutely.
Adults, all alike.
That's right. Lawrence Cohen joins us now. He's a grief counselor, and we thank you for being with us here in the studio. I know we heard some advice there, but let's hear from you. Where do we start with our kids?
Well, I think the most important thing is to remember to talk less and listen more. That we need to tell them a little bit about what's happened, and then listen to them and follow their lead. If they have a lot of questions, then answer those questions. If they say, oh, I want to go play, then they're telling us, they're not saying, I don't care. They're saying, I've got about as much as I can handle now. I need to take a break and then talk about it later.
I'm sort of curious, so many kids today are used to seeing pretty awful things on TV and on their games that they have, quite realistic tragedies. This was real today, even though when a plane flew into the side of the World Trade Center, it almost looked like one of those movies. How do you let them know this is real?
Well, I think they picked that up because of the emotion of the adults. That the children are very good at reading the emotional cues of the people around them. And so they know immediately the difference, not necessarily because of the image on TV, but because of the way the people are reacting. When I picked up my daughter from school today, there were a lot of parents there, like you saw in the report, who just wanted to be there right when school ended and see their children right away. And the children had heard just a little bit about what happened, but as soon as they saw their parents, they knew something serious has happened.
And let's change gears just a bit. Let's talk about the parents. I mean, there might be people out there who are a bit embarrassed to admit that they are really affected by this.
Right. I think that we have to, there's a fine line between being really honest with our children and letting them know that we're scared and we're sad, and letting them see us cry, and letting them, they'll be there hearing when we call somebody and say, oh, are you safe? And I'm so glad. But not dump all those emotions on them too. We need to protect them a little bit. So we need to be honest, but but save our heaviest emotions maybe for other adults.
Who do you think is the most vulnerable? What age?
I think that's hard to say. I think that younger children have a vivid imagination, and you heard some of those on the reports of imagining that a bomb is going to come and a plane's going to land on our school, and that's kind of scary. An older child, though, might keep it all bottled inside. They might have some of those same feelings, but might feel like, well, I can't share that with anybody. I've got to kind of be cool and not show how scared I am. So those are two different kinds of vulnerability.
And is there an age where we need to just say, honey, don't worry about this? I mean, are they too small to really get into it?
Yeah, I think that we always want to give that message to all children that I'm going to do everything I can to keep you safe. But if a child is worried, we can't just say, don't worry.
Right.
We have to acknowledge that they're already worried, and we just need to listen to them.
And how long do you kind of monitor this? Is this something that you need to worry about for weeks to come, or
definitely for weeks to come, because a lot of children will have a delayed reaction. They'll look fine, and they'll even think they might be kind of blasé about it. Like, what's everybody making such a big deal? And then a few days later or a week later, they might start having nightmares or have trouble with it.
Well, and these are pictures they'll see for a long time, so it certainly isn't going away anytime soon. Lawrence Cohen, thank you.
Thank you.
CBS News reporter Bob Ward takes a closer look at the timeline of today's tragic attacks.
American Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off first at 7:45 this morning from Boston bound for Los Angeles. 13 minutes later, another 767, United Flight 175, also left Boston for L.A. At virtually the same moment, United Flight 93, a 757, took off from Newark for San Francisco. And to the south at Washington's Dulles Airport, another 757, American Flight 77, flew off towards Los Angeles. The first sign that anything was wrong was noticed by air traffic controllers, who watched the jets stray from their planned routes. This computerized radar path shows how the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, climbed out of Boston and, as expected, headed northwest across Massachusetts. But watch what happened. As the plane entered eastern New York, it turned sharply to the south and headed straight for Manhattan. The 767 hit the World Trade Center at 8:48 this morning. And 16 minutes later, United Flight 175 delivered the second blow. The jets, fueled for cross-country flights, were filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
But there were still two hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the fourth plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the four-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normally. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here.
Mayor Menino just actually stepped in for a few moments and brought some startling information as we'll be talking to him in depth as we continue our coverage. The mayor says much of the command staff of New York City's fire department was killed, along with those 200 firefighters today. We'll talk to the mayor in just a minute. The day started, of course, like every other day, but will go down as a day the world will never forget.
The scenes are unimaginable as two planes crash into the World Trade Center. The twin 110-story towers came crashing down on the street below. The loss of life will be catastrophic.
Within the past hour, explosions have rained over Afghanistan, where accused terrorist Osama bin Laden is believed to be operating. But the U.S. insists this is not a response for today's attacks. Team coverage now continues. Let's begin now with WBZ's national correspondent.
Away from where the World Trade Center buildings used to stand. And even though darkness has now fallen, there is still a tremendous amount of devastation and smoke coming from behind me here after the worst terrorist attack ever. It's being called another Pearl Harbor. Two hijacked commercial airliners deliberately flown into New York's World Trade Center towers.
I basically got on all fours and I just crawled to the door, hoping that I was crawling the right way.
The well-coordinated terrorist attack left gaping holes in the skyscrapers and both towers in flames. Thousands are injured and a still untold number of people are dead. Just a short while after the planes hit, both towers crumbled.
We're watching the people fall from the building, and then we just saw the whole side of the World Trade Center just fall right off, and it caught a couple of us, and we just made a mad dash all the way down here.
Hundreds of bystanders on the streets of Lower Manhattan were covered in soot, many in a state of panic as they unexpectedly witnessed the worst terrorist attack in the history of this country.
The people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us.
And the devastation continued into the afternoon when a nearly 50-story structure, part of the many buildings of the World Trade Center, collapsed. It had been evacuated earlier. And even though that building had been evacuated, officials fear that there were many rescue workers who may still have been nearby and may now be injured or even dead themselves. I'm Gretchen Carlson, live in New York City. Let's go now to my colleague in Washington, D.C., live, Aline Sergani, near the Pentagon. Aline?
Gretchen, law enforcement officers now confirm it was American Airlines Flight 77 that plowed into the Pentagon at 9:38 this morning. At this hour, dozens, if not hundreds, of rescue workers remain at the scene, searching for the dead, hoping to find survivors.
We have not heard the number of people.
This is the nerve center of the nation's military, the Pentagon, after a terrorist attack. The hijacked plane crashed into the building mid-morning, a time when many would be arriving for work. The Pentagon continues to smoke, and part has collapsed.
There was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Around the Pentagon and throughout the city, commuters jam local roads trying to get out of town. Many buildings were evacuated, and the federal government shut down. Members of Congress were rushed away.
I think this is a wake-up call for America, a sobering call.
In a city known for tight security, extra measures are being taken tonight.
We are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to. That is the absolutely appropriate thing to do given the events of this morning.
The president promised there will be payback.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Coming out live now, this is what the Pentagon looks like at this hour, nearly 12 hours after it was attacked. Once again, smoke continues to fill the sky as rescue workers continue to do their gruesome job, searching for the dead and hoping to find survivors. In the meantime, President Bush was escorted to Washington by 3 fighter jets. He is at the White House at this hour and plans to address the nation at 8:30 Eastern Time. I'm Aline Sergani in Washington. Back to you.
During this portion of our coverage, we want to invite you to call in if you have any questions for some of our experts who are going to be here with us, or if you'd like to just talk about what's taken place today. Our number tonight is 1-800-336-1033. Again, we're inviting our viewers to call in.
And Mayor Tom Menino joins us now here at the desk. I have a list here of some of the people who were on board the flights that left Boston today, and you immediately picked out several names very familiar with you.
Yeah, Mark Bavis was a young man I knew who played hockey with my son as a youngster, and
he's now was a scout of the LA Kings.
That's right. And he was a great hockey player, a great kid. I just saw him a couple of months ago. You know, this is where the shock is starting to set in. You know, you heard about the crashes this morning, and your heart went out to everyone, but now you're seeing names of individuals you knew.
Right. Ace Bailey, former Boston Bruin.
Another one who we had a relationship with because he played for the Bruins, but it just goes down and down. I think the next couple of days are the days we really have to pay attention to our youngsters because they're going to see all this on TV. They're going to start asking a lot of questions about what does this mean, and we're going to have to be there to give them some answers. That's why we're setting up some teams in our school, trauma teams, to work with our youngsters in the school system. Because I think the next couple of days, today's been a real bad day for all of us, but I think the next couple of days is the part where we start developing other issues that we have to deal with.
Let's talk a little bit about security out at Logan. Are you concerned, and what kind of steps are you going to push to see take place?
Well, I'm not going to get into the security at Logan tonight or the next couple of days. I think what we have to do is just reassure people that the city is working and that it's a safe city. Those issues we'll deal with later on, and that other people address those issues. But tonight, my concerns are to make sure people feel comfortable in the city. We'll go back to work tomorrow. The city will be operating, and people will feel comfortable at the desk tomorrow morning as they start work once again, as kids go back to school.
Yeah, a lot of people have had some questions on what's going to happen. So many state workers, city workers, a lot of them go home today as well.
I let non-essential personnel go home. I kept City Hall open because I don't want the message to be out there that these individuals are stopping us from doing our things in our city. If you stop government and it says, oh, they're in charge, they're never going to be in charge of the city of Boston. We're going to do everything we can to keep this an open city, a working city. So, we will be open tomorrow to conduct business once again.
We understand we have a call, Mayor Menino. It's from Alyssa in New Hampshire. Alyssa, can you hear us?
Alyssa, you're on TV. Go ahead. Ask your question to the mayor or to anyone here if you'd like.
Yeah, my question is, since Osama bin Laden hasn't taken responsibility, or no terrorist organizations have taken responsibility for this yet, is the United States worried that there may be another terrorist attack coming?
Well, that's something we'll need to address to our terrorist expert when they come up in a few moments. You know, that's the problem. If this is the only terrorist attack, or if this is a series of planned attacks that they had threatened before, hitting vulnerable places, and we've seen today just how vulnerable we are.
That's sure, and you know, this didn't happen overnight. They had to be in this city for a while, or around the city for a while. They just didn't come into Boston last night. They had to be someplace, set up this whole program, because this was done very precisely, and they did it with expertise on this thing. And so there has to be questions about where was the intelligence, where was the CIA, where was the FBI on this issue? Why weren't they informed? Why didn't they know what was going on? Those are some big questions.
And we may have to get some questions quite personal. If this cell was operating here in Boston?
That's right. We didn't have any intelligence. The police commissioner and I have been talking since 9 o'clock this morning. We didn't have any intelligence at all about this, and so it's really an issue that has to be dealt with over the next several months, not just over the next couple of days. The next couple of days is trying to put the country back together, and then we'll get into the issues of where were these people held up, where were they planning this, and things like that. And I think that's some of the issues we'll really have to deal with.
Mayor, let me ask you real quickly. We have another caller we're going to go to in just a moment, but talk a little bit about, we were talking about the firefighters and the loss of life down there in New York. How will Boston firefighters or Boston police officers or safety officials here, how will we help out? Well, we have a DMAT team going down this evening, driving down in 10 different vans. The doctors, EMTs, some firefighters going down there to assess the situation. How can we help out? We're willing to send down individuals from the EMTs, from the Boston Fire Department, whatever they need. We're there to help the city of New York during this very trying task. As we understand it, about 200 firefighters lost their life in the fire this morning. So we're with that. The DMAT team's gone down there, and our other fire officials and police officials are going down to see how can we help out? How can we help the city of New York?
We'd like to hear from you if you have something on your mind. If you want to ask us a question or make a statement, you can call at 1-800-336-1033. We have a call coming in from, I believe it was East Providence. I couldn't hear well. If that is, could you identify yourself with your first name and then go ahead and ask your question?
Sheila.
Yes, go ahead and ask your question.
Just a small comment and a question. I was just wondering, has anybody thought about the date today, what it would stand for? 911, meaning help?
It's also the anniversary of the Camp David Peace Accords in 1978. It's a day that's supposed to start talks in the Middle East. It has a lot of significance today that has many people questioning if that is some sort of a major tie-in, because Osama bin Laden, of course, is kind of top of the list. And we'll get our expert in just a few moments to have him talk about that in just a second.
Russ from Charlton joins us now on the telephone. Russ, are you there? Russ?
Hello?
Hi, Russ. Can you pose your question for us?
Hi. Well, my whole question is, this whole thing happened. They took us all down with a knife. They took the biggest towers in the world down with a knife on board these planes, and nobody on these planes could do anything about it. And that takes us back to the Holocaust, where 50,000 Jews were marched to their death, and the guys doing this had, there was 50 guns. Where's the ratio? We didn't help ourselves any.
Well, that is frightening. The information about the knife, of course, actually is coming in directly from a phone conversation that Barbara Olson held with her husband just before the plane she was on crashed into the Pentagon, and she indicated that it looks like that they had one of those knives, like those packing knives that you use, they're encased in plastic. I don't know what the answer is. Maybe we can find out. Let's get an answer from Andrew Winter. What's your feeling? I mean, it's true. I mean, if somebody can destroy so much with just a knife.
No, that was the
the tip of the iceberg. They managed to get it through or get it smuggled on board, and they managed to take over the plane because of whatever lax security was going on the plane, and then basically they had a very large flying bomb. You know, we've been talking and reading in the press for the past few weeks about biological terrorism and chemical weapons and all sorts of very exotic things, and as we discovered in Oklahoma City and in here, it is something that is very prosaic but very devastating. A large amount of jet fuel or a bomb that can be made with fuel oil and fertilizer that can do tremendous amounts of damage.
Andrew, just a moment ago we had a caller who was asking, you know, is this just the beginning?
It could be. We just don't know. Clearly, first, we don't know who did this. All the fingers seem to be pointing to Osama bin Laden, and he's got a very loose network of groups who all want to do something terrible to the United States and to Americans. This group could be carrying this out. There could be another group planning something else like the USS Cole or the bombings on the U.S. embassies in Africa that took place the other year. We don't know. Clearly, the intelligence, we've had an intelligence failure at a couple levels here, both overseas and nationally, and they're going to have to look into ways they can try to plug those gaps.
We're giving you a chance to give a call, give your reaction to what went on today. 1-800-336-1033. Matt is calling from Norwood. Matt, go ahead. You're on the air. What's your question or statement?
I believe that it's an eye for an eye. I believe what Israel believes, that we should just go bomb whoever did this, and it's an eye for an eye. Whatever people think is wrong. Because I could have had 2 relatives in this plane going to California. Luckily, I don't go there anymore, but it's just, this is all wrong. What type of society we live in right now?
Well, one of the problems is, I mean, who do you go after?
That's right. You know, Andrew, we were talking about this earlier in the newsroom tonight. We were saying, you were saying, though, there's really not a gray area when it comes to the government in this issue. They're going to make decisions, and that's the way it'll be carried out, and that'll be it.
I think so.
There won't be much tolerance.
I don't think so. I mean, if they can identify who it is that did it, then there's one of 2 options. You can go sort of the law enforcement route. You can try to go and grab this person or persons who did this and bring them back and put them in front of a court. Or you can decide that it is beyond that, and we are now actually in a war. And you take this as a war, not as a legal law enforcement issue, and then you take steps like you would during a war, and you go kill these people or blow up their infrastructure. And we're not sure which way it's going to go and which decisions the president's going to make, and there's going to be a lot of factors that go into it. First being if we can identify who it is that did this.
Also with us on the desk is Mayor Menino. I'm sort of curious your feelings deep inside. I mean, I know you were heart sickened like the rest of us to see all this. Are you mad?
I'm mad. I'm frustrated. The face of America has changed today. It'll never be the same. Security has changed us. This whole act has changed what's going on in America. And this day will go down in infamy. This will be the day that says, America, you have to be careful about what you're doing. Yeah, the security around America will change, and it frustrates you because, you know, America has been working. It's a safe country. We never had attacks like this. This is the biggest attack we've had since Pearl Harbor. But this happened in America. We never believed it would happen here. It has happened here. So, you know, we're very frustrated, but we're going to work through this, and I think America's bigger than this attack. America will get by this, but a lot of hurt out there, a lot of hard feelings towards whoever it may be, and, you know, talk about a war against who? I mean, that's the question. Who would attack? I'm in favor of attacking somebody, but we have to find out who we're going to attack first.
A lot of innocence lost today, it seems.
Yeah, just a lot of unanswered questions.
Rick from Randolph is on the phone with us now. Rick?
Hello, Rick. You hear us?
Good evening.
Good evening. Well, what's your either statement, comment, or question?
I realized before the Oklahoma City attack, they suspected a lot of people, but they never suspected that an American would do it. Have anyone thought of maybe a militia or someone connected to a militia-type organization that could possibly be responsible for something like this?
All right, Rick, thank you. Andrew, what do you think?
I think they're looking at every single angle possible. They aren't going to rule out anything. This could be a domestic group, it could be an overseas group, it could be some mix of the two. They're not sure. Most people right now are speculating that it is an overseas group, perhaps linked with bin Laden or Iraq or Iran or something like that, because of similarities with things that were done before that these groups have carried out. Islamic extremists tried to bomb the World Trade Center before in '93. We know Ramzi Youssef and some other of these people tried to plan hijackings in Asia before. So that starts to point at these groups. Doesn't mean that that is indeed the case. The caller was exactly right. It could be a domestic good. It could be foreign. We just don't know right now.
1-800-336-1033 if you want to ask a question to our people here or maybe just make a comment. Let's go to Dan in Pembroke and see what's on his mind. Dan, you're on TV. Hello, Dan, you hear us? Let's try Tracy in Warwick. Tracy. Tracy, you hear us?
Yes, I am. I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question or make a statement.
Mine's actually just a statement. I just wanted to say that my heart is with the families out there in New York, and even though we're here in Rhode Island, it touches everybody. And I have family who work on the airlines, and today was a hectic day for us here in Rhode Island, and my heart goes out to the families that have been affected. And I think the U.S. just has to stand together and show how strong we really are.
All right, Tracy, thank you.
Thank you.
Just, you know, you can feel the emotion in her voice. I've heard that over and over today,
Absolutely.
Just from people on the street. Our cameras showed people walking around today, including the young, like in a daze. Just, and tonight, when our live shots actually showed Boston, it's almost like a ghost town.
There's an army feeling out there tonight. I left City Hall just for a walk. There's nobody out there. I've never seen the streets of Boston so bare in all the years I've been in the city. Everybody's home with their families, and the feeling out there is very uneasy. People don't know how to react yet.
I think they know something pretty awful, and life now has changed. I think that's a consensus.
Right. Yeah, life has changed in America and never be the same ever again.
You know, but there's also a lot of talk about a united feeling, bringing everyone together here as a result of this. We'll stand united against these terrible acts here on our own soil. We have another caller. I'm sorry, I missed the name. Can you give... Hi, okay, it's Chris. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you guys doing?
Well, thank you.
My comment on the situation is that, you know, I'm going into the United States Navy tomorrow, or I'm supposed to, and, you know, I think that every man, woman, and young adult in this country should be ready to get involved in this, hopefully militarily, and my comment basically is that, you know, any towelhead that wants to come into this country and hijack our planes and then run it into one of our buildings deserves the same and worse. And if it takes any sort of military action, I'm willing to go, and I think everybody else should. And, you know, if it takes taking over the whole Middle East, then let's do it, because this is ridiculous.
Well, you know, that's if, in fact, they're the ones who did it. No one knows for sure. True, there have been some intercepts that they think it could be Osama bin Laden who may have carried this out, but as our expert Andrew Winter knows, one of the dangers, too, is this reaction that you've got to strike out at somebody, and there are, of course, very loyal Muslim Americans, very loyal Arab Americans. They shouldn't bear the brunt of, if in fact it's Osama bin Laden for some, you know, wacko.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the caller is right that, you know, he's got this feeling he wants to do something, and I think everybody does. And there's a whole range of things people can do, from giving blood to, you know, supporting the victims and their families, to eventually, when we figure out what it is, who it is that did this, and if you can find them, then there may be military action. And I spoke to a number of colleagues of mine who were in the armed services today, and they're ready to do whatever it is the president orders them to do. But the first steps are making some decisions about finding out who did it, targeting them, and then working with the victims and their families.
The real question I have is, how do they get so close to the Pentagon? I mean, isn't that protected airspace?
Actually, it isn't, unfortunately. Down in Washington, if you fly in a national airport, which I do fairly frequently, I lived in Washington for 15 years, you fly about a half a mile past the Pentagon, just the way a national airport is. The White House is restricted airspace, and that's a couple miles away. But the Pentagon is right along the flight path along the Potomac River. And so, you know, your planes are going right by it every single day, almost over.
Apparently, according to our information, the flight that took off from Dulles was going and circled the Pentagon for a while, apparently until they got some sort of confirmation that the other attacks had taken place, and then followed right along the roadway, heading and just zeroed right in. It's very frightening. And one would have to wonder, too, if that plane had turned toward the White House, if they could have managed to get through, since they were moving pretty fast.
They were moving pretty fast. As I understand it, a number of years ago, there was a small Cessna that crashed into the White House, and at that point, they started taking different security measures for the White House, including making it restricted airspace and putting Secret Service men on the roof with Stinger surface-to-air missiles. So the White House is protected, but I don't think they do it with the Pentagon, and in part because they've got this heavy traffic going by. You don't want to have somebody on the roof that suddenly decides, gosh, this guy's getting a little too close, and pulling a trigger. And so I think they erred on the side of safety in that case, and this is, you know, in part one of the results. But clearly they're going to relook at all of this.
Right. This will be something, no doubt, that will be discussed. Lisa in New Hampshire joins us. Lisa?
Hi. I have a question. I heard there was another plane up there.
Another plane up where, Lisa?
In the sky, like someone told me that.
No, I think most of the planes in that restricted airspace all across the country, that's one way to end the threat, at least temporarily, is to ground every plane other than military planes, and they're watching pretty closely. I don't think there's any other plane up there right now.
There had been so much speculation about planes all day, but again, at this point, I think everything is accounted for. We have Donna calling.
Hello, Donna.
Hello.
Go ahead and make your comment or ask your question, Donna.
Okay. My comment and my question both together are, a lot of these people that are doing these acts are from third world countries, which requires a passport or something to that effect to even enter our country. When they know that these people coming in from this country, either on a visa or however they're getting in here, nobody's monitoring them while they're in our country. Do they have free reign? You know, like, I don't want to stereotype, but obviously we know where the problems are coming from, but is anybody really doing anything about it?
Well, you know, actually, excuse me, Jack, bin Laden is, first off, can bankroll so much of this. And Andrew and I were talking about this earlier, and he is providing passports for these individuals and providing money to keep them here, providing safe havens and safe houses for them here in the United States. So if, in fact, he is behind this, a lot of it can be accounted for in that way.
Absolutely. The State Department keeps lists of people that they suspect are terrorists. There are visa requirements. Immigration and Naturalization Service has watch lists out. They look for certain people when they come in. They try. Clearly they're going to have to do some more because people have gotten through, and they've gotten through in the case of the shootings at the CIA, the bombing of the World Trade Center in '93, and in this case. So, you know, there are holes all over.
I want to follow up with a question to the mayor. You alluded a little bit to this earlier, and by the way, we'll be going to the president in about 6 minutes from now. Is there a possibility that there was a secret terrorist cell in Boston coordinating efforts here, since we know the terrorists entered Logan Airport for both planes?
We don't have any information. The Boston police don't have any information, according to the information they have from the police commissioner. So we don't have that information available, and we don't know of any sites that are working out of in our city. But there had to be someplace close by. I mean, there had to be. They couldn't come in and just take the plane this morning. They had to set this whole mechanism up beforehand. So the real question is, how do we track it? Where do we go for the information? And our expert will have to tell us how they do those things.
Yeah, you know, this is pretty coordinated, too. This was not any haphazard.
No. This wasn't done in the back of an envelope, that's for sure.
These weren't rookies, were they?
Right, absolutely, and this is a fairly sizable group. We had 4 airplanes. We have no idea how many individuals in each airplane, and you have to assume that they had backup. They had people who were supporting them in country, providing them places to stay. So this is, you know, I don't know, dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen people anyway. And you would think that those numbers would then begin to give law enforcement and intelligence, you know, something to go after. And clearly they're trying very hard to do some of that tonight.
Well, people obviously have a lot on their minds. We know what it is. So let's get some more specific reaction to what happened today and maybe a question. Steve is calling us from Bridgewater. Hello, Steve.
Hi, how you doing?
Unfortunately, I think like all of us, kind of a state of shock. How about you?
Pretty much the same. I just had a quick question. There's been an interesting news report that said how they were afraid that the terrorists knew people here and had actually been living in the country maybe even before the planes had taken off. Is there reason to believe that there may be another attack, or would you say that it's pretty much over?
You know, Steve, actually, we were addressing this question earlier, and we will pose it again to Andrew Winter, because that is the fear, I think, at this point, Andrew, is, you know, is this over, or could we see more attacks tomorrow in some other form, 2 weeks from now, whatever the case may be? I realize you don't have a crystal ball.
But I think the answer is that, you know, no one in the government knows. Again, we don't know exactly who did it, and they may have decided to plan a series of these things. They may have exhausted the resources. You know, and they had a certain number of people in the country that were willing to die and to do this, and that's it. But it's equally possible that there's someone else waiting to plan something to do it 2 weeks from now after the Guard gets let down a little bit, and try something completely different. Again, take a different tack. Go after a ship, use a car bomb, do something besides what they did today.
Mayor Menino, have there been talks today about preventing that kind of thing here in the city?
Yeah, well, the Boston Police tomorrow morning are going to have a session with all the security companies in the city at Area A and in District 4 tomorrow to bring them all, to make them aware of what's going on out there, so there'll be more of awareness of individuals around the buildings and things like that. But our bomb squad is going to give those information out to all the security companies who run tall structures in the city, all the important buildings in Boston.
About 2.5 minutes from now, we're going to take you live for an address by the president and to get us the latest information from there. But let's keep taking your calls to that time, because obviously people want to talk about this. Tara is calling us from Worcester. Hello, Tara. Good evening.
Hello. How are you?
In shock.
Yeah, like all of us. I just basically want to send a comment from my husband and I.
Your TV's up, I think, a little loud is the reason for that, Tara. If you could turn down the TV and then make your comment.
Yeah, our hearts go out to all those families of this horrible, horrible tragedy. And that's just basically the comment I wanted to make.
All right, Tara, thank you.
Our prayers and our hearts.
You know, all of our hearts go out to all of these individuals. It's very difficult when it hits so very close to home.
All right, let's go to Sherelle in Brockton. Hello, Sherelle.
Hello?
What's your comment?
Yes, my comment is, I was wondering if Logan Airport is going to take some responsibility for what happened, because it was their security that was breached.
Well, if they take it or not, I think a lot of fingers will be pointed that way as the days go on. That's sort of a natural outgrowth of all of this. How in the world do at least 4, maybe more terrorists get on 2 separate flights today with some sort of weapons?
And that is the big question, and one of several big questions. And clearly, there were holes in the system, and either mechanisms or procedures weren't followed, or people didn't do their jobs, or the right procedures weren't in place. And there's going to be a very long list of things that people have that they want to do, and they're going to have to relook at every single one of those now in light of what's happened.
Andrew Winter, we want to thank you for being with us tonight, and Mayor Menino, thank you so much for taking time on a very busy and difficult day for being with us.
Yes, the president is coming up next, and let's take you now to CBS News. Dan Rather will set the stage for the president's address.
The president will get a very good reception for whatever he says tonight.
Bob Schieffer in Washington. Now, President Bush is going to address the nation in about a minute. As we wait for that, search and rescue operations stretch into the night here in New York City, hours after terrorists slammed 2 hijacked commercial airliners into the World Trade Center on the lower part of Manhattan Island. The Twin Towers, where 40 to 50,000 people work on their average day, crumpled to the ground. The full extent of death and injuries unknown. A fire department union official said, firemen's union official said earlier this evening that there may be as many as 200 New York City firefighters may be among the dead. One reason for that is when the first building was hit, firefighters were rushed to the scene, and then, of course, very quickly the second building was hit, and then fairly quickly after that, both buildings collapsed. A third building in the Trade Center complex collapsed this evening. A third hijacked plane, of course, was slammed into the seat of America's military might. The Pentagon an estimated at least 100 dead and or injured there. A 4th jetliner possibly being diverted to Washington or Camp David, the president's retreat, went down in southwestern Pennsylvania. All told, at least 250 people are aboard the 4 crashed planes. The FAA grounded all civilian aircraft until at least noon tomorrow. The Wall Street markets will be closed tomorrow. Now, President Bush was flown secretly today from Florida, first to Louisiana, then to Nebraska, but he's back in the White House now, and we have about 25 seconds till you will see President Bush address the nation from the White House. After the president speaks, our CBS News continuing coverage of events on this horrible historic day will continue.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President Bush speaking live from the Oval Office in the White House. Perhaps ominously, among the things the president said was, and this is not a direct quote, but it's on the money. We will not differentiate between those who committed these acts today and those who harbored them. The president vowed that no act of terror will darken America's beacon of freedom. We go down to CBS News Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts. John?
Dan, important words for the president to say that we will not differentiate between the terrorists who committed this act and those who harbor them. If this was, in fact, Osama bin Laden's group who was behind this, that message is aimed directly at the Taliban government. Though we should point out, Dan, that every indication we get from the White House tonight is that the explosions that we saw in Kabul tonight were not part of any American action. The White House has absolutely disavowed any connection to those, as has the Defense Department. The president also sending out some important words of reassurance tonight to Americans, saying that the government is still in operation, essential personnel will be back at work later on tonight, and that the government will be open for business tomorrow. And even though the stock market will be closed tomorrow, Dan, the president reassuring Americans, saying that the American economy will be open for business. The big message here tonight that the president was trying to send out was the idea that they can hit us, but they can't knock us down. He said that we have stared enemies in the face before, we have stared them down, and we will do this again. So the president, Dan, tonight, using every ounce of resolve that he can muster to say the United States will recover from this enormous tragedy. Dan?
John Roberts at the White House. Now, U.S. officials are starting to piece together the case of what happened today, and in some instances, they're piecing together what they see as links to Osama bin Laden for being responsible for the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history. That Orrin Hatch, the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee tonight, said they, meaning intelligence operations, they have an intercept of some information that included people associated with bin Laden who acknowledged a couple of targets were hit. That's a direct quote from Senator Hatch. He went on to say that law enforcement has data possibly linking one person on one of the 4 ill-fated flights to bin Laden's organization. Now, government and industry officials say at least one flight attendant and 2 passengers called from 3 of the planes as they were being forced down in New York and Washington, each describing similar circumstances. The callers indicated the hijackers were, at least in the beginning, armed with knives. This day's horrific events began with the familiar turbine whine of jet engines over New York. But this Boeing 767 was too low and not in the regular flight pattern. It was aimed straight for the massive twin towers of the World Trade Center. It hit it. CBS's Byron Pitts is on the scene tonight. Byron?
Well, Dan, a few moments ago, a producer for 60 Minutes just walked back from the crime scene and said she counted only 4 floors left, 4 stories left of one of the 110-story towers. At this hour, rescue teams are still waiting, still hoping, still praying they will find survivors alive. Without exaggeration, Ground Zero looks like a battlefield. 8:48 a.m., mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low.
Come on, guys, keep moving. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
We hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God
I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We know we have some of the major brass of our department missing. We're trying to find them, too.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work. On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you holding up?
It's business now. It's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
Back live, we have had little relief here. Take a look at this. These pictures here, which are just... Hours ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. A 42-story building that crumbled hours after the initial devastation. It was the one calamity here that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area earlier, fearful building number 7 would indeed fall down. Minutes after the second tower collapsed, we met a firefighter named Tim McGee, a New York City firefighter. He was covered in soot from the top of his helmet to the bottom of his feet. He was crying. He told me that he had lost all of his men when the building collapsed. He asked us to reach his wife, Maria, tell her that he was okay, that he had survived. Quote, tell her, I love her. Dan.
Byron Pitts in Lower Manhattan. Mind you that the World Trade Center complex has 7 buildings. So the Twin Towers went down, they're the big ones, but then the 47-story World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. That was near the end of Byron Pitts' report. Now, building 5 in the World Trade Center complex was for many hours today described as on the brink of collapse. The state of that building at this hour is uncertain. It was long ago evacuated completely. Now about today's other terror strike at the seat and symbol of U.S. military might, the U.S. Defense Department, the Pentagon, first opened in 1943, never before directly attacked. There were 64 people aboard American Flight 77, the jetliner hijackers used to ram into the Pentagon. CBS's David Martin reports the deadly impact there. David?
All right, we want to welcome you back to the WBZ studios. I'm Kim Kerrigan along with Jack Williams. We have some more guests with us, and we are taking your calls tonight. 1-800-336-1033 is the number.
Our guest tonight, Dr. Mary Collins. She's a grief counselor. But first, Mike Mulhern of the MBTA, who's joining us here. And by the way, if you want to express what you're feeling, that's why we're doing this tonight. Call the number Kim just gave you a few seconds ago, 800-336-1033. Well, the T up and running tomorrow. What does this do for you as far as changes? Do you increase security? Is this a wake-up call?
Yeah, I'd say it's a reminder that we need to remain ever vigilant and put the safety of our customers and keep that a top priority. The governor has issued us, all state agencies, clear direction to be up and running tomorrow. What that means to us is that we need to stay focused, that we're prepared to provide important public services to the T's customers, and we intend on doing that. We'll be organized. We're committed to provide a safe commute into Boston tomorrow, and we'd like to assure our customers that we've got all the necessary security precautions in place, and we don't anticipate any problems.
All right, Dr. Collins, talk to us a little bit tonight about how we should all approach this as we get out of bed tomorrow morning.
I think the most important thing in something that's being done right here is the opportunity to talk about what you think, about what you feel. We found that when a person is undergoing a stress or trauma, the one thing that matters more than anything is the sense that you have support. That support can come from your family, it can come from parents to children, from children to parents, from siblings to siblings. It can come from your community. It can come from your religious groups. Wherever you can find support, that's what will support you and get you through this. But that's also a double way. Not only do you want to look for support, but you want to be there to give support to others, and that also will help you get through this.
Let's go to some more of your calls at 1-800-336-1033. Maybe some of you need to talk, to express, to ask questions. Let's go now to Eugene calling from New Hampshire. Eugene, go ahead. You're on TV 38.
I don't know how good your memory is, but I was talking to you about 1983. My son was in Beirut, and he was one of the first wounded in 1983. I was on your show.
And so you've been all through this kind of pain again. Must have brought back a few horrific memories for you.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I lived in Boston all my life, but I'm up here now in New Hampshire. But the thing I'm kind of amazed about, you know, they talk about terrorists and all that. How come there's nothing mentioned about the 250 Marines got killed in the barracks in Beirut? This is something happened a long time ago. There's been never no justice involved in that either.
Well, that's true. It's a series of problems, and they had the 2 embassies in Africa which were blown up, and the USS Cole, which had loss of life.
Yeah,
and, it has been a series and seemingly an escalating series of incidents, including the original bombing of the U.S. Trade Center. Remember, it was a car bomb in the garage.
That's one thing I was going to mention. And what's this guy doing? He's in our prison system now. We're feeding him and clothing him. We're taking care of him. He's the guy that blew up the embassy.
And they also gave warnings that there were going to be other targets.
Attacks.
You can see this frustration that's going to come out, and I think part of it is this helplessness too. Now, you're an official of the T. People claim that a T could be a target, but what are you going to do? You've got thousands and thousands of people moving through every day. It's not as easy as it sounds, security.
Well, that's right, Jack. In a free society, when a key aspect of a free society is totally freedom to move about in and about the city, it requires our station officials and police officers to remain constantly vigilant. And we've got a number of security protocols that we implement anytime there's a threat of terrorist activity. Unfortunately, our recent implementation of this directly follows the greatest catastrophe any of us can remember.
Fran is calling from Everett. Fran?
Hi, I had a question for the mayor.
Well, actually, the mayor has stepped away, Fran, but...
Well, he had mentioned that, that they had concerns about, the bombers being in, the terrorists being in the Boston area. Do you remember about a month and a half ago they had arrested a couple of people in the North End that they were bombs and they were concerned about the suspension bridge? Are they going to be questioning them to see if they had anything to do with this?
Well, I would imagine they'll be questioning everybody they can get their hands on, although this doesn't happen. I think he's still been in custody.
In custody, that's right, exactly. Although, as Jack is saying, and the mayor was saying as well, there's going to be a lot of questioning going on. They're going to be looking into where these individuals might have been here in the Boston area over the last 24 hours or for a longer period of time. A lot of investigation that will be taking place at Logan Airport, and the Boston Police Department getting together in the morning to discuss.
The mayor also made it quite clear that, at least as he implied to us, that he's convinced that they had to be here for a while. Right. This just doesn't happen. You don't just walk in, and I think his phrase that he used was, this wasn't planned on the back of an envelope. Right. They had been here, they'd spent some time. He is uncertain where they are, but he thought they had to be somewhere fairly close, this cell. And I'm sure the FBI is all over that. That's why the airport has been closed. Probably will reopen tomorrow, but they're going over every every inch of it to see what they could find out.
Dr. Collins, let me ask you, the caller before, and Jack was talking about it, this sense of frustration. How do people deal with that?
That's such an important question. When something of this magnitude, or something that personally you feel is of a great sadness to you, and there's been a great loss involved, there's going to be many stages of feelings that you have. One person might not feel them all, but each of us will feel some of them. The word frustration, the word helplessness was mentioned. There will be anger, hopelessness, a sense of this couldn't happen at all. Earlier in the program, it was mentioned that people were going around with a look of daze, that this couldn't have happened. So as each of you experience some or all of these feelings, know that that's natural. And as you feel those, try to get that support that was mentioned earlier and keep a sense of hopefulness.
Let's go to Dave in New Bedford and get his spin on things. Dave, go ahead. You're on TV 38.
Yeah, what I'm wondering is, they visibly knew that these planes were off course, and nothing was done. I mean, where was the military in all of this? I mean, you had one plane hit, 10 minutes later another one hits, and nothing was done.
Dave, I will tell you that there are reports from CBS that the FAA suddenly realized that these planes had been hijacked, but there was not enough time at that point to do anything about it, that being the two planes that hit in New York City.
You remember that the actual hijacking took place for the American Airlines flight. They took off just before 8 o'clock, and they had normal for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and then the hijacking took place, so that was 30 minutes. No one knew where it was going to go, and who would have thought that they were going to ram one of the World Trade Towers?
So they do say that it was a time issue more than anything in their efforts to try to warn people and to take action.
Okay, let's go to Rose from Lynn. Is it Rose?
Yeah.
Okay, Rose, what's on your mind?
First of all, good morning to all, good evening to all of you, and my condolences to all the persons in the city of New York and to the families who lost their loved ones today. I have a concern and also a question for you guys. My concern is that I'm really afraid that what happened back in the 50s with our brothers and sisters, our Japanese brothers and sisters, and our Jewish brothers and sisters were persecuted and kind of robbed off by the American people. I'm afraid that that might happen to the Arab people who live in our country right now.
Well, Rose, I think that's fair. I think there's a great deal of anger, and you're going to see a lot more anger if they actually can pin this on Osama bin Laden and some of the terrorist groups. And it's wrong and it's unfair. There are an awful lot of very good Americans who are Arab Americans who happen to be of the Muslim faith. But then again, we're jumping ahead. No one knows for sure. If it's bin Laden, all arrows seem to point that direction. But let's hope that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, people are ready. They're just, your natural reaction, I think, is, gee, that's infuriating.
Absolutely. People are angry tonight and frustrated and feel that they need to take this out on someone. We've talked about this exact issue that Rose brought up earlier today in the newsroom in hopes that that people do not target individuals here in the United States, that everyone stays calm. I think this is what the mayor was trying to talk about, Jack, and we heard the governor talking about it earlier today, hoping that people will certainly not forget, not trying to push this off, but will go back to work tomorrow and try to continue to conduct business in their own personal lives as we allow the government to try to take care of those who were involved. Again, our number is 1-800-336-1033.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, let's find out again from Mike Mulhern of the MBTA, who is with us. And by the way, we're going to give you an update on what's going on in the investigations live from CBS in about 4.5 minutes. Mike, let's go over again. What happens tomorrow with the T? A lot of people want to know if what's going to be running, what isn't going to be running, what's going to be open. What do you hear?
Jack, MBTA workers will be in bright and early tomorrow morning to have a normal start of a day's service. We hope that we see the ridership come back, and that government's up and running, and the city of Boston is once again the vibrant community that we've all grown accustomed to. We plan on running normal services throughout the day, and should we see any increased demand during midday, we'd certainly add to that. But we're happy with the way we responded today, and by 12:30 in the afternoon, we had mobilized 15 trains and 75 express buses, and by our counts, we had gotten 3/4 of the people home that had come in early this morning. So obviously we're very happy with that, and the governor asked us to take any means necessary to make sure that they got a smooth commute home. So we waived all the fares and the parking fees to make sure that people had a frustration-free ride home this morning. And while we were doing that, we were staying in constant contact with our sister agencies at the Turnpike and the Highway Department.
Yeah, when they emptied those high-rise buildings and state offices, a lot of people hit the streets in a hurry.
Yeah, we were forced to provide rush hour levels of service during the late morning. And our workers, I'm happy to say, responded. They stayed after the morning rush hour. They worked right throughout the morning, many of them without any breaks at all. And when we got a call from the Middlesex County Jail to help them evacuate the high-rise building over there in Cambridge, our mechanics responded, and they actually drove buses to help out another government agency. So we're really happy with the way MBTA workers responded today, and we're confident that they'll be in bright and early to provide Massachusetts residents with a smooth ride in tomorrow.
Thompson is calling us now from Framingham. Thompson, you're on the air.
Yes. Hi, I'm a 7th grader from St. Bridget's School, and I had a question. Do you think that there's going to be a possible World War III starting?
Well, I don't think there's much of a possibility of that, because we were not attacked by a country. We were attacked more than likely by a radical group, perhaps a Muslim militant group from the Mideast. Perhaps it was domestic. We don't know. Now, the United States remains a superpower. There is nobody anywhere near our strength, but we're very vulnerable to these attacks. You know, every plane in the air is a potential bomb, and our security had gotten a little lax.
Dr. Collins, this brings up an interesting point. We have a young person here who has a fear, and we have many young people out there who are watching and no doubt are frightened. What should parents be doing tonight to alleviate those fears for their young people? We've got just 2 minutes left here before we hit CBS.
I'd like to just go back to one of our parents who spoke earlier on the television today, and that's Acting Governor Swift. I felt that she provided a very calming influence to our state, which will be very beneficial. I think she realistically looked at the fact that this had happened, but that she had a sense of hope that we would get through this. And also, as Dr. Cohen mentioned earlier in the program, listen to your children, parents, and children, listen to your parents. Listen to one another. That's one of the best ways to quell fear, exchange ideas, discuss your emotions, and have a sense of hope that we will get through this.
All right.
I was just going to say, just to add to that, you know, as a parent, that it's a frightening and a complex portion of all of this, trying to deal with it with your young people, a difficult thing.
It is.
You walk a fine line with the young people.
You walk a fine line, but may I say, I'm so happy to hear the young people who are calling in, and with your sense of accountability. It's outstanding.
And we'll give others a chance to call in. We're going to get an update from CBS to the very latest information. And then right after that, we're going to be on until 10 o'clock, taking your calls, talking with some of the experts we have here. We found that many people need to voice what they have been feeling, and we're going to give you a chance to do that.
1-800-336-1033. We want to go to our national correspondent, Gretchen Carlson, now from CBS. She joins us from New York. She has an update on the situation taking place there in Manhattan at this hour.
Within the last half hour, President Bush addressed the nation, saying the United States does have the resolve it will take to fight back after this terrorist attack. We'll hear more from the president in just a moment, but first, back to Ground Zero here in Manhattan. We're standing less than a mile away from where the World Trade Center buildings used to be. It's being called another Pearl Harbor. Two hijacked commercial airliners deliberately flown into New York's World Trade Center towers.
I basically got on all fours and I just crawled to the door, hoping that I was crawling the right way.
The well-coordinated terrorist attack left gaping holes in the skyscrapers and both towers in flames. Thousands are injured and a still untold number of people are dead. Just a short while after the planes hit, both towers crumbled.
We're watching the people fall from the building, and then we just saw the whole side of the World Trade Center just fall right off, and it caught a couple of us, and we just made a mad dash all the way down here.
Hundreds of bystanders on the streets of Lower Manhattan were covered in soot, many in a state of panic as they unexpectedly witnessed the worst terrorist attack in the history of this country.
The people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us.
And the devastation continued into the afternoon when a nearly 50-story structure, part of the many buildings of the World Trade Center, collapsed. It had been evacuated earlier. But even though that building had been evacuated, there are fears tonight that many of the rescuers that were still near that building may have been in danger or may have even been killed. Numbers are now being released tonight. As many as 200 firefighters may have been killed in this attack, as many as 87 New York City police officers. I'm Gretchen Carlson, live in New York. Let's go now live to Washington, D.C. to my colleague Aline Sergani, who's near the Pentagon. Aline?
Gretchen, law enforcement now confirms it was American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington Dulles to L.A. today that plowed into the Pentagon at 9:38 this morning. Now, some 12 hours after that attack, the Pentagon remains on fire. And while firefighters try to fight those flames, rescue workers are sorting through the rubble, hoping to find survivors.
We have not heard the number of people.
This is the nerve center of the nation's military, the Pentagon, after a terrorist attack. The hijacked plane crashed into the building mid-morning, a time when many would be arriving for work. The Pentagon continues to smoke, and part has collapsed.
There was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
Around the Pentagon and throughout the city, commuters jam local roads trying to get out of town. Many buildings were evacuated and the federal government shut down. Members of Congress were rushed away.
I think this is a wake-up call for America, a sobering call.
In a city known for tight security, extra measures are being taken tonight.
We are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to. That is the absolutely appropriate thing to do given the events of this morning.
And coming out live now, as you can see, the Pentagon remains on fire some 12 hours after it was attacked this morning. In the meantime, as the president spoke today addressing the nation, one thing that he made clear was that no terrorist attack will shut down this nation or its government. The federal government will be open tomorrow. Members of Congress will meet again tomorrow morning. And the president says that there is no difference in his mind between the terrorists who committed these attacks and those who harbor them. In Washington, Aline Sergani, back to you.
All right, Jack Williams along with Kim Kerrigan here on TV 38, and we're going to continue our open lines so you can express questions and comments about what went on today at 1-800-336-1033.
We have two experts with us at this hour. Andrew Winter joins us again. He is our terrorism expert. And also here with us tonight is Bob Weiss. He's an aviation expert. And Bob, I want to start with you by asking you, can there be steps taken to prevent these kinds of security breaches at airports? Can we stop it?
Well, I think we can stop it. It's a question of what we're going to have to do it. And as Massport and Tom Kinton said tonight at the Massport briefing, security is going to be toughened up. I think it's going to be tougher than during the Gulf War. I think that the first thing is going to go is that there won't be any check-in at the counter, at curbside, and everybody's going to have to go inside and be processed in that way. And people are going to have to get to the airport on domestic flights probably 2 hours early.
Oh my, let's take some more calls. Cheryl is calling from Boston. Good evening, Cheryl.
Good evening. I was just wondering what they are going to do about the security systems at Logan Airport. I work in Terminal B at obviously one of the major airlines that had this terrible tragedy, and every time I go into work, I see the people that they hire, and they're either half asleep or they're not paying attention. They're a lot older, or a lot of them are actually from another country, and it's sad to say I can't be discriminative against other people, but I've come out of work plenty of times, and there's people preaching Allah and not paying attention, and it's very scary. I couldn't go to work today because I'm scared, and I have to go in tomorrow, and it's like I don't know how to react to these people because I don't know what's going on.
All right, Cheryl, thank you. You know, this comes back down, Bob, to what you were just talking about, some of the steps that can be taken. We're talking about taking away curbside check-in, restricted areas, not allowing anyone but passengers to go past the security areas. What other kind of steps do you anticipate?
Well, I think what's going to have to happen here is the airlines have been responsible for security. That's their responsibility. They're paying these people, and the FAA and Massport are watching them. So I think that whole system is probably going to have to be, toughened up, and that means money. And I think after today, the airlines are probably going to be willing to spend some of it. The question is, we had this back in '85 when we had airline hijackings. We had it back in 1990s, the early 90s, when we had the Gulf War, and things seem to kind of get a little laxer as time goes on and people forget what's happened. But I think this time, with the jolt that we've had with this, which is only now just beginning to sink in, that serious changes are going to have to be made.
Okay, once again, let's get to the phones. Mark is calling from Tingsboro. Mark, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Isn't the World Trade Center a key hub of the world economy system?
Well, that's true. Some of the largest brokerage firms in our country have offices there. I think, what was it?
Smith Barney.
Smith Barney and
Solomon.
Yes.
I can't think of the...
Yeah, anyway, those are a couple of the... Yes, I mean, not only that, right, but they're also symbols, I think, of our capitalistic system. And that's one reason why the terrorist groups, Osama bin Laden before, went after the World Trade Center. You know, it's symbolic as well as disruptive.
As was, of course, attacking the Pentagon. Again, symbolic.
Right. Yes, one of the capitalists, and the other are the sign of our military power. What was your other question?
And what impact will this have on the world's economy?
Oh, no, that is, boy, I tell you, that is the million-dollar question tonight, Mark. And one of the problems becomes, we've already seen some reaction from the European stock markets. I hadn't seen anything from the Asian stock market yet. I haven't been on the computer for the last hour and a half. But they're very nervous about this. We've been teetering on the edge of some financial problems worldwide, all coinciding together. And when this attack and the cost, just the actual cost of the physical damage, forget all the thousands of people who lost their lives today, the actual cost of the physical damage is in the billions upon billions of dollars.
The towers, $400 million, it's estimated, the towers
I think the other thing that you have to realize is that British Airways, which was trading their stock overseas because the London Stock Exchange was open today, lost 20% of its value. And the airlines are already having a difficult time, and when the stock market gets open, which will probably be the end of the week perhaps, it's going to be really something to see, not only the airlines, but what happens here. So there's a lot of things at stake.
Andrew Winter also is with us, and I wanted to get a couple of questions. You used to work in the Pentagon. You're very familiar. In fact, you had an office near where that plane smashed into the Pentagon. It's because of the impact of New York, and we've been talking more about that because of both planes and so visual. But this, at any other time, would have been the top story, of course, into the Pentagon. Tell me about the Pentagon. What section is that? How much damage? What percentage of the Pentagon do they think was hit?
I mean, it looks like, you know, a good 1/5 of the Pentagon was hit. They hit an area over near the heliport where the Secretary of Defense and the top generals and admirals get shuttled in and out in their helicopters. They may have been trying for the exact center, who knows, and missed. Actually, they hit on the exact opposite side from where the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff have their offices. But this is a big office building. 23,000 people work in the Pentagon every day, military and civilians. Because it's the military, the culture and ethos is to get there early. So everybody was in. It's not like people were not going to be at work at that hour. They get in at 6 or 7 and stay till 3 or 4 and work those kind of hours. It's 5 stories high. There's going to be a lot of people injured there.
We also understand, however, that there's a lot of construction going on there at the Pentagon, and this is an area, fortunately, where some of that was taking place.
That's right. They're doing a lot of renovation. This is a building that was put up in 10 months during World War II, and believe me, it needs a lot of renovation, having worked there. So they've been taking sort of a slice out of the Pentagon every couple of years and reworking it, and this was one area where they've been doing a lot of renovation. So fortunately, as I understand it, some offices were empty and people were in other parts, you know, moved to other parts of the Pentagon while they were doing this.
I would assume, because of the importance of this for our military structure, after all, this is the command center for all of our military, that there must be some sort of bunkers or something in there, or have they not planned that far ahead?
No, they have the National Military Command Center is at the Pentagon, and that's one area where they've got all the communications set up that they can reach anywhere in the world, and all our forces deployed all around the world.
Is it a bunker?
It's down in the basement, yeah, of the Pentagon.
But if that would have been in the direct path of this airliner today.
I have no idea how well shielded it is. You know, this is something I think during the Cold War we always thought about nuclear attacks, and they had places outside of Washington where the leaders would disperse to that were deeper under mountains out in West Virginia and things like that. So I don't think they were ever imagining that during, you know, a World War III Cold War scenario we were going to be operating out of the Pentagon.
All right, Tom is calling from New Hampshire. Tom.
How you doing?
Very well.
I have like one question and one comment.
Okay.
The question, the most important one would be, has the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, been down anywhere near any of the crashes to see if any threat of smallpox or Ebola has been launched as a result of this, and then therefore carried out with the victims?
Well, I doubt very much that
well,
they would be.
actually, Lisa Hughes was reporting that there have been people there in New York who are testing some of the debris to see if that would be a possibility. So I guess that has come to the attention of the investigators, and they are testing.
That's something that we've been increasingly worried about in the United States over the past several years, chemical weapons or biological weapons attacks. And so when something like this happens, they're deploying people that are going to sample the air and the debris and try to figure out if any of this was indeed, in addition to the tremendous conventional explosion that took place.
I would imagine that whoever planned this was probably celebrating pretty hard tonight with what they accomplished, even without these chemical weapons. Pretty horrible.
Tom, did you have one more comment? Tom is gone. Okay.
Who happens to be a pilot?
Oh, go ahead. Start from the beginning. We cut you off at first. Go ahead, Tom. Tom? Well,
okay.
Helen? You're on. Let's try you. Helen from Stoughton is giving us a call. Hello, Helen. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes. Are you Helen?
No, this is Lakeisha.
Lakeisha, you're on, and thank you very much for your time. Ask a question or make a comment, Lakeisha.
Okay, I just want to ask a question. Why would people do this thing to other people when they know there's little kids out there that many parents was in those buildings, and their parents that they don't have nowhere to go. So why would people do this to other people?
You know, Lakeisha, the question has been for much of the day, why would this attack take place on civilians? When comparing it to Pearl Harbor, that would be the difference. The difference is that Pearl Harbor was a military installation. You know, there are a lot of people out there who have no conscience, like obviously you do, and so this kind of thing, they never thought about it. They don't think about the people involved, do they, Bob?
Well, I think that's true. You've got a well-organized effort here, which I would say took several months to put together. And you had 4 of these planes which were hijacked within an hour or so of each other, a couple of hours. And how that happened, I'll bet the people that pulled this off thought perhaps they might get 2 or perhaps 1, and they got 4. And I think that's the big problem facing the people that are trying immediately to figure out what happened here.
Let's go to Anne Marie calling from East Boston. Anne Marie, let's give you a try. Do you have a question or comment?
Yes, I have a question. I understand that Mayor Menino would be having security in Boston. And what about the Boston Public Schools for our little ones that attend school tomorrow?
Yes, he said that everything would be open, it would be safe. They have police where police were important to have. I think the key is they were going to have a lot of counselors on hand. They thought that was even more important than security, since they don't feel that a school probably in Boston would be a target necessarily. But they want to get to these children and let them know that they are safe.
Yes, I have a little one that I picked up today from school, and she's kind of worried about going to school tomorrow. If we didn't send them, would there be a penalty for these children?
Well, I think that they'd be very much understanding that your child isn't there. My advice, if whatever that is worth, Anne Marie, is I'd probably send your child to school, because they're geared up for this, and I think it would be very helpful to have your child with other children and comforting and let them know that nothing is going to hurt them. I think keeping them out may even terrify them more.
Yeah, that's true, I know. Well, that was nice to know anyway. I'm so nervous over what happened.
I don't blame you.
My heart goes out for these families that lost all the members.
It's a tragedy.
It's a shame. I can't believe America is just going down.
I can't either.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. Anne-Marie, thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Bob, let me ask you, thank you, Anne-Marie. Something else that happened today that is so historic is the fact that we stopped airline travel in this country. It is still stopped at this hour. What kind of impact is this going to have on the airlines long term as far as financial? They're losing a day and a half of travel.
Well, I think they'll be lucky if it's a day and a half. I think that the earliest they're talking about letting them start up is tomorrow noon. Even if they did that, planes are scattered all over the country and in Canada and other places. I'd say it'd be 3 or 4 days before the airline business gets back to normal, and obviously when we've had strikes and other things, various airlines are losing $1 million, $2 million a day. But I think on top of the money situation, the safety is a major concern for the airlines, and that's their #1 concern. And I think what they're going to have to figure out is how are they going to increase security and safety at the airports, and it may take them a few days to get that whole program with the FAA lined up.
1-800-336-1033. We have a caller. I only got part of this. Was it Douglas or from Douglas?
Well, I'm in Douglas.
Okay. What is your first name?
My name's Steve.
Steve, what sort of a comment or question do you have?
Well, I've been watching it closely, like I'm sure the whole nation has. And my observations are, #1, it's a heinous act. It's awful. My condolences, all of our condolences and support to the victims' families. But as I look back at things, we took a weak stance on Lockerbie. We took a weak stance on the coal disaster. We took a weak stance on the embassies. I think what is
the embassies, we did retaliate. I don't know how much good it did. Remember, they bombed that chemical factory and went after bin Laden.
Yes, I'm not making issue that we did not retaliate. What I think I'm saying here is it that important that we find out who is responsible, or is it more important that the United States of America galvanizes and use this to make a statement? Perhaps maybe we should simply choose a nation that's convenient, such as Afghanistan, and carpet bomb them with, say, fuel air ordnance for 5 or 6 days in a row, and see where it goes from there.
But Andrew, what happens, what do your allies say about something like that?
Well, I think he has a point in that I think this is going to galvanize the United States. Certainly we are going to take stronger measures responding to this than to anything else that's happened. And they're going to galvanize us, and we're going to try to pull together our allies and friends all around the world. And I think we're going to go out to them and say, listen, you're either with us or you're against us on this. There is no halfway. Some things that we didn't ask of you before, we're going to start asking of you now in terms of rounding up people in your countries, not harboring people that may be part of this, supporting us if we do decide to retaliate against any country in particular. If, again, we're speculating, if it's Osama bin Laden and if he is still harbored in Afghanistan, I think there's going to be the president's going to be much more willing to take steps that he might not have considered before we struck back with cruise missiles because we were worried about perhaps losing some pilots or some soldiers. I think now, if we're thinking about it and we decide that we need to send in piloted aircraft or we need to send in ground forces to do something, I think there's going to be a much greater willingness to think hard about that and maybe do that.
And also be willing to accept, yes, I think that's the key. Before, they were so frightened about losing. Nobody wants to lose a service person. I think we realize now that in order for, this could escalate to the point where we're going to have casualties, not only civilian casualties, but we're going to have military casualties. Because I think they're going to ratchet this baby up in a hurry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lawrence Cohen, a grief counselor, joins us again here at the desk, and we continue to take your calls, 1-800-336-1033. We have another caller. I've missed the name. I apologize. Kenneth.
Kenneth. All right. Kenneth is calling actually from Lynn.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I think I'm shocked. I keep telling everybody I'm still pinching myself, and I don't know about you. It seems like we've hit a major turning point in our country.
Definitely a major turning point. My heart goes out to all those that were involved in this tragedy. I guess my question is security, starting at the beginning, which is the airport. Actually not pointing any fingers, but I used to work at the airport, Logan, and I worked on the North Cargo side, and I guess the commercial side would be restricted. And I have seen people walk without ramp passes on the ramp and go into restricted areas. No one asked them any questions, nothing at all. And I guess my next question would be the security of the U.S. and how we've grown very comfortable with the state of the security.
Well, you know, one of our problems, and it isn't a problem, it's one of the great blessings we have, is that we're a democracy, and we have freedom of movement, we have freedom of speech. Most of us like the fact that we can get in our automobile and go to the airport if we want to. We could get on board a flight and take off. We could stop where we want to go. We don't have to clear it. What could be one of the perhaps major victims of what has happened today will be just some of our freedoms, maybe a curtailment of this, because I think it's going to be a lot more than walking through a metal detector at the airport. It's going to be inconvenient, or maybe start seeing more armed guards. Another thing we've got to do is that they can't bid this out to the lowest bidder and have people making minimum wage at this key important time. The next step up has got to be some professionals.
Which is actually something that was revealed earlier from an I-Team report. A lot of the security is actually bid out, as you were saying, Jack, to the lowest bidder. And oftentimes these individuals are people with criminal records, people who are from other countries, people who do not speak English all that well.
In fact, Kim was telling me earlier, she recollected something I'd forgotten about going through earlier, Frankfurt. And you go through Frankfurt, and you've got some guys with submachine guns across their chest, and they're part of the security apparatus. Would that may be possible in the future here, maybe forced? Another thing, we may have to have armed guards on our planes.
El Al does that, I believe. The Israeli airline does that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you're going to take, is it would take one armed guard today near the cockpit to keep them away. If these guys came at them with knives, probably to handle the situation, and we wouldn't have had the problem.
Cliff is joining us now from Gardner. Cliff?
How you doing?
In shock, Cliff. How about you?
Basically the same way. I'm a married man, a father of 2 stepsons, and I'm greatly concerned about this matter here. Okay, I realize what we went through this morning and all day today, and I feel that we should have a a little bit more security on each airline in the state and in this New England area alone, just to preserve the safety of our fellow Americans as well as our children that we have to depend on in the future.
I think you're going to get your wish.
I think you are too. I think you are too.
And I wanted to throw in about the psychological side of security, because we've been talking a lot about the guns and metal detectors and that kind of security. But when children, especially when they're worried about being insecure, they're not going to be too. We need to tell them about what we're doing physically to make them safe. But our real security and safety comes from close relationships. And what they need is closeness with us, reassurance from us, and real security comes from knowing people and having relationships with people. And we lose sight of that. And I've been hearing a lot of calls with, let's go out and bomb somebody, let's go out and get somebody, and responding with, very understandably to this with lots of anger and aggression, and that from the security side, it's a very different approach of what children need.
Oh, we have another call, and I have forgotten the name. I'm sorry.
Kelly.
Oh, Kelly from New Hampshire?
Yes.
Okay, Kelly, what's on your mind?
Well, first of all, my husband flies every other week to Los Angeles on a nonstop from Boston to L.A., and he's oftentimes takes that morning flight, and luckily he wasn't on that one. He's currently in L.A. trying to figure out when we're going to get home, but had this very sick pit in my stomach all day long, and it's so weird. And I almost could have been a single parent for a very quick time, but luckily I'm not this time around. I'm blessed. But anyway, the question I have is, when I go thinking about where's George Bush during all this, and I realized that he was, and this NPR had reported that he was at a reading program at a Florida school, and I was thinking, do the terrorists know he was there? Because I would think he'd be extremely exposed and able to be something happened to him. I figured that would be really quick and easy to get him opposed to being in the White House. Did they know where he was?
I think probably the targets were a little easier when you're picking the Trade Center towers and the Pentagon. I think this was planned out sometime in advance, and the president doesn't publish months in advance. By the way, I just wanted to add one thing, Kelly, because you said your husband flies on this. My heart just broke when I read this. Brian Sweeney from Boston was one of the victims on the American Airlines flight. And Julie Sweeney, his wife, received a call from her husband. He called knowing that he was going to crash.
You're not going to make me cry, are you?
Oh.
Well, and actually this is a report, one of a number of reports that we've received from people who were on these airplanes,
what would you
who
do?
used cell phones and called loved ones, and there was actually a report of someone who dialed 911 and said, we're being hijacked, this is not a hoax, this is not a hoax, we're being hijacked.
I heard that. I didn't know if it was real, but really people had gotten through.
And Barbara Olson had called her husband. She was on the plane that hit into the Pentagon, and after made 2 calls and described the terrorists. Apparently she described 2 and with knives, some sort of knives. But she said, this is what I thought I'd add, that also kind of broke my heart. At the end of the last conversation, she said, what can I do? Oh.
Yeah, this gives you such a sense of the fragility of life. And what I've heard all day is people just clutching onto each other and calling each other and saying, are you okay? And I love you. And the caller who wasn't sure about sending her daughter to school tomorrow because, there's this natural inclination to want to just huddle close together.
Stay together. Scott's calling from Attleboro. Good evening, Scott.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. I have a question of a broader nature than what we're discussing here. My question is, what is our true net gain in staying involved with these, for lack of a better term, humans in the Middle East? The Israelis and the Palestinians have demonstrated that retaliatory actions against each other is their only method. It seems to me that the amount of lives we lost today is probably going to rival what we've been trying to save in their countries. I'm kind of upset about this whole thing, so don't mind me.
Well, I think a lot of people are upset. One of the problems is that we are tied to the Middle East, no matter what. Not only that's where the majority of the world's oil happens to be, but we have interest there. We have Israel has been, you know, a key part of the U.S. strategy, a very loyal ally. We have other allies in the region, and it's not something which we can just turn our back on. Maybe you want to talk about that a little bit as a terrorist expert.
Yeah, well, I think it's a natural reaction, and I think that's one of the things that people are going to actually debate, which is the degree to which the United States ought to be out in the world doing things. We are the world's sole superpower. We are out there acting around the world in a variety of ways. It's one of the things the terrorists want to get us to draw back from. One of Osama bin Laden's primary goals is to get the United States to withdraw from Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. Again, assuming he was in part responsible for this.
So that'd be a victory.
So that would be a victory, which is one of the reasons I think people will resist drawing back. But it's certainly going to be part of the discussion about picking our areas in which we get involved in and maybe picking them more carefully. And that's going to be part of the debate that's going to go on not only in Washington, but I think around the country for the next several years as a result of this.
Jennifer's calling now from Charlestown. Jennifer?
Yes, hi. I was watching it this morning when it all happened. It was just so frightening. And I was just wondering, the comparisons to Oklahoma, everyone started saying it was foreign terrorists, and it turned out to be Tim McVeigh. Is that a possibility?
Well, it's a real possibility. No one knows for sure. I mean, there's speculation that it's Osama bin Laden, but there is no actual proof, although there are some just growing possible proof that it was a terrorist group that answers to him that may have pulled this off because of some intercepts. According to CBS News earlier tonight, that they had heard after this happened that a successful 2 attacks had taken place and they were celebrating. So one would tend to think that more than likely it is him, but it could be somebody, and I think maybe that was one of the lessons we learned from Oklahoma City.
We're jumping on it too soon. Go ahead.
One of the things that people really crave is a sense of certainty. When something like this happens, it pulls the rug out from under us, and we have no sense of what's going to happen and how has this happened, and we have all of these questions, and we strive to regain that sense of certainty. And one way that we do this is think, oh, it must have been this person, let's go fight back, and we kind of short-circuit really finding out what actually happened.
Speaking of uncertainties, there's some rather troubling information coming across on the wire now. Earlier we'd been asked, one of the callers said, what's going to happen to the stock markets? Well, here's a little hint. Tokyo stocks plunged below their key 10,000-point mark for the first time in 17 years in the last few hours. Traders are dumping shares in reaction to the U.S. terrorist attacks. The dollar sharply lower against the yen. And who knows what's going to happen. The Wall Street was not open today, will not be open tomorrow. So that's been put off for a while. But this is going to have, who knows what sort of short-term, maybe not long-term ramifications, but certainly short-term financially.
Viewers, we're taking your calls. It's 1-800-336-1033. Bob is on the phone with us now. Bob?
Hi, how are we doing tonight?
What's on your mind, Bob?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say my prayers and thoughts are, with the families of the lost ones, and very sorry it happened. My question was geared toward the mayor, which isn't there anymore, but I believe he's pushing for the new runway in Boston, and maybe he would rethink it and maybe think about more security-wise and get it where it should be so something like this don't happen before he wants to make a place bigger and make more trouble down the line.
Well, that becomes, I suppose, in fact, we'll have to get Bob Weiss back on here to get his reaction to things, too. But one of the short term is that a lot of people were very nervous over air travel, even though air travel in this country, it has been much safer than automobile travel. It has been a great convenience. These planes that all crashed, the 2 into the World Trade Center and the 1 in the Pentagon, were all nonstop flights going to the West Coast to Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. I mean, the convenience that has and how that's tied into our economy. We can't go back, unfortunately. It is a smaller world today, and it's not going to, we can't become isolationists again and say, well, let's just go back to riding the train, because the cow's out of the barn.
And we'll think, if we don't fly, we'll be safe, or if we don't fly to Los Angeles, we'll be safe. And it's really something much deeper than that.
Sure. Bob, thank you for calling tonight. And Larry is joining us now on the phone. Larry? Oh, I'm sorry. It's Tracy.
Hi.
Hi, Tracy. I'm sorry.
I just have a question. I remember around New Year's and stuff, people were really concerned about terrorists throwing bombs over into the tunnels on the Big Dig and the result that it would have in Boston. Where Boston's on heightened security and everything else right now, what are they doing to prevent that?
Well, it's one of the frightening things, unfortunately, that we are very vulnerable. And I'll get back to an answer I gave a few moments ago, because we're a free society. I mean, if you live in a totalitarian state, you can force everyone to carry around IDs. You can call curfews. But, you know, one of the things we pride, if you want to get up and go for a ride at 3 in the morning because that strikes your fancy, that's your business. How many of our freedoms are going to have to be curtailed is a question mark. And that's one thing that a lot of civil libertarians will be talking about, is that what are we going to do? What is the balance between safety and at the same time our freedoms to do what we want to do, because that's what's made us the great country we are.
That's right, and these terrorist groups prey on that, and they know that, and they want to restrict it. They're very jealous of that in many ways, and they'd like to see those sort of freedoms curtailed. And unfortunately, they can pick a variety of targets. They can try the airlines, and when you tighten up security on the airlines, they can go after the Big Dig. Or when you do that, they can drive a car across from Canada, as they tried over the year 2000 to try to go to the Space Needle or wherever it was, or LA Airport that they were going to bomb. And unfortunately, again, because we are this free, open, very mobile, wealthy society, that makes us a tremendously inviting and relatively easy target.
Larry, you talked about how relationships are really what this is based on. Security is based on relationships. How about the people out there who really don't have anywhere to turn? I mean, there are those individuals out there.
That's absolutely true. And I was just thinking about people who are spending all day watching this news coverage and listening to it on the radio, and it's a really overwhelming experience. And one of the things that helps us cope with that and deal with that is to share it with somebody else, to talk about it with people that we care about. And so if you don't have anybody there with you, pick up the phone and call someone. And if you don't have friends that you can call and you're feeling overwhelmed, there are mental health centers to call. Every community has a local mental health center. There are crisis hotlines to call. And I think people who are manning those phones really understand that this is a time when people are really going to need to reach out to someone.
You know, those of us in the business, I'm certainly not inviting someone to turn their television off, but yet there does come a point where people need to get away from this, do they not?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that the reason that you have the continuous coverage is so that you can always get an update when you turn it on. It's not designed for sitting and watching it and becoming fixated on it. You need a break from it. You need to connect with people. And most people need a break in the sense of just going and getting your mind onto something else for a while.
I'll tell you today, though, all over the city and all over New England, people were just, they couldn't get enough. Let's go to Soraya calling from Framingham. Soraya, what's on your mind?
Hi, good evening, all. I wanted to just say that I'm having a difficult time with all of this, first of all, but I'm feeling very vulnerable right now because if the epicenter of our national defense and military intelligence can get a direct hit from terrorists, how safe can one feel being elsewhere in the United States? And also I wanted to find out if anybody has seen Dick Cheney today. I haven't seen him anywhere at all, and I'm wondering if this is just following procedure and that when something like this happens, it's the president that comes to the forefront.
Well, Dick Cheney has certainly been involved today. That's been mentioned many, many times, but his location has not been disclosed, which is part of security steps that are taken. You'll note that we didn't see Colin Powell today anywhere.
Powell was in South America and flying back, as I understand it. Both Vice President Dick Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, they reported, were in Washington, but wouldn't necessarily say that they were at the White House for a while. I think that they were looking to secure the White House, and the Secret Service was looking to secure the White House and the environs, and then say it was safe for the president to come back. And my understanding is right now the entire national security team is at the White House, most likely in the Situation Room in the basement, working on this issue right now.
And Andrew, in these situations, it is the place of the president to step forward.
That's right. That's exactly right, and that's one of the reasons I think the president, he took some steps. He was in Florida, he went to Louisiana, he went to Nebraska, but I think he wanted to get back to Washington as soon as he could as part of a statement to the American people that I am going to go about the normal business of governing this country. We are not going to let this derail us. I'm going to go back to the White House. I'm going to talk to the American people from here, and we're going to take charge, and we're going to get through this.
An interesting point that was made during the course of the day. This is something that we don't see on a regular basis, but the Secret Service very much involved in maybe dictating a lot of what was going on today. That's why we didn't see Dick Cheney. That's why the president stopped in three different places before getting
The Secret Service has a tremendous protocol on these issues, and they put it all in place, and things start moving when something like this happens. And all of the, it wasn't just the Vice President, the National Security Advisor, and the President. It was all the cabinet members. It was the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, because he is third in line in succession behind the Vice President. They implemented all of these things very quickly, and then once they figured out that it looked like it was relatively safe, they went into the other mode, which is we want to get everybody back in the normal working place as a symbol that we are not being derailed by this.
Let's go and take another call. I'm sorry, I missed the name. Is it Bob? Oh, Kurt.
This is Kurt.
Yes, Kurt, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Hi, I just I have a comment about the, airline security. I guess I've been listening to this all day, and you guys have been talking about, well, not just you, but heightening airport security and metal detectors and things like that. But I don't think that would stop somebody with a knife from hijacking an airplane. I was envisioning something more like on board an airline, path of the airline, and if it goes off of where it's supposed to go to, like, I don't know, by some amount, it automatically says, no, you can't do that, and forces them to go to their destination. Or, if the pilot has an emergency, he needs to request from, a aircraft control tower for permission to actually be able to control the airplane. So he can't just fly it anywhere he wants. He has to fly it because to a certain direction. So,
well, I think that might be pretty tough, Bob. All these ideas are going to come up, but what do you really do if somebody jumps in the cockpit and put a knife to your throat?
Or puts the knife somewhere else. I think I'm still mystified by how all these four planes got taken over at the same time, and how the people got on board. We're going to have to wait a while, to find that out. But, the cockpit doors are locked. The pilots are trained. You could be sure that if these planes were coast-to-coast planes, these were senior pilots flying them who've been through many scenarios, and we've yet to figure out what happened here yet.
Bob, do you think one of these pilots would actually have flown one of these planes into the Trade Center?
Absolutely not. I can't imagine that happening. I think there had to be terrorists or whatever they are, pilots on board, because the pilot, if he did fly it in there, would have obviously known he wasn't going to be killed. And I think most pilots would have aborted, tried to hit the river, tried to do something else. Struggled with these people in the cockpit. There's many scenarios there, but to fly them into the World Trade Center once, never. Twice, impossible.
And there was that the fourth jet that went down near Pittsburgh, and maybe that's what happened. We don't know yet.
Right, correct.
Pilot ditching that plane.
Right. One of the reports had that the transponders were turned off in the airplanes, which would seem to indicate that the terrorists knew something about flying airplanes.
Oh, I think they very definitely knew something about flying airplanes. I think they must have been in the Boston area here for a while planning this. I think it's an extremely complicated issue, and one which, they're going to be looking at perhaps for several days at Logan. I don't know.
Polly from Everett has a comment or a question. Polly?
Yes, good evening. I was wondering if our government knows where Osama bin Laden is right at this moment, and since he is the primary suspect, will he be questioned? And do you think if he is responsible, he'll admit it? I mean, do terrorists normally brag about their actions, or will he hide?
Well, first off, let me say that if they knew where he was, they would be there, would they not?
I think so.
I take him out right now because of his past indiscretions.
Yeah, I mean, the United States has been looking for bin Laden for a couple of years now, particularly hard after the bombing of the 2 embassies in Africa. We know he's in Afghanistan. but that's a very big country, and he is moving about in there and trying to stay out from under our radar there. We have been trying to find him. We have asked the Taliban, which is the ruling government in Afghanistan, controls most of the country right now, to turn him over to us, and they've refused that. We certainly are redoubling our efforts, but he is also most certainly redoubling his efforts to stay hidden.
Apparently he moves on a very regular basis, and at times moves with an entourage of some 100 individuals around him. He moves in an SUV, is my understanding.
Yeah, and we've also heard that he has stopped using his cell phone or satellite phones because he is afraid we can track that, and he started issuing orders on written pieces of paper that get couriered out of the country. If you don't have an individual, a spy, essentially, in his small cell, it's going to be almost impossible.
Let's go to Derek in Leominster.
Yes, how are you? I'd like to direct a question to Andrew.
All right, let's make sure we've got the TV down. Try it again there. We'll get ours set up here.
I'd like to direct a question to Andrew, please.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, sir.
Specifically about the terrorist group, I had heard, and speaking to others today, that bin Laden had made threats recently, about 2 weeks ago. I wonder if you could speak to the extent of the threat, and also if there are any other threats from any other terrorist groups recently.
I believe about 2 weeks ago, the State Department issued a travel warning for going to the Middle East because of the Israeli-Palestinian violence. There were a series of warnings over the summer that were related to bin Laden and suspected activities against Americans or American interests abroad. As I understand it, they did not have, however, any warning on this particular incident or an Osama bin Laden-related incident taking place here in the United States. So they've been following him. They know he has made threats. He's got sort of a blanket threat out on the United States, basically telling his followers that he would like them to attack the United States civilian or military. He makes no distinction.
We have Senator John Kerry on the phone right now, who's been monitoring this. I believe he's in Washington tonight. Are you there, Senator Kerry?
Yes, I am.
You've seen war firsthand, a war hero. You've been in politics. You know about international situations. Give me first your reaction to what happened today.
Well, what happened today has left all of us a little numb and a lot angry. I mean, I think we all feel this huge fury about our nation being attacked the way it has been, our way of life being attacked, our freedom being diminished, and the lives of so many good people being taken like this. It's an act larger in its consequences than Pearl Harbor, but different because it's a stealth enemy, and we don't know to an absolute certainty. All fingers point to Osama bin Laden, and even if it is Osama bin Laden, you have to find him. It's not something you can do tomorrow immediately. But I will say this, we have to resolve that we're going to show a new level of toughness with respect to those countries that harbor terrorists. And if that means the Taliban and Afghanistan are unwilling to turn them over or give them up, then the Taliban and Afghanistan become the enemy too, as of today. And I think that has to become a message of such clarity, and the nation has to be prepared to do what's necessary to back that up.
Senator, here at home, we have concerns at Logan Airport. How do you feel about that? Security, there was obviously breach there.
Well, obviously there was a breach there. I mean, it's obviously upsetting to everybody that two of these flights came out of Boston. We are going to know a lot of people who lost their lives in Boston as a result of that. And many of us thought that the issue of hijacking had been put away because supposedly the combination of security and the procedures on the airplanes had diminished it. Obviously it hasn't. And so we have to go back to the drawing board, and it's going to, it's going to change life for all of us. I mean, I think everybody has to understand that. What happened today is going to, at least for a period of time, until the world comes to its senses and people can be brought to heel to the rule of law and to standards of decency, we are going to have to be prepared to balance our individual daily freedom with the balance of how you prevent these kinds of things and how you guarantee safety.
I'm sort of curious to get the mood on Capitol Hill. Is there bipartisan support now of working together, of backing President Bush? and on what needs to be done, and kind of an adjunct to that. What did you think of his speech tonight?
Well, the president spoke for all of us tonight, Jack, and I think that, yes, of course, there is unanimity about coming together. I mean, there's no Democrat or no Republican in this kind of a situation. We're just Americans. We're Americans with a sense of honor, a sense of duty and responsibility about what that obligation of citizenship carries. And I think a lot of us are outraged, absolutely outraged, that the fanaticism and ideological excess of some of these people and religious excess of some of these people has seen fit to bring this kind of terror to our shores. It's not the first time, but I will tell you it is of such magnitude and of such consequence in what it did to the city of Washington and New York today and to families all across the country, indeed to the life of this nation, that people are going to be determined to stand up to it. And you have to stand up to it. You simply cannot, find a back door or a weasel way out of this kind of threat. It's the kind of confrontation that requires resolution and strength, and we have to be bold, as I said a moment ago on Larry King, not reckless, but bold. And we have to be prepared to take people on, and ultimately, we're going to win this, and we're going to win the right to live the way we believe we ought to, because I think that the world today has recognized the absurdity of what happened. I mean, President Putin was one of the first people to call the president today. Presidents of other countries that you wouldn't normally necessarily hear from, they recognize the threat to all governments, the threat to all kinds of efforts to create a civil order by which we organize our societies. And so those people who resort to this kind of effort have to be defeated, and we all have to be resolved to do what's necessary to do that.
Senator, having said that, do you believe our allies will stand by us regardless of what kind of actions we have to take?
Well, I'll tell you this. They better, or there are a lot of things we do for them that some of us are going to feel very strongly are perhaps not worth doing. And secondly, when the honor of the United States is challenged as it was today, we will do what we need to do to uphold it ourselves, if that's what it takes. If others will mouth the words but not stand with us to do what is correct, I would absolutely urge the President, I'm confident the Congress would stand by him, to do what we need to do to protect the national security interests of our own country.
Senator John Kerry, thank you for taking a few moments.
I'm glad to be with you. Thank you very much.
Very strong words tonight, and a sense of what's going on in Washington. This hits way beyond just politics, way beyond partisanship. This is right to the heart of America, and it has affected every one of us and will affect every one of us. So that's the really frightening thing about this. We don't know how much yet.
Andrew, the senator certainly responding exactly as you said.
Yeah, I think so, which is that the United States is going to take actions. They're going to take them, whatever it is we have to do, and friends and allies around the world are going to be put on notice that you can support us on this. We expect your support. If we don't get your support, we're going to go ahead and do what we need to do anyway.
Let's go to Corrine, calling from South Boston. Corrine, go ahead.
Hi, Jack. In the past hour, I know all flights are grounded, but I have heard planes overhead flying out of Logan. I'm just wondering if that's military-related, or if you can offer any explanation to why I would be hearing engines.
Bob, do you have any idea?
I think that's military. Yeah. I know they had planes up here this afternoon, and I'm sure they're continuing to fly from Otis and other military places, because the airport is closed. It will be closed until at least noon tomorrow. I suggest probably all of tomorrow. So those are military aircraft.
The mayor did say, however, there would be some flights taking off tonight, I believe taking doctors down to New York.
Oh, I hadn't heard that. Oh, okay.
So if you heard something, Corrine, that was probably it. There are limited numbers of planes which were going to take off to go down, but most of them, including all of our reporters, got down to Washington and New York by driving.
And Jack, can you also, for viewers who, like me, don't exactly know where Afghanistan is on the map, whether, I don't know if you have a globe or a map handy, if you could show people, because I think a lot of people are kind of in the dark as to where exactly Afghanistan is.
Yeah, Afghanistan is a fairly remote place in the world. It's mountainous region northwest of India, sandwiched between India and Pakistan, Iran, and what used to be the Soviet Union and is now a collection of Central Asian states.
Famous Kabul Pass was there. That's one of the main trade route that went in the old days between India and China and Europe. I mean, it's been passed by many, many people, including Marco Polo, but it primarily has been a very warlike country and is now it's run by the Taliban, and it's considered the most extreme of all of the religiously led countries probably in the world, and it has not been a very friendly place.
No, it has not. It never has been historically. It has never really been conquered by any outside group.
Including the Russians.
Including the Russians. The Soviet Union invaded there in 1979. Many of the groups, including the Taliban and Osama bin Laden, were part of the groups that helped fight against the Soviets, in part with support from the United States and from Saudi Arabia and other places, to kick the Soviets out of Afghanistan. Once the Soviets left, a lot of these groups basically turned to find something else to do.
And Andrew, you talked about some of the ways that the U.S. would have access to Afghanistan. Talk about that.
Right. Well, if we chose to strike at Afghanistan, either at the Taliban themselves or to go after Osama bin Laden, it's a long reach for us. We could strike like we did after the African embassy bombings with Tomahawk cruise missiles, which could be launched from U.S. carrier groups in the Indian Ocean. We could fly literally all the way around the world with B-2 bombers. We can try, if we want to try to go in and, for instance, and capture Osama bin Laden, if we knew where he was, you could try to get special forces in there, but that's going to be a tremendously difficult mission, fraught with an awful lot of danger and risk for the soldiers involved, assuming, again, that we can even find him. This is a tremendously remote place. It is literally on the other side of the world from us.
We have about 3.5 minutes until we're going to rejoin CBS. We want to get some more of your calls in because obviously it's important that you speak out and tell us what you think. Arthur is on the phone now. Hello, Arthur.
Hello, how's it going? I'm wondering if there's any volunteer rescue efforts or who I can contact in regards to that.
Well, actually, I think that's going to be determined over the next couple of days. The governor spoke about that, saying that any kind of resources that would be needed down in the New York area would certainly be sent down, but she wanted to wait a few days and assess the situation so that our resources would be used to the best of their abilities.
Usually the Red Cross is a good place to start in calling them in terms of, providing assistance, whether it's monetary or, blood donations tomorrow, what have you. That's usually...
Well, actually, they're now asking us to hold off until Thursday because it's overwhelming with people want to give blood. Also wanted to mention, however, that the volunteers that are needed immediately are medical personnel, especially doctors. They're calling for them. They have thousands and thousands of people injured, and some of those injured are going to be brought up here to Boston. To Lenny in Attleboro. Hello, Lenny.
Yes, wondering if anyone knows what the fourth target would have been in Pittsburgh.
I don't know whether they know whether it was in Pittsburgh or whether that plane was going to turn around. It was in the process of turning. Exactly. It could have been heading back. One speculation is to Camp David. It could be actually have been going directly back to the Pentagon to be a second strike in Washington, which seems likely.
So still no discussion really where that would have been.
No, I mean, no one seems to know. And they were speculating on what happened to the plane and why it crashed, whether the pilot succeeded in ditching the plane or what have you.
2 more minutes to go until we're out of time, but let's see if we can get a question in from Helen from Stoughton.
Yeah, my question is that we were eating dinner around 6:20 tonight, and we heard 2 planes fly overhead. Wondered if they were military.
Yeah, we had that question a few moments ago.
And the answer to your question, as far as we can tell here, is either they could be military or the mayor had said that some medical personnel would be flying out of Logan Airport and heading down to New York. So possibly this could be airplanes full of those medical individuals.
All right, we have a caller from New Hampshire. I missed the first name.
Gary?
James, go ahead.
Just a quick question. I heard that for 18 minutes they knew that these planes were not going on the right track, yet they didn't bother to warn New York City or any other places that they could be struck with.
The problem becomes when a plane is airborne, they don't know where the target is. New York, of course, is a very big area. They didn't know they were going to hit in New York City. This all happens fast, and who do you call?
Right,
When you call the police department, do you call National Guard? You know, that's the problem.
The usual mode for hijackers is not to crash into a building. It's to land and demand ransom or someone being released. You know, I think the assumption is that that would be the likely route that a hijacker would take, not to crash it into a building.
Right.
Just a few seconds left. Any final quick comment, Bob? We're all out of time.
Well, I think we're just in the very early stages of this. I think that it just defies logic and any other type of thing that's happened before. It really dwarfs Pearl Harbor, and it's going to bring a whole new outlook here. I think that's what's going to happen.
And change our lives forever. I want to thank you for all of your calls. We've certainly enjoyed hearing from all of you. We're glad that you had that opportunity to speak. We want to go now to CBS Network and Giuliani, Rudy Giuliani, speaking there in New York City.
Of the attack on America.
That's going to be used to move debris out of the way so that the emergency vehicles can get in and out quickly, so that we can get the ambulances in a more expeditious fashion than we've been able to do. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor Rudy Washington, who has spent most of the day coordinating, getting all of that emergency equipment in the right place, ready to move. If you go along Houston Street, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of pieces of equipment that are lined up to move in and to take debris out, and now they've started doing that. And I think that's probably what you observed. You probably observed them starting the...
Are you concerned about the city tonight in light of what all of the things that have happened during the daylight hours today?
Am I concerned from the point of view of the actions and activities of the people of the city? The police department is out in large numbers. You want to explain the force that you have out there? And no, I'm not concerned. But
we're pretty much out in full force this evening. Southern Manhattan, as you know, we're primarily concentrating on the rescue efforts. The rest of the city is basically, some of the entry points are shut down. The tunnels are shut down. As of midnight, there will be no more traffic coming into Southern Manhattan from 14th Street. We're going to shut that down. I think the city's pretty secure, and we're going to continue doing what we're doing in the rescue effort and just hope for the best.
Mr. Mayor, any reports of lawlessness, any reports of any looting or anything?
Absolutely not. There's been no reports of looting or any other problems out of the ordinary. And as I said, the boroughs are working pretty normally, and so far so good.
Mayor, did you see the president's comments tonight, and have you spoken to him against it?
No, I spoke to him earlier today, and I only heard the very end of his comments because I was coming back from the World Trade Center.
He said thousands today.
I don't know the number at this point. That may be very well be the case. At this point,
let's go to him now.
We're still in the effort of trying to recover people. I don't know the numbers yet, but I mean, this is going to be, as I said, the numbers are going to be very, very high.
Mr. Mayor,
just if you think of the number of people that were in the building at the time, we've been spending time with the medical examiner, who, by the way, was injured himself, and so Dr. Hirsch was injured and had to be treated, but he's organized his office, and they are ready to deal with thousands and thousands of.
New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, the primary election to help select a new mayor was called off in New York today, of course. David Martin in Washington, our national security correspondent at the Pentagon, has breaking news. David?
Dan, a local fire department official has just told reporters here that they have searched the building and believe they have gotten all the survivors out of the building now, and they have accounted for 60 people in area hospitals. And this same official said he believes there are somewhere between 100 and 800 bodies now in the Pentagon waiting to be found. Now, that is obviously a very wide estimate, 100 to 800, but those were the numbers he had.
David Martin reporting live from the Pentagon. David, want to want to underscore here that this fire official who's been inside the Pentagon now thinks there's 100 to 800 bodies in there. Of course, that's a wide variance of numbers, but any way you look at it, another catastrophe, sometimes that's an overworked word, but in this instance it is apt, a catastrophe at the Defense Department. Bob Orr, who covers aviation for CBS News, also has breaking news at this hour. Bob?
Well, Dan, we're learning more and more from the radar data from these 4 flights, and I have to tell you, this just adds to the horror. People may have the idea that these planes took off and then fairly quickly impacted the targets. That's not the case. For example, just a short time ago, we learned more about the flight that hit the Pentagon that David Martin was just talking about. This plane apparently was in the air for 1 hour and 18 minutes. If you can imagine the kind of horror that must have been on board for the people on that plane. This plane took off from Dulles. The Pentagon's only 20 miles by air from Dulles, if it's that, but the plane went all the way to the Ohio-Kentucky border, according to radar, and then turned around and made a beeline back to Washington. Just quickly, the 2 that hit the World Trade Center, one flight was in the air about 48 minutes, according to preliminary radar data. The other one about 40 minutes. And then this is the worst of all, the plane that came down in rural Pennsylvania. If the radar data is correct, we think it is, the plane was in the air at least 1 hour and 40 minutes going all the way from Newark all the way up to Cleveland, Ohio, looping around, heading towards Pittsburgh, and then crashing in the field. It's also important to know that that plane may give us the best clues the quickest, because the black boxes on all 4 of these jets, the cockpit voice tapes, could tell authorities what happened in the cockpit, who was behind the attack, and exactly how the takeovers were done. The reason that plane is important in Pennsylvania is because the crash scene, I'm told, is easily accessible, and it's hoped by the authorities that they have that cockpit tape very quickly. Dan?
Bob Orr in Washington with more details of the terror in the sky. Stabbings now confirmed on at least 2 of the hijacked planes and possibly a third, as those aircraft, in one case, in the air for 1 hour and 40 minutes of the passengers and crew being terrorized by, among other things, at knife point. And we know that some, or let me say we believe we know, there's credible information indicating that some flight attendants on at least 2 of the airplanes were stabbed while the hijackings were in progress. The attack struck at the heart of New York's financial district. That was one of the purposes of striking there, to strike at a symbol of American economic power. It was timed at the rush hour for maximum impact and maximum casualties. And the attack succeeded. It all obliterated the World Trade Center, and it spread terror block by block, as Byron Pitts reports.
8:48 a.m., mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low.
Come on, guys, keep moving. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
We hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
What the hell is that? A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes.
Oh, they're joking!
70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew, and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the
town. Nightmares, Armageddon right here. This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished. I tell you what, it's dead bad for America. It really is. By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundred stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured. I made inquiries to get into the search and rescue for survivors, and then, and we can't do that until the building is being safe. Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes. You know, we have some of the major cast of our department missing. New York Port Authority Police Chief William Ball spoke that to you. For him, this was no longer just work. On a personal level, because I know that you don't want to name this as a business, but I'm sure it always has your friends. How you have a business now? So it's personal now. That life here in Lower Manhattan, New York City's mayor announced a few minutes ago that 6 people have died in area hospitals. The New York City Policeman's Union says 87 police officers are missing. The New York City Fire Union says that 200 firefighters were killed. All of them in harm's way with the second tower collapse this morning. At this hour, several buildings are still on fire behind me, about 3 blocks behind me over my shoulder. Rescue workers by the hundreds. Police, firefighters, doctors, paramedics, are all waiting, just ready to go inside the building when the word comes. Dan, a short time ago, we felt a cool breeze here off the Hudson River. It was the first time since 8:48 this morning. Many of us have faced it closely.
It's on the scene as night deepens and the realization of the horror deepens here in New York City. One point for accuracy, Byron Pitts kicking off the facts about missing people, and I believe it was said that 200 firefighters are dead. Best available information is just for precise accuracy, and which we pride ourselves here if possible. Like any fire department union official said, there may be 200 firemen dead. I know of no confirmed reports. In fact, I'm feel confident saying there are no confirmed reports of how many firemen are dead. But certainly some are, partly because they rushed to the scene of the first World Trade Center tower that was hit by a plane this morning, and the second one that incredibly hit, and the collapse of the buildings that followed, creating a version of Apocalypse Now in that portion of Manhattan. Many firemen unfortunately died. The exact number is not known. Joining us now from Washington, D.C., the man who was until recently the U.S. Defense Secretary, former Senator from Maine, former Congressman William Cohen. Mr. Secretary, Senator, thanks for being with us tonight. You've dealt with this problem over the years as a member of the Armed Services Committee and then Secretary of Defense. As the hours wear on, what are the most important things for us as Americans to get in mind?
The most important thing is that this country is going to respond in a way that will certainly send a message to those who have committed this act of monumental and pure evil. Secondly, I think it's also clear that we will take every measure possible to prevent a similar type of event in the future, understanding that we have to come to grips with a reconciliation of 2 conflicting interests in this country. How we can defend and protect our people and how we can defend and protect our civil liberties. And we've got to engage in a very intensive debate and dialogue on how we reconcile those 2 very important ideals and needs for our country. I think President Bush sent the right message tonight. It's one of resolve, determination that the long arm of justice is going to reach out and touch those individuals and those groups who support the individuals involved, and most importantly, the countries that give safe harbor for the terrorists who are committing these acts. So I think that the American people are going to certainly coalesce around the President and his national security team and entire Congress that you will see, in my judgment, a consolidation of American opinion will be unified. They will, I hope, really be stirred and shaken from any sense of lethargy that we may have been experiencing in recent years about our security interests, and to be shaken from our apathy, to become deeply involved in supporting the men and women who support us in the front lines. That's not only the military men and women, but they are very important. Also, as you saw on that screen, the firemen, the policemen, the paramedics, the medical professionals, we're all in this together. And that's the one message that's going to come out of all of this, that we are going to be united in a way that perhaps we haven't seen since World War II.
Mr. Secretary, you were part of the decision-making process when President Clinton made the decision to retaliate for the bombing of our embassies in East Africa with some cruise missiles, Sudan and Afghanistan. In retrospect, this has already been talked about. A mistake? Put that in context for us.
Not a mistake. It was a very strong message that we were seeking to send, that if you are going to train and prepare to carry out acts of terrorism against the United States, here or there, then the United States is going to take whatever measures we need to prevent that from occurring in the future. This was an act of prevention. We knew from intelligence sources that they were planning more acts of terrorism. We knew from intelligence sources that they were trying to get their hands on a weapon of mass destruction. And we took action accordingly. I believe that we will see very strong action coming from this president, this administration, supported not only by the people of this country, but I believe by nations the world over, who also see that terrorism is not confined by any geographical boundaries, but to reach out and destroy the lives and the lifestyle of many people all across this globe. So this is a universal threat, and we need to have the support of our allies and our friends to make them understand that when we take action, it needs to be concerted, it needs to be concentrated, and it needs to be consistent in their support.
Former U.S. Secretary of Defense and Senator Bill Cohen, thank you. President Bush has declared New York City a federal disaster area that will trigger a flow of federal aid to people and businesses. Just for example, Morgan Stanley had some 2,500 people in the South Tower, 25 floors of offices in the World Trade Center complex. Not saying Morgan Stanley per se is going to get into this federal help, but it's an indication of why the president has declared New York City a federal disaster area. I say nothing of the loss of life and the wounded. The exact totals on those killed and wounded, we frankly have no idea. And New York Giuliani has been straightforward throughout the day and evening saying we simply don't know. It may be a long time before we know. David Martin reported a short while ago that a firefighting authority who'd been in the Pentagon for most of the day, the Pentagon struck by all those hijacked airliners, said that he believed that there were 100 to 800 bodies in the Pentagon that have yet to be recovered. That was his opinion. Chaos reigned throughout New York City for at least part of this morning. People got steady and calmed after the initial shock of what was happening. As Claire Roberts reports, no one who lives or works in this city was untouched by it. It started with a plane crash. So what we have here, a plane crashed into the World Trade Center. Literally, out of the blue. Thursday, 8 a.m. on the wing this morning. I mean, what is that? Is it a movie here or something? And I was like, damn. Brothers Jeff and Scott Sarge, we're there. 1-0 with your video clip. See, after the first strike, you're not thinking terrorist attack. I'm thinking this is a really huge accident that I should be seeing this. So we just decided to go even closer. The brothers continued shooting. This for you too. As people trapped in the building began falling through the windows. It was as if someone had just stepped backwards and had fallen through the window. This is other dead building, but the terrorists were done. 20 minutes later, another plane, another tower, another devastating attack. Boom. A loud explosion. Boom. Look at the sky. That's what came from. The birds came from the back. And you thought it was just insane sky. And that was just the beginning. On the ground, chaos. As one of the
Twin Towers crumbles. Firefighters and rescue workers attack the other tower, still standing, still burning. Who knows how many shot these out? It's not one of these shots, make sure you got flashlights. Then that tower collapses too. We've had some time to get some of the people out. But there's like several explosions and then stuff's been collapsed. I don't know how many people in there. I know there's a lot of firefighters out there. You call and you tell her, let me hear your voice. Just let me hear your voice. Just like you need to hear my voice, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you. Bye. That's all right. I love you. All day long, more fallout. A reported bomb threat. A dangerous gasket. They want that building evacuated. Then, a nearby building collapses from the day's damage. You are watching Building 7 at the World Trade Center collapse. Amid the destruction and devastation, though, one remarkable thing did happen. Today's tragedy brought out the best in a city not always known for its kindness and humanity. 3 hours after the attack, area residents have put out an open call for volunteers to search the rubble for any signs of possible survivors. You're here to volunteer? You're a laborer, you're a plumber, you're an electrician, whatever they are, just stay with you guys. Fire across. If they're medical, they go across the street. We are a first aid team. Yeah, unfortunately, we are. Whatever we can do to help out. I know there's not enough people in the city of New York to do it. I mean, it's a mess over there. These volunteers say there was just one thing they want, something uniquely New York. Street justice. Tough and immediate. I hope they're sending planes over there right now. It's their business.
The world was caught unprepared for what happened today, especially in New York City and especially among those coordinating rescue efforts. 60 Minutes Leslie Stoll has that story. Leslie?
And ever since the Cold War, the federal government has had an elaborate plan to keep the government running if the Soviets ever attacked Washington. Over a year ago, I spoke with then President Clinton's counterterrorism czar, Dick Clark, who has the same job today under President Bush. He told us that when the Cold War ended, they decided to hold on to that plan to keep the government running.
We thought that individual buildings in Washington, and indeed perhaps all of Washington, would still come under attack. Only it might not be from the former Soviet Union, it might not be with a missile flying over the poles, it might be with a terrorist walking a weapon into our city. And the city could still be attacked and put out of action. And therefore we have developed a new program so that the federal government's emergency capabilities will continue to operate even if Washington doesn't.
So tell us what kind of operation you have up and running, or at least ready to be operational.
As soon as Washington goes down, the Pentagon, the Justice Department, the FBI, the Coast Guard, all of the key agencies of the U.S. government devolve power to other centers, some secret locations, some urban centers elsewhere, but we have a plan, we have trained people, we exercise it regularly, that if Washington isn't around, the U.S. government continues.
So is there a shadow Treasury Department somewhere right now?
For every one of our major departments, there's a shadow department somewhere like that.
Is the shadow Oval Office?
There are facilities where the president could operate, where a future president could operate, and for each of our key departments. Again,
is it like a bunker, or is it can you give us any information?
It's an elaborate system, and it involves both old-fashioned bunkers and new-fashioned methods. Let's just say that. It's survivable. That's the key point.
Well, it seems that parts of this plan was activated, or at least contemplated today, when President Bush was flown from Louisiana to Nebraska, but then deactivated when it was determined not only that it was safe for him to return to Washington, but that it was important had it not look as though our government was crippled and on the run. And there has also been an elaborate plan here in New York City to react to something like what happened today, a terrorist attack with mass casualties. As we came upon elements of that as we drove around the city. This is the scene we came upon 20 blocks north of the Trade Center. Row upon row of ambulances from all around New York and its suburbs. The ambulances were lined up in front of a huge commercial complex that was being transformed into an emergency triage center.
This is a coordinated plan in conjunction with the fire department and New York City EMS. The plan calls for that when we have volunteers, at this time we have over 300 attending surgeons, 300 residents, nurses, paramedics, physician assistants, and respected for all inside to a company team.
How many patients would you be able to operate on?
We have, I think, 50 operating suites and enough to handle about 400 patients that we set up at this time.
More and more medical personnel arrived throughout the day. They waited and waited for the wounded. It's now more than 6 hours since the first plane hit the World Trade Center. The doctors, nurses, medical supplies are still coming into this triage center, but they're still organizing. And as far as we can tell, they have not yet brought a single patient in from ground zero. In other words, from anybody who may have been in the World Trade Center itself. We're still seeing the ambulances lining up, more patients. They're still clearing the area down there. As emergency medical personnel had to change their plans on the fly, so did the big Wall Street investment firms. Driving around, we came upon a knot of people on 11th Street trying desperately to get their cell phones to work. And who were they? Global Center, Merrill Lynch. Right in the moment. Black door right there. Yeah. This is Paul Critchlow's house in Greenwich Village. He's Merrill Lynch's Director of Communications. When the first plane hit the World Trade Center, his company's emergency evacuation plan kicked in.
We heard an explosion, and we thought it was most of us thought it was a supersonic boom or something. And then we started getting reports from security people and obviously on TV and radio. And then we heard a second explosion. And I'd say right around 9 o'clock, we ordered evacuation of both of our buildings, which are adjacent to the World Trade Center, to the World Trade Center. So about 9,000 people. Right.
9,000 people.
9,000 people, right.
So how did you get up there?
We walked. Well, everybody evacuated either to the north or to the south.
It's like a biblical exodus.
It really is. And so basically now you have these people are all senior executives and communications personnel. And this is where we're regrouping to try to figure out how we mobilize to keep our operations trading and all that sort of thing, and find out what's the status with regard to all of our employees.
Government agencies, medical staff, and companies all had plans. But most New Yorkers simply didn't know what to do. And so, just a couple of blocks from that new Merrill Lynch headquarters, just a couple of blocks, we came upon St. Vincent's Hospital, and all these people that you see behind me are all lined up in different lines to donate blood. They're lined up by their blood type. There must be between 5,000 and 10,000 people here. You're sitting there wondering what you can do and how you can help, and you can't go down there, and you feel helpless, and you want to contribute. And
there's most of people who want to donate blood, and people who are giving out free food, there are people doing water, and I mean, small comfort. But at the same time, it's like the worst impact of that on people, and that's what we are creating.
As I walked around today, there were a lot of people in the streets, and what struck me was how quiet it was. This is a city of really loud people, but not today. Taxi drivers weren't even blowing their horns. And you might have expected to find anger, but what we encountered was shock and sadness and then profound silence.
That's how it extends tonight. I want to show you a live picture. This is looking south from Manhattan Island. South toward Our Lady of Liberty, the Statue Statue of Liberty. On the right-hand side of your screen, the Empire State Building in Midtown Manhattan and beyond. The smoke and yes, still the flames. And we happen to be at the World Trade Center. And this just in from New York City. Marcia Plymouth, and the newspaper woman now working at WSBK TV in New York, says that sources have told her that 2 people have been arrested with explosives under the George Washington Bridge. The George Washington Bridge, for those of you unfamiliar with the city, connects the airport up in New Jersey with Manhattan. So 2 people arrested on the GW Bridge under truck with explosives, as this report. Now, whether it was connected with the events of the day, we do not know. The mainstream report. President Bush said tonight, our nation today saw evil. And referring to scenes just such as this is the live shot from Manhattan tonight. The president says, these acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. Unquote, President Bush tonight. You're watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
Hijacked planes slammed into the World Trade Center. And the Twin Towers crumbled. In Washington, a plane dives into the Pentagon.
We are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to.
And near Pittsburgh.
This is reported seeing the large passenger plane take a nosedive.
Still another plane crashes.
Some 44 people on board, all believed dead.
The country is outraged. The world is stunned.
Make no mistake, the United States hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Who is behind it? What happens next? The deadliest attack ever to strike America. As terror hits home.
Terror hits home. In the history of our country, we had to remember the Alamo, and remember the Maine during the Spanish-American War, and remember Pearl Harbor, and now remember the Twin Towers. We're back now live at CBS News World Headquarters in New York. CBS's special coverage of the attack on America rolls on. The headlines at this hour. In a White House address tonight to the American people, President Bush said, quote, thousands of lives were suddenly ended, unquote, in today's terror attacks on targets in New York, in and around the nation's capital, and in southwestern Pennsylvania. President Bush said the United States will not distinguish between the terrorists behind the acts, and those who committed the acts, and those who harbor them. Here in New York City, well into the night, the desperate search for victims continues. At the site where 2 hijacked commercial U.S. jetliners were used to ram the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Both towers, where generally speaking about 50,000 people work, collapsed. A third building in the tower complex collapsed later in the day, a 47-story building, World Trade Center Building 7. President Bush says the death toll is in the thousands. A third hijacked jetliner was sent slamming into the Pentagon. A fire department source at the Pentagon is now quoted by CBS's David Martin as saying 100 to 800 bodies may still be trapped inside the complex there. I'm just where the word may. A 4th hijacked plane, possibly being diverted to the Washington area, crashed about 80 miles from Pittsburgh in southwestern Pennsylvania. At least 285 people were killed on the hijacked planes alone. And a picture has been created from 911 cell phone calls and others of stewardesses being attacked, flight attendants being attacked on these aircraft with knives, and at least 2 of the planes, and possibly a third, as believed to have happened. Passengers were terrorized in some of the flights for a long while before the planes crashed. The Federal Aviation Authority has ordered an unprecedented shutdown of air traffic nationwide that will last at least through noon tomorrow. The U.S. military is on alert. The financial markets will be closed tomorrow. They will be closed until further notice, but we're told they will be closed tomorrow. CBS News national correspondent David Martin is covering developments at the Defense Department at the Pentagon tonight. David?
And a little more on that estimate between 100 and 800 bodies still trapped inside the Pentagon. The high number, 800, is based on the fact that 850 people are believed to work in that area of the Pentagon, and they've gotten 60 survivors accounted for in area hospitals, so that's where you get the high number of 800. The low number comes from the fact that 67 people were on board the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and that's where the estimate of 100 bodies still trapped in there originates. That's an awfully wide margin of error, but that's the best information they have right now.
David, the Pentagon is trying to get back to as close to normal as it can. How realistic is it that the Pentagon will be able to operate with anything approaching efficiency tomorrow?
Well, I think you can operate the United States military. The command centers never went down, and of course, there are command centers at all the regional commands as well. So the ships will steam, the planes will fly. That's not the problem, but a lot of routine business of managing this huge enterprise called the defense of the United States will not get done simply because so much of that building is going to take months, if not years, to repair.
David Martin live outside the Pentagon, where a fire department official says 100 to 800 bodies may yet be in the Pentagon. Now, WCBS TV News in New York is reporting 2 people arrested by the FBI in a truck with explosives under the George Washington Bridge. The W Bridge spans the Hudson River, connecting New York City and New Jersey. And whether this arrest by the FBI is connected with other events in the day, one can only question. More than 1,000 victims of the World Trade Center attack were taken to New York City hospitals, stretching resources to the limit, and that includes up to this hour. CBS News medical correspondent Elizabeth Caliban is at New York University Medical Center for us tonight. Elizabeth?
Well, Dan, ambulances and police emergency vehicles continue to stream by here as they have been doing all day, but it really could be days before we know the exact number of injured and dead, and that means more grueling days of work for area hospitals, doctors, and nurses. And nearly all the hospitals in the region were instantaneously transformed into trauma centers, with every bit of space being used for patient care. And as hard as it is to imagine that this could ever happen, hospitals here say they were prepared for it. By evening, the numbers of injured were stacking up at New York City hospitals, 140 at Bellevue, more than 300 at St. Vincent's. The most serious cases carried by dust-covered ambulances to whatever emergency centers could take them.
We had people with severe burns covering most of their bodies and their faces. We had a variety of people that came in cardiac arrest.
Bellevue, one of the city's biggest trauma centers, treated injured when the World Trade Towers were bombed back in 1993. Today, it was deja vu. Patients here were treated for burns and smoke inhalation, head injuries, and broken bones.
They actually amputated one guy with his legs amputated. He said that the amount of pain and the extent of the injuries you can't really predict.
It was also deja vu for Marlene Cruz, who was at work the day the World Trade Towers were bombed, and now this. He was in an elevator that plummeted when the plane hit the building.
I was screaming because I didn't know what the hell was going on. I had all the debris, concrete, everything fall on top, so I wasn't sure.
Doctors speculate they are just beginning to see the extent of death and injury. There will be much more to come in the days ahead. Even emergency medical people trained for this type of thing can't believe it's happening.
It's an unbelievable thing. You keep thinking that you're about to wake up and it was all just a nightmare, and it really isn't real. It's so that it could happen.
The call for blood brought out hundreds of donors, too many for the hospital to accommodate. Those turned away are being asked to come back again in the coming days. In addition to the physical injuries, of course, another major concern is the psychological wounds. The people who survived all this, the people who witnessed the unforgettable sight of bodies hurling out of those World Trade Tower windows, they will also be included in the numbers of victims and are likely to require medical intervention and possibly for years to come. Dan?
Hospitality at New York University Hospital, St. Vincent's Hospital, which is right on the edge of the disaster area, along with NYU Hospital and so many other New York City hospitals being doing work all during the day and now well into the night. Even U.S. cities that were not targeted specifically by the terrorists felt the aftershocks of today's attacks as airports closed and life ground to a halt or something nearing that in many sections of many cities. Bill Whitaker has that story from Los Angeles.
And it's the nature of terrorism that victims don't know where or when the next will occur. So even here, 3,000 miles away, the terror and the horror struck deep. The Crystal Cathedral in Orange County opened its doors to all faiths to come together for comfort and support. While some turned to prayer, others turned to force. FBI agents with fingers at the ready ringed the main federal building in Los Angeles. For some, the shock is turning to anger. Muslim groups in Los Angeles say they're receiving death threats and pleaded with their countrymen not to blame all for what a few may have done.
The pain of this country is in fact our pain.
The Los Angeles city attorney called for unity and calm.
As residents of the most diverse city in the world, we must also be careful not to allow these terrorists to turn us against each other and target or blame certain ethnic groups.
But with all the hijacked planes originally headed for California, the state is feeling vulnerable. Fearing the nation's second-largest city might also be a target, workers fled downtown high-rises, leaving the heart of Los Angeles a ghost town. City government, law enforcement, indeed the entire city was on high alert.
We believe that whatever could have happened in New York could very likely happen here.
The entire West was on alert. Trans-America Pyramid in San Francisco, even Seattle's Space Needle closed down, leaving tourists stunned.
Pearl Harbor magnified 10 times.
There's heightened alert on the Golden Gate and Bay Bridges, San Francisco's main links. Even Disneyland, the self-proclaimed happiest place on earth, joined other California amusement parks and closed down in fear.
Obviously, what they want is to shut down the country, and that's exactly what they've done.
It's scary to think that something like this could happen in the United States. We feel safe here, and now we don't feel safe.
The West's water and energy suppliers are taking no chances either. On Hoover Dam, boats and bomb-sniffing dogs are on patrol. Armed guards stand outside the San Onofre nuclear plant near San Diego. The Navy threw up barricades at its 32nd Street station, also in San Diego. Up the road, Marine Camp Pendleton went on Threat Condition B, the highest level of alert, meaning an attack is expected or imminent.
Right now, they are checking every car that's on base.
People wanting, even needing to do something, lined up in San Diego and in Los Angeles to give blood. But with special edition headlines screaming terror, many other people are feeling helpless.
We are held hostage in belief we're not excited we did it, and we don't know what measures should we take to do that and to prevent it. I don't think we're going to be safe for a while.
Even despite the best efforts of the best of us, Jim Laval is the brother-in-law of John Oganowski, pilot of American Flight 11, the first plane to slam into the World Trade Center. He says he's sure his brother-in-law pilot resisted any hijackers with all his strength.
I cannot even begin to fathom John Oganowski doing that. I mean, you know, he would walk through a fire with a suit made of gasoline for his passengers before he would do something like that.
Tonight there are prayer services throughout the West, Americans coming together to pray for the victims and their country. Dan?
Bill Whitaker live from Los Angeles. Now, the Associated Press, along with some other news organizations, reported that the New York City Police Commissioner had confirmed that there were people known to be alive inside the World Trade Center. Now, for clarification and accuracy, the police commissioner has said that there are people alive in nearby buildings downtown, nearby to the actual collapsed buildings area, but the police commissioner did not say he knew of people alive in the Trade Center itself. Mayor Giuliani has said earlier that he believed that there were people alive in the debris, and based on past acts such as the Oklahoma City bombing, the possibility remains alive that there are alive people in some of the debris, but just wanted to clear that up. CBS News correspondent Harold Dow has been covering this story from the beginning. It's far from over, the search for survivors, the digging for wounded, and for that matter, bodies. Harold Dow is on scene as night rolls ever deeper in the lower Manhattan.
Lower Manhattan this afternoon became a deserted war zone. Inches of thick, choking dust, burned out cars, and mountains of rubble have replaced the bustle of the business world. Everyone has been turned away. The journalists, the curious, even the residents who live here will find themselves homeless tonight. Only rescue workers are allowed beyond the barriers in their desperate search for victims. It is a truly overwhelming scene. Hundreds of exhausted firefighters and rescue workers climbing over mounds of concrete and tangled metal. A scene that certainly seems more familiar to Americans on a movie screen than in real life. As we reported earlier, about 200 firefighters are feared dead and about 87 police officers are reported missing. By tomorrow morning, as many as 3,000 National Guard troops are expected in New York City. So far, 750 Guard troops have reported to various posts in Manhattan. Governor Pataki has also ordered the Guard to bring in heavy equipment such as water tankers, cranes, wreckers, loaders, and dump trucks. And as Dan, night has fallen on Lower Manhattan, and as you look into the direction of the World Trade Center, it's still just hard to believe that those two giant towers have been brought down.
Harold Dow, live in Lower Manhattan. We have with us at our CBS News World Headquarters news desk and anchor desk in New York, Gary Sick, currently director of the Middle East Institute at the world-famous Columbia University here in New York, former National Security Council member under Presidents Ford, Reagan, and Carter. Thanks for being with us, Mr. Sick.
Pleasure.
What type of planning went into this attack?
I think this is really a key issue because if you simply stop and think about the magnitude of this operation, they were able to penetrate security in two major airports, get people on board, provide their own pilots, because they obviously had their own pilots to do.
Suicide pilots.
Suicide pilots, but pilots who were qualified to fly a major airplane. And I personally watched the second plane go into the trade towers, and there was no flinching and no swerving. He flew right straight into it, and it was clear that no American pilot, no commercial pilot would ever have done that. And you stop and think about the amount of time, back it up, how much time would have been required, and the money and the organization. Let's put it this way. What if you're the president in the Cold War days and you tell the CIA that you'd like to create a little operation in Russia, which would basically hijack 4 airplanes and within a period of an hour crash them into major sites in the Soviet Union, and you had to organize that. It would have stretched our capabilities absolutely to the limit, and yet that's what happened here today.
Reporters are always trained to follow the dollar, look for the money. Who finances an operation like this? Took a lot of money.
It took money and it took professionalism. I personally think that this had to have had a professional organization behind it. If you look at the kind of operations that Osama bin Laden and others have conducted in the past, the most sophisticated stuff they've been able to manage is a car bomb. And car bombs are dangerous and they're deadly, but they aren't like what we saw today. And this business of organizing, they had to recruit in the United States. They had to have Americans. They had to have some way of passing through the security in this country. That meant money, but it meant tremendous organization. And the fact that all of this, if you stop and think about it, it's amazing, went unreported, unnoticed by any of our systems, which were watching all of these specific organizations, raises the question, were we looking in the right place?
Well, let's pursue that question. Whom do you think may be responsible for this?
You know, I really don't want to speculate because I think it's, at this stage it's a pure guess. Everybody is speculating about Osama bin Laden. Maybe so. But if so, he has moved his operations to a level that this is the largest and most successful terrorist operation in history. And he was simply not up to that. He had a bomb in a boat, and he had some car bombs outside embassies.
But this is far beyond
this
that.
This is something of an, and it's in this country.
Well, let me
ask
talking
about East Africa.
I know you don't want to speculate, and neither do I, but it's inevitable that these questions flow on. That if it was or was not Osama bin Laden, you've said it was well financed, it was exceptionally well planned, a very sophisticated and large operation. If the president asked you, what are the chances, Gary said, that Saddam Hussein or one of the radical mullah groups in Iran were responsible, would you rule it out?
Saddam Hussein today said that this was the operation of the century. And there was great celebrations in Baghdad, not in Iran. But, you know, if you had to look for a culprit in terms of organization, structure, money, professionalism, all of the things that go with it, that's one place that you would certainly have to look. And I think that our intelligence services are going to have to do a really careful step back from where they've been looking and start looking under some different rocks, because I think there's some things going on that we haven't really observed.
We have only a few seconds left here, but we spend billions of dollars on intelligence. Does this or any other president have the will to zero base our whole intelligence operations?
No, but intelligence works when you're looking in the right place, and I've seen it. The Israelis in 1973 and elsewhere had the information, but they didn't know what to do with it. They were looking in the wrong way, and they thought they knew what was going on, and they interpreted it wrongly. I think that we need to step back from it and take a hard look at our interpretation of the information that we probably already got.
Gary Sick, thank you very much.
Indeed.
Around the country today, schools closed, churches opened, and the daily routine of life was suddenly changed. Bob McNamara has more now on the attack on America and how it was felt throughout America.
Half a continent away, flags in Dallas were lowered to half-staff as fears climbed.
I'm scared to death about what's going on, and it's just crazy. Everything's crazy.
No matter where you were, no place seems safe.
I feel like a sitting duck, and I just can't wait to get home.
The doomsday images that filled the day's television screens had Americans on edge. Iowa's state capitol was evacuated. Shopping mall parking lots were vacant. And airports coast to coast were eerily empty as flights were canceled and jetliners parked.
Yes, I'd like to make reservations.
But most stranded travelers kept calm.
I'd rather them shut down everything and inconvenience everybody than to have another tragedy happen.
In Dallas and other cities, a flood of donors answered emergency calls for blood.
Unfortunately, it takes a disaster like this to really show America does care about one another.
The crisis seemed to touch everybody.
First thing I did, I got up and I came in my pajamas, actually, and I just, as fast as I could, try to donate blood.
But the scene here recalled another terror attack.
The only thing I can really compare it to would be the Oklahoma City bombing. The response to that was tremendous as well.
Until today, the Oklahoma City bombing had been the worst act of terror on American soil. And the nightmare of those 6-year-old images brought many to the Oklahoma City National Memorial.
We wanted to stop by and just get a feeling again for what people are feeling in New York, and obviously you get a hard feeling in your stomach when you come to a place like this.
Churches in hundreds of cities and towns held prayer vigils as they do during this nation's darkest hours. But any gathering today was a source of comfort for many.
We'll overcome what's happened. It may take a little time, but we'll do it.
Tonight, though far from the day's chaos, many Americans are feeling vulnerable and trying to stay hopeful in a world full of hurt. Bob McNamara, CBS News, Dallas.
A world full of hurt. And the exact death tolls in New York and in Washington remain open to question tonight. Nobody really knows the number of people killed and or injured. We do believe we know that 285 people, at least 285 people aboard the 4 hijacked planes that were crashed died, so we know that death toll figure is pretty solid. If you were listening closely, you probably did note, if you weren't with us at the time when Gary Sick spoke a few moments ago, one of this country's ranking experts on national security affairs, and he said, this is almost a direct quote, that it may or may not turn out to be Osama bin Laden was at the head of this operation, but, said Gary Sick, it does not fit his profile. And Gary Sick's counsel was to look at other places for perhaps allies who could have been involved in this, or some kind of state-sponsored terrorism. Gary Sick. Now, this attack on America was an attack first and foremost on powerful symbols of our beloved United States. Richard Schlesinger has more on what these symbols represent and why they were targets.
It didn't take long for the images of this sneak attack on the United States to remind people of another one, December 7th, 1941.
A date which will live in infamy.
Pearl Harbor is one of the first things that comes to mind.
Evan Cornog is a Columbia University historian and journalist.
After Pearl Harbor, there was the Japanese fleet to go after. One knew where to find the enemy. Here, it's a much more complicated issue.
Pearl Harbor was an attack on the U.S. Navy, a symbol of American power at the time. Today's attacks on the Pentagon and the World Trade Center struck at modern symbols of American power and prestige.
Those towers are saying, look at us, we're important. And somebody has come along and said, you're not as important as you think.
The pictures of the destruction are destined to become images for the ages.
The image of that airplane crashing into the side of the building, the image of the collapsing towers, those are going to be things that just stay riveted in our memories. Like the flag at Iwo Jima. You see those pictures and a whole era and a whole set of issues is called to mind. And I think we haven't yet seen, don't know yet what all the defining images of this event are going to be. But they're going to be there in our memories as long as we live.
The symbolism of this attack was impossible to ignore overseas.
The feeling is that throughout the world, the Americans are not as powerful as they were thought to be. Therefore, these terrorists were really going to achieve a symbolic victory.
But officials here in New York and in Washington know the difference between a symbolic victory and a real victory. When the World Trade Center was brought to the ground, the country was brought to its knees. But terrorism experts say just for a while. For years, authorities have practiced for attacks like today's, many times under the direction of Jerome Hauer, who was an emergency management official in New York.
You have to plan for the worst. That's just, particularly in a city like in New York, in Washington, D.C., the real thing is never like a drill. The enormity of the situation today is just is just incredible.
Did the bad guys win today? They got that image. They got
well. They certainly struck a blow today. There's no question about it. But we are a very resilient nation, and we are very resilient people.
And we're a very different people than we were just before 9 o'clock this morning when this all began. Back. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, New York.
And now to Washington and CBS News Chief White House correspondent John Roberts. John?
Well, Dan, we have some late-breaking information. After his address from the Oval Office, the president went immediately into a briefing with his national security team, Condoleezza Rice. I believe that Colin Powell, upon his return from South America, a senior administration official telling CBS News tonight that there is good information that Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda group was behind today's terror attacks, Dan. Now, to give you some kind of an idea of just how seriously they were taking security, moving the president around. Some video that came into us late today, taken from inside Air Force One by cameraman George Christian, who was on the plane with the president. You can see outside the wing of the aircraft, Air Force One being shadowed by two fighters. There's an F-16 off of one wing and I believe an F-15 off of the other wing. So, Dan, this was on the way back from Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska as the president was coming back to Andrews. They were definitely taking this seriously, but apparently the president comfortable enough that he's back in the White House tonight. Dan?
John Roberts live at the White House. And so from out of the skies, tragedy has rained down on a nation. It was swift, deliberate, terrifying. In a matter of moments, in one city, a towering American icon was destroyed. And in another, the greatest symbol of our national might was set ablaze. What once seemed unthinkable has happened. On a bright summer morning, under a clear and cloudless sky, terror struck. The toll has been devastating. It may be days or even weeks before the final accounting is done in terms of dead and wounded. To grasp the enormity of it is almost too much for the heart to bear. This night, we can only look back in sorrow at a world that has suddenly, perhaps irrevocably, been changed. And tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, and in days and years to come, we will look at the calendar and remember September 11th, 2001. It is a date that will be etched in history, engraved in stone, and in our memories. The day of the attack on America. We leave you tonight with these images, flashpoints from a day that cannot be forgotten. For the latest on this still unfolding story, stay tuned to this CBS station. There'll be complete coverage on the early show and on the CBS Evening News, and we will have continuing CBS News coverage on some of these stations. On some other stations, we will not see until sometime tomorrow morning. I'm Dan Rather in New York.
There are no words to describe the horror. Tonight, America is in shock over the worst act of terrorism in our nation's history.
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me.
The scope of this tragedy is impossible to comprehend. The death toll will be staggering.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America.
Good evening, I'm Joe Shortsleeve.
And I'm Sarah Underwood. It's a day no American will forget, a day that could change the world forever.
Much of New York City is paralyzed tonight. The devastation is unimaginable after two hijacked passenger jets crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Both took off from Boston's Logan Airport. In Washington, another hijacked airliner crashed into the Pentagon. The death toll, we're told tonight, may be thousands. We begin our live team coverage with Drew Levinson outside of New York City. Drew?
We are here in Jersey City, New Jersey, across the Hudson River from Lower Manhattan. Behind me, smoke continues to rise from the rubble of what used to be the World Trade Center. This is part of the worst act of terrorism ever on U.S. soil. The horror unimaginable.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low.
The pictures unbelievable.
Oh, my God!
And in just a matter of minutes, a giant symbol of American financial power came crumbling down. Two hijacked airliners loaded with scores of passengers slammed into New York's World Trade Center. The twin 110-story towers set ablaze. The well-coordinated terrorist attack began before 9 o'clock in the morning. The first plane striking the northern tower. Just 15 minutes later, another giant aircraft loaded with fuel slammed into the southern building.
Another one, another plane just hit. Right, oh my God, another plane has just hit.
With New York in shock, the towers then came tumbling down. First, Tower 1.
Top floors collapsed down.
Then, Tower 2. But the devastation didn't end there. Shortly after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Building 7, home to many Wall Street firms, crashed to the ground. Officials say it will take days to count the number of dead and injured. But with 50,000 workers in the Trade Center alone, New York's mayor says the numbers may be too much to bear. A third plane bound for San Francisco from Newark crashed about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. 45 people died in that accident. And also a fourth plane went down at the Pentagon in Washington. That's where my colleague Aline Sergani is. Aline?
Drew, American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles slammed into the Pentagon at 9:38 this morning. At this hour, the Pentagon is still on fire. Dozens of emergency search and rescue teams, some from all over the country, are on the site at this hour, but they still can't get to ground zero. 40 minutes after the World Trade Center attacks, the Pentagon met a similar fate. A hijacked American Airlines plane bound for Los Angeles slammed into the Pentagon, causing one wing of the building to collapse. President Bush says he'll use the full resources of the United States to track down those responsible.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
It happened mid-morning Witnesses say it looked like a huge orange fireball hit the building.
I couldn't believe that I saw an American Airlines jet just gliding right in to the side of the Pentagon. A huge black billow of smoke came up.
Washington is now under the highest level of security, but officials say even that isn't enough to make any guarantees.
A terrorist can attack at any time, at any place, using any technique. It is physically impossible to defend at every time, in every place, against every technique.
Partly for that reason, much of Washington was shut down, from federal buildings to offices to schools.
God bless America.
The Capitol building was also closed, but members of Congress, hundreds strong, returned to Capitol Hill tonight to say life in Washington will go on.
These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed.
And coming out live now, as you can see, the Pentagon is still on fire. Firefighters say they will spend the whole evening trying to put out the flames you see behind me. They say the building itself is not stable enough to go inside to search for victims. But the Arlington County Fire Chief says his fear is that the death toll could reach as high as 800. In Washington, Aline Sergani, back to you.
All right, Aline, thank you. Again, 4 flights were involved in today's attack. The 2 that crashed into the World Trade Center originated in Boston. American Airlines Flight 11, with 92 people on board, was en route to Los Angeles, as was United Airlines Flight 175, carrying 65 people.
And as you can imagine, Logan Airport remains closed tonight. It has been closed all day. It is also an active crime scene.
WBZ's Kathy Curran has been at the airport all night. She joins us now live from East Boston. Kathy?
Joe, Massport's director of aviation says one reason Logan was targeted is because of its location. We're on the eastern seaboard and close to New York, and people here have trained extensively for disaster, but today was far beyond anyone's worst imagination.
All of my friends know I'm on a flight to Los Angeles today. So everybody I know is probably wondering if I'm dead right now.
We heard about this as we were heading here.
I don't really know, sir. I have no idea.
It's chaotic. It's very chaotic.
There is chaos and worry.
It's really scary. It's wild. I have no idea what's going on.
As the reality of the horror sets in, the horror that began here when American Flight 11 took off from Terminal B. Craig McFarland was supposed to be on that flight that met its fate at the World Trade Center.
I don't know what to do. I want to just go see.
Why we were chosen was because of our proximity to the New York area and the fact that we have wide-body aircraft leaving our airports fully loaded with fuel that participated in this tragic kamikaze-type attack.
Obviously, it's some coordinated activity, and God knows what.
We want to express our deepest sympathy to the families of loved ones on the aircraft involved in these incidences.
The airport is closed until tomorrow.
The airport quickly shuts down and state and federal investigators move in. That's when the terror tears at the hearts of employees at United Airlines. They lost 56 passengers and their crew. People just can't fathom the loss of life and this national disaster.
It's just shocking.
So I'm calling everybody, letting them know it's me, and you could hear crying in the background. It's terrible. I'm flabbergasted.
And investigators will be working around the clock to try and figure out exactly how this happened. When Logan does reopen, we'll see heightened security. We'll see more canine searches, more restricted areas, and probably no more curbside check-in. Reporting live from Logan Airport, Kathy Curran, WBZ 4 News. Sarah and Joe, back to you.
All right, Kathy, thank you. Now, if you had a relative on board any of these flights or think you may have, we have numbers you can call for information. The Massport hotline is 617-568-3100. Again, 617-568-3100.
The American Airlines hotline number is 1-800-245-0999. That's 1-800-245-0999.
And the special number for United Airlines is 1-800-932-8555. Again, that is 1-800-932-8555.
Now, the pilot and co-pilot on board American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston were both from New England.
WBC's David Robichaud continues our special coverage now from Greenland, New Hampshire. David?
Sarah, we're outside the Bethany Church where co-pilot Tom McGinnis and his family worshipped. About 1,000 parishioners turned out tonight to support the Portsmouth man's widow and his 2 children. And in Drake, Massachusetts, the Ogonowski family is mourning the death of Flight 11's pilot, John Ogonowski, the 52-year-old father of 3. Portsmouth, New Hampshire neighbors of Tom McGinnis, Flight 11's co-pilot, hang purple ribbons on mailboxes near the young pilot's home. Purple, they say, is a symbol of Tom's passage into another life.
They're just very religious people that read the Bible and live by what the Bible says. And I think that will help all of us in this neighborhood to get through such a horrible tragedy for our country.
At the Bethany Church in Greenland, where the McGinnis family worshipped, 800 parishioners turned out to support the co-pilot's wife, Cheryl, and his children, Tom and Jennifer.
Yeah. Cheryl McGinnis has asked us to say that Tom was a wonderful father. He was a great husband. He was a loving family man, a member of Bethany Church. He was a believer in Jesus Christ, and we know that he is with him now.
I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out.
In Drake, Massachusetts, the Ogonowski family hangs an American flag on their front porch. 52-year-old John Ogonowski was American Airlines Flight 11's pilot. He leaves his wife, Margaret, and 3 daughters. John's brother, Jim, said John flew missions over Vietnam.
There was a time where it was not cool to be in the military. John was a leader and stepped forward, joined the military in those radical hippie days where they were protesting the war.
Jim Ogonowski, a full-time military man, now wants to help our government seek revenge on terrorists.
I'm in the Air National Guard, and this is quite a cowardly act, what we have seen today, attacking civilians, not military. Whatever it takes, my unit will be involved, and I would like to be the first one to step forward and be involved with that.
John Ogonowski leaves his wife Maggie and 3 daughters, Laura 16, Caroline 14, and Mary 11. Tom McGinnis, the co-pilot, is survived by his wife Cheryl, 16-year-old daughter Jennifer, and a 14-year-old son Tom. Now, there were a number of American Airlines employees here at the service tonight, and in Drake, pilots gathered at the Ogonowski house. Maggie Ogonowski is an American Airlines flight attendant. Live in Greenland, New Hampshire, I'm David Robichaud. Joe and Sarah, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, David.
Now, we are getting new information on the list of people on board the 2 planes that left Boston.
Now, here's the list of names that we have right now. Ken Waldy of Methuen, Peter Gay of Andover, Richard Ross of Newton, Neely Casey from Wellesley. Mark Bavis, we're told, is a scout for the Los Angeles Kings hockey team.
Also, Garnet Ace Bailey, 53, of Linfield. He was director of pro scouting for the Los Angeles Kings hockey team. He's survived by his wife and son. There's also David and Lynn Angel. David was the executive producer of the NBC TV show Frasier. The couple was returning from their summer home in Chatham. There's also Daniel Lewis, 31. He is the co-founder of Acme Technologies in Cambridge. Also Brian Sweeney, 38, of Barnstable, and Jane Orth.
Also, John Cahill of Wellesley. Tom McGinnis, of course, David just told us about him from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, the pilot, as well as John Ogonowski from Drake. Tara Kramer, 30 years old, from Worcester, apparently worked for the TJX Corporation. Ted Hennessy from Belmont, also killed. Peter, Susan, and Kristen Hansen. We don't know their hometown, but the Hansens are from Massachusetts.
It's so hard to comprehend that this list is just going to grow, perhaps into the thousands. And tonight, Acting Governor Jane Swift is working with state and federal officials investigating the attack.
She's been receiving briefings from officials at the Massachusetts Emergency Bunker in Framingham, and Swift spoke late this evening.
Our, I think, focus has been and rightly should be in protecting the safety of the families of Massachusetts, in responding to the requests of the lead investigative agency, the FBI, to deploy significant members of the state police detective resources to Logan so that we can quickly follow up on any leads. And lastly, to make sure that we're prepared to respond to any requests for assistance from New York. Certainly, we will all be very interested to find out exactly what happened that caused this tragedy. But my biggest concern now is to continue to protect the families of Massachusetts.
Now, people all over the country are trying to come to grips with this horrific event.
Right now, we want to go live to WBZ's Robin Hamilton in Boston, who's been talking with people in the city all day. And Robin, I must imagine that everyone you talked to has just been overwhelmed.
That's exactly right, Sarah. The mood here is incredibly somber. Over my left shoulder, there is the John Hancock building. That was one of several buildings that were evacuated early this morning, almost immediately after the other disasters happened. Since that evacuation, the streets have been almost empty. There have been a few cars, a few buses going by. They've been virtually empty. We did have a chance to speak with a number of people here. They have been trying to go about their daily schedule, but there's no doubt that this is very much on everyone's mind, and the mood is very much overwhelmingly saddened and frightened. As night falls on Boston, so does a sense of security around the city.
I think it's scary that, I think we take our safety for granted in America, and I think that today it was taken away, and that's a really scary feeling.
Officers cluster in front of the Prudential Center tonight. The police presence has been here since the morning when dozens of Back Bay buildings evacuated thousands of employees. A precaution echoing fear and sadness after hijacked planes target Washington, D.C., New York, and Pittsburgh.
I think about the Twin Towers and them not being there anymore. I grew up in New York and I used to see them all the time, so it's just amazing they're not there anymore.
It does affect all of us, even if you're not in one of those areas where the catastrophe actually occurred. It's still just to be a witness to that and just to see what's going on. It's very difficult.
Tonight, while some tried to go about their normal routine, there was still a feeling of concern, not only for themselves, but for their loved ones.
Definitely picked up the phone right away and called everybody that I could think of. Unfortunately, most of the phone lines were busy or down in New York, so it was kind of tough.
And as flags have fallen to half-staff, hearts have fallen with them.
When something like this happens, your world just stops. No matter what you're doing at that time, you just think, oh my God.
Now, coming back out here live, the police presence has been out here all day. They have moved now from the front of the Prudential Center. They have been showing up throughout the evening in different spots. Of course, they haven't been speaking with us, but it's clear that they definitely want to preserve a sense of security in this area if they could. As far as what many of these buildings are going to do tomorrow, that is unclear. We tried to contact someone from the Prudential Center. They did not want to make themselves available for comment, but what they did say is that they are all going to be on standby and then wait for further notice from the state. Live in Boston, Robin Hamilton, WBZ4 News. Sarah?
All right, Robin, thank you. Well, the pictures are hard enough for us to see right here in the Bay State.
But for the people in New York City, the horror is unimaginable. WBZ's own Lisa Hughes was in New York City this morning and saw the flames from the first explosion. She joins us now live from New York. Lisa.
Joe and Sarah, it really is hard to believe that it was just rush hour this morning that Joyce Kulhawick and I boarded a plane at Logan Airport, arrived at LaGuardia, and within minutes of getting our taxi, could see the smoke and the flames pouring out of the first of the two towers that was hit. Tonight, this city is eerily quiet. In fact, at dusk, one of the only sounds you could hear clearly was an F-15 protecting the airspace. And to hear the roar of a jet over New York City on this day was truly enough to make your heart race. Tonight, the city's mayor, Rudolph Giuliani, actually went to the disaster site. He thanked the National Guard personnel and the emergency workers there. It's now believed that 200 of the firefighters who first arrived at the scene may be dead, more than 70 police officers missing tonight. What's also incredible is that hundreds of ordinary citizens turned out to set up triage centers, and one of those volunteers was Boston native Norman Beaulieu.
Yeah, I just walked to work, and, you know, obviously the buildings were burning, and, you know, it was people, you know, obviously all over the streets crying and trying to call out, and nobody could seem to call out or get information. And you know, not too long after, you know, that first building went down, the more southern building went down, just collapsed, and then shortly after that, you know, the other building came down, and I just made my way down here to try to help out, and that's all.
About Camp David, but
emergency workers and the mayor tonight say there is reason to believe that rescuers will find survivors, but survivors may be buried under as much as 2 feet of debris. There are only a few floors of the trade towers still standing. Keep in mind, each of these buildings was 110 stories high. Now, the rescue effort will go on all night. They're blasting the area with very, very high-powered lights. The rescuers say darkness isn't the problem. It's the weakness of the buildings there, and even hours after the attack, it's the fires that are still burning. Reporting live in Manhattan, Lisa Hughes, WBZ4 News. Joe, Sarah, back to you.
Lisa, tell us about Logan Airport this morning. You boarded your plane just about the same time terrorists were boarding these planes not far from you. Tell us what was going on at the
Joyce
airport.
and I have talked about this over and over, Joe, how incredible it was that we were boarding our flight, our Delta flight out of Terminal A at the same time that the larger flight, the American Airlines Flight 11, was boarding at Terminal B. I mean, that really is incredible. But in terms of the sense at the airport, it seemed to be business as usual, although clearly it wasn't. But you had your business travelers who were taking the shuttle, who were going to Washington and to New York with the expectation that this would be just another day, and of course it was anything but.
Lisa Hughes, live in New York City tonight. Thanks for joining us. Now, if the attacks were meant to shake our resolve, government leaders from President Bush on down vow they will not.
WBZ's Ron Sanders continues our team coverage now live from the nation's capital. Ron?
Sarah, the nation's capital remains in a state of emergency and in a state of shock. It was plunged into darkness at the beginning of a bright day. Tonight, members of the Massachusetts delegation say we as a nation must stand strong, even as we mourn the loss of so many Americans.
The pall of smoke from the Pentagon shrouded the District of Columbia as America's leaders went to work. Washington News Network editor Andrew Gelfman saw the fireball and felt the ground shake.
I think it's going to be engraved in my mind for the rest of my life. You know, it's not something that you can express easily in words, but it makes an impact on you that you just don't forget.
Senator Edward Kennedy spoke about the attacks at an appearance with First Lady Laura Bush on education.
We are not going to see the business of America deferred because of terrorism, whether it's in education or in other area of public policy.
Bay State Congressman Edward Markey expressed sympathy for victims and urged strength for the nation.
The Congress and the American people, the President, I think now must demonstrate a resolve that we are going to do whatever it takes to bring to justice those that participated in this terrible act.
Representative John Tierney went to a Capitol Police facility for a briefing on the attacks.
And now, as members of Congress, we've got to make sure that our agencies, everything from the emergency agencies to the intelligence services, get to the root of this and find out just what went on so that we can make sure we avoid any future situations like this and find out who's responsible and take action there.
Recapping earlier reports, there is a late report tonight saying that while there are no firm or accurate numbers on casualties at the Pentagon, as many as 800 people may have been killed. But we emphasize that that is not an official number, and there are no firm or accurate estimates, nor is there a count yet. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld says the Pentagon will be back in business tomorrow as the recovery operation and the investigation continue. The President is back in the White House, and Congress will be back in session at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning inside the Capitol, a symbol of freedom. But as the police chief here says, this city will never be the same. Live in Washington, Ron Sanders, WBZ4 News. Sarah and Joe.
All right, Ron, thank you for that report. Now we want to put into perspective the sequence of today's events.
A national correspondent, Bob Orr, shows us the terrorism timeline.
American Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off first at 7:45 this morning from Boston bound for Los Angeles. 13 minutes later, another 767, United Flight 175, also left Boston for L.A. At virtually the same moment, United Flight 93, a 757, took off from Newark for San Francisco. And to the south at Washington's Dulles Airport, another 757, American Flight 77, flew off towards Los Angeles. The first sign that anything was wrong was noticed by air traffic controllers, who watched the jets stray from their planned routes. This computerized radar path shows how the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, climbed out of Boston and, as expected, headed northwest across Massachusetts. But watch what happened. As the plane entered eastern New York, it turned sharply to the south and headed straight for Manhattan. The 767 hit the World Trade Center at 8:48 this morning. And 16 minutes later, United Flight 175 delivered the second blow. The jets, fueled for cross-country flights, were filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
But there were still two hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the fourth plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the four-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear the plane come through. It sounded like it was running normal. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here. Everything was running fine on the plane, it sounded like.
Authorities now say tonight 285 people, it seems, died aboard the airliners. And tonight all flights remain grounded all across the country. Now, the FAA officials say they may reopen the national airspace tomorrow afternoon, but then again they may not. In any case, when the flights do resume, we're told we'll see an unprecedented level of security for U.S. aviation. But even then, it will not be an aviation system that's very well equipped to prevent suicide attacks.
And we'd also like to tell you tonight that because of the terrorist attack, the New York Stock Exchange has been closed tomorrow.
In addition to that, we're also being told tonight that Cardinal Law will celebrate Mass tomorrow at the Cathedral of the Holy Cross tomorrow at noon. The Cardinal says he wants to pray for peace as well as pray for the victims here.
Now we want to take a closer look at the New Englanders affected by this enormous loss.
WBC's Beth Germano tonight has the story of personal grief spawned by the tragedy.
It's hard to imagine how an act of terrorism could strike at the heart of so many Massachusetts families.
My mother was a one-of-a-kind lady, absolutely one-of-a-kind lady.
Elizabeth Orth of Haverhill said goodbye to her mother, Jane Orth, at Logan Airport this morning, taking the trip of a lifetime to Australia. The American Airlines flight that would make the connection crashed into the World Trade Center, an image the daughter witnessed herself on television.
It really, really bothers me that she was on that space with such evil people and she couldn't get out.
At TJX companies in Framingham, the doors are open for grief counseling. 7 employees were heading to Los Angeles this morning.
We work together as a great family here at TJX, and as with any great family, we share both the joys and the tragedies of life.
A tragedy that's also being shared at the Ross Company, a Boston management consulting group. Their CEO, Richard Ross, a frequent traveler, never knew the terror that was ahead this time.
Richard always changed his flights. He always changed. He was always missing a flight and we say, oh, God, not again. And isn't this one time we wish that he had done that?
Also on board, 31-year-old Daniel Lewin, the co-founder of Akamai Technologies in Cambridge. As many families use the Logan Hilton to gather for late news, some are questioning how they can ever recover.
Whoever was responsible for this needs to pay for it.
With a flight originating in Boston, there are many more area families grieving tonight. Many who invited us into their living rooms to talk about loved ones who were mothers and fathers, many on routine business trips, all leaving behind families who have many questions and few answers, and many more names still to come. Joe and Sarah?
All right, Beth, thank you.
Now, a source tells WBZ the FBI has issued a nationwide all-points bulletin for a van that may be involved in this attack. It's described as a white Chevrolet van with New Jersey tags. It has the words Urban Moving System or Systems written on the back of it.
Now, Boston Mayor Tom Menino is calling the devastation, quote, an unspeakable tragedy.
Tonight, he told us how Boston police are searching for clues as to how the acts of terrorism could have started here in Boston.
We don't know of any sites that are working out of in our city. But there had to be someplace close by. I mean, there had to be. They couldn't come in and just take the plane this morning. They had to set this whole mechanism up beforehand. So the real question is, how do we track it? Where do we go for the information? And our experts will have to tell us how they do those things.
Now, hundreds of federal investigators have descended on Logan Airport trying to determine just how those terrorists hijacked the two jets.
Our I-Team has been looking into security at Logan. I-Team reporter Joe Bergantino is here with the latest information. Joe?
Well, Sarah, what exactly happened at Logan Airport this morning is now the subject of a massive investigation. The head of Logan Security says the airport is, quote, as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in this country. But a review of FAA action paints a very different picture. 2 years ago this month, the FAA revealed that security breaches at Logan were a common occurrence. The FAA found at least 136 security violations at the airport. Undercover FAA special agents posing as passengers found that security hired by the airlines routinely failed to detect test items such as pipe bombs and guns hidden in bags. Those same special agents gained access to airplanes parked at gates overnight. Agents frequently gained access to other restricted areas without ever being questioned. The government fined Massport and some major airlines $178,000. And one expert told me today that no airport in this country is secure. The problem, he said, the airlines are responsible for security checkpoints in the terminals. They contract security out to the lowest bidder, who in turn hires low-wage workers with no experience. Something else to consider. Tonight, one Bay State congressman is saying the hijackings at Logan were an inside job. Were security personnel involved? What about the caterers and cleaners and baggage handlers, some with criminal records, some being foreign nationals who have easy access to the planes at Logan? Advocates have been saying for years that airport security is a very serious problem. After today's attack, one thing is certain: there will be changes. Sarah and Joe?
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Now, security measures are being taken at other nearby airports. On the Cape, Otis Air Force Base is locked down. And in Barnstable, the airport beefed up security in light of today's attacks. Guards kept an eye on traffic in and out of the facility. And if you have been keeping an eye on the television all day, you know that New York City plunged into chaos immediately after that first plane crashed into the World Trade Center.
And national correspondent Byron Pitts has the eyewitness accounts of the shock and confusion.
8:48 a.m. Mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low.
I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
And we hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down. It collapsed.
The
top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We know we have some of the major brass of our department missing. We're trying to find them, too.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work.
On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you helping
them? It's not a business now, it's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
Hours ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. A 42-story building that crumbled hours after the initial devastation. It was the one calamity here that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area earlier, fearful building number 7 would indeed fall down. Minutes after the second tower collapsed, we met a firefighter named Tim McGee, a New York City firefighter. He was covered in soot from the top of his helmet to the bottom of his feet. He was crying. He told me that he had lost all of his men when the building collapsed. He asked us to reach his wife, Maria, tell her that he was okay, that he had survived. Quote, tell her, I love her.
A very tough, emotional day. We're also being told tonight that at this very moment, the FBI is going to search some property in South Florida, property associated with known terrorist Osama bin Laden. Apparently, some associates of his live in South Florida, and tonight search warrants are being prepared by the FBI.
We've also learned from WCBS tonight that the FBI has allegedly arrested 2 people under the George Washington Bridge with some bomb-making materials. We're obviously following that update.
The city of New York is still in shock tonight, grieving the loss of so many lives.
And it could take weeks before we know the exact death toll. WBZ's Peg Rasconi spoke to a New Englander who saw it all happen. She's live in New York with the latest. Peg?
Well, Sarah, Joe, just to set the scene right now, I'm a short bridge away from Manhattan in the South Bronx, but right now at this late hour, unless you're an emergency worker, you just can't get there from here unless you walk. You can see the roadblock over there. All the bridges and tunnels leading to Manhattans remain closed to general traffic right now. Getting out has been a little bit easier, but it couldn't happen soon enough for one New Englander who witnessed the attack from a few blocks away.
Where are you from?
At roadblocks at bridges and tunnels leading into Manhattan, police are turning away anyone who does not have a police badge, a medical or rescue ID, or heavy equipment to be used in the rescue and recovery efforts. This unprecedented terrorist attack scored direct hits on the Manhattan skyline and the psyches of the thousands who witnessed it.
Saw them tumbling in midair.
We met Jerry Lambert of Manchester, New Hampshire at a gas station in Connecticut after he'd fled Manhattan.
Yes.
His hands still trembled as he described the horror that had unfolded before his eyes 3 hours earlier.
To see something like that, to see people falling out of the building, the devastation that's down there, New York will never be the same again. I grew up there. I moved out 15 years ago. I don't think I'll ever go back. I really don't. We had to get out. I was afraid for my life. There was, you know, there was other high buildings right by there. Who knew what was going to happen?
Back live now, Jerry Lambert was fortunate to get out while he did. It took many people much of the day to leave Manhattan. When we got to the Bronx late this afternoon, we saw streams of people crossing the bridge on foot from Manhattan. And as I mentioned earlier, the bridges and tunnels leading to that area are closed tonight. They're open only to emergency workers. We've seen the curious sort of walking across on foot even at this late hour. But for the most part, it is just police and medical workers, rescue workers, and anybody with heavy equipment, anybody who can help them in what will be a very long night of rescue and recovery and longer days ahead. For now, reporting live from the Bronx, I'm Peg Rusconi, WBZ4 News. Sarah and Joe, back to you.
All right, Peg, thank you.
Now, no group has yet to claim responsibility for the highly coordinated attacks, but terrorism experts say they clearly bear the stamp of Osama bin Laden.
WBZ's Ted Wayman joins us now with this part of the story. Ted?
Sarah, until this morning, history books reminded us Pearl Harbor was the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil. 2,400 killed, hundreds more injured. Tonight, emergency officials in New York publicly won't try to speculate how many died there today. Like Pearl Harbor, kamikazes flying huge gas-filled bombs hit their targets. The attacks are being called this century's Pearl Harbor, but thousands more are expected to perish from today's attacks. Andrew Winter works in a diplomacy think tank at Tufts.
But unlike Pearl Harbor, there may not be any clear return address here. It's not necessarily a nation that's attacking us. It may be a very dispersed group of individuals that are all working together for a common cause.
One of the initial suspects in these attacks is this man, Osama bin Laden, born in Saudi Arabia and now running terrorist camps across the globe. Bin Laden is believed to have masterminded the original attack on the World Trade Tower in 1993 and the African embassy bombings in 1998. However, pinpointing bin Laden for today's attack will be hard.
This is one of those Hydra sort of things. You cut off one head and two others spring up other places. They're going to have to find out who did it. Then they're going to have to try to find them. Then they're going to have to take some sort of response that's not going to just generate more terrorism, but actually, stop it. It's always tremendously difficult to do that. Clearly, the president's going to be under tremendous pressure to react somehow.
Now for the survivors in the rest of America. How do we heal and move on? Israel deals with terrorist attacks on a regular basis. Now it's an American reality. Alan Cohen teaches people how to deal with the aftermath of terrorist attacks.
The U.S. has been officially vulnerable for years. I just heard on the radio that it's just they're lucky that nothing of this proportion has ever happened before. Intelligence workers managed to stop these kind of things in the past. Today, things really didn't work the way they should.
Late this afternoon, I spoke with Congressman Barney Frank from his home in Washington.
Can you put this type of day into context in American history? Namely, that the oceans don't protect us the way they used to. The distance from sources of trouble is not nearly as much of a protection as it used to be, and we have got to work hard on alternative forms of protection.
In this security footnote tonight, American security officials from across the U.S. were at a security conference in Canada today. And many speculate the masterminds that breached airport security knew those security chiefs would be away from their posts. For 50 years, Americans have enjoyed carefree travel across the U.S. Those days are now over when it comes to air travel. Sarah and Joe?
All right. Thank you, Ted.
Now, Massachusetts emergency officials have been working all day, taking safety precautions and coordinating assistance.
They've set up at the bunker in Framingham. WBC's Josh Binswanger is there now with details. Josh?
Thank you, Joe and Sarah. That's right. We're joined by Peter Judge. He's the Public Information Officer for MEMA, the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency. We were speaking earlier this evening, and you've been besieged with calls for people who want to help. A short time ago, Mayor Giuliani came on the air and said we have enough volunteers for now. What are you encouraging Bay Staters to do?
Well, obviously, we appreciate the volunteer spirit that everyone's showing, but we'd like people to wait. At the time requests come in from New York for specific needs, we will then get the word out either through the Red Cross or whoever is looking for help, either personnel or gifts or those types of things. And so just pay attention, monitor the media, and they'll let you know what the needs are specifically for New York and how we can best deal with them.
You're going to be maintaining a level 2 state of alert into tomorrow. What does that mean for people as they make their way into work?
Okay, for the average person, hopefully it won't mean anything. They may notice a little bit more security than they normally see, but obviously that should make them feel a little bit more comfortable that things are going to be safe out there. Here in Framingham, we're going to maintain the 40 or so agencies around the clock until we feel it's not necessary for us to be here.
Now, there have been various groups that have been called into action today. You sent 2 F-15s down at the request of the National Air Guard out of Otis Air Force Base. There was a search and rescue team that went down from Beverly, part of FEMA's request. You also had an airlift tonight of sorts.
Yes, Civil Air Patrol, in conjunction with the American Red Cross, sent a number of planes down to JFK Airport, basically bringing blood and other medical equipment. So the giving spirit is here in Massachusetts, and cooperation of the various agencies is getting it done.
All right, Peter, we thank you for your time and for your work throughout the day today and throughout the night tonight. That is the latest here from the MEMA bunker in Framingham. Josh Binswanger, WBZ4 News. Back to you, Joe and Sarah.
All right, thank you, Josh.
Well, the death and destruction in New York is unimaginable. It's devastating, and it will be weeks, not months, before the damage is cleared from the streets.
And believe it or not, the weather could really make matters worse here. Let's get the latest on a storm from meteorologist Melissa Bell in the Weather Center. Melissa.
All right. Well, yeah, in fact, the next about 24 to 48 hours, things do look pretty quiet. Of course, that would be the best scenario for at least aiding in the efforts there. Dry weather, sunny weather, and that's what we've got right now. Clear skies overhead. Get right to it and show you what's happening on the satellite perspective. It does tell the story not only for New England, but right on down across the New York area, stretching back through the Ohio Valley. But at the top of your screen is what will become our next front, and already a little bit of shower activity. Doesn't look all that impressive right now, but some of the forecast models, what this is hinting at, okay, just a front, you might think, with some showers, but as this front moves towards the New York area, the Boston area, by overnight Thursday night into Friday morning, it looks like there's going to be an extra push of upper-level energy, which could enhance shower activity. Of course, we all talk about needing a little beneficial rain up here in the Boston area, but I would think down there, that's the last thing they would want, and that's the last thing that they would like to see, of course, but that would be the timing. Friday morning very early, and then the front would push off to the east by Friday evening, and then drying weather settling in behind that, and of course a little bit of a cool down. So of course we'll have to continue to track that front. Otherwise, at home, your forecast conditions overnight, we are cooling down from the 60s. We should be in the 50s by tomorrow morning. Plan for plenty of sunshine. Only problem, I guess, up in the New England area will continue to be rough surf along the southeastern coastline. Winds will be shifting around to the southeast at 5 to 10 miles an hour. Otherwise, temperatures, we will see a little bit of a cool down over the next several days as that front that I just talked about does settle in here. There will be a colder push of air behind it, but tomorrow, 73 should just about do it for everybody. So that front comes in here late Thursday into early Friday, and then we'll be looking at 60s for Friday and then into the weekend. Joe, Sarah, back to you.
All right, Melissa, thank you.
Now, with today's tragic events, there was some question as to whether voting should continue in the 9th District congressional race.
The voting did go on, and Stephen Lynch came out the winner in the Democratic primary. He spoke about exercising the right to vote in the face of tragedy.
As today reminds us, we can never take these basic rights for granted. And I am so grateful for the voters' confidence in me.
On the Republican side, State Senator Joanne Sprague is the winner. She'll face Lynch in the general election October 16th. And it's really remarkable how people always come together in time of tragedy. And people right here in Boston are trying to give a helping hand to those devastated by this tragedy.
A caravan of volunteers is headed to New York, and many more trying to give blood. WBZ's Sharon Alfonsi is live in Boston with the local help effort. Sharon.
Well, Joe, I spoke to a lot of people today who say they spent the morning glued to the television. They say they weren't only filled with anguish, they were filled with frustration. They couldn't watch any longer. They had to help.
On a day when so many lives were ended by evil.
Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car.
Hundreds of Massachusetts residents now strive to do good.
Well, I have a 15-passenger van. Let's go. Let's go.
A group of doctors, nurses, and EMTs loaded into a donated limo, an old school bus, and a family van headed to New York to try and help.
I'm sure they're overwhelmed in the city. Firefighters are getting killed.
Jeff Middleman is an EMT on vacation from California.
I've been trying all day to find a way to get down, just the city's closed. And then with Knights donating the limos and you broadcasting it, I found a way to go down, so I'm compelled to go. It's what I do, so I've got to go.
All the injured people, all these innocent people who have had to endure this, the families, the friends, the children who have went through this. I just want to help.
Hundreds of others tried to help at the Red Cross in Dedham today.
What number are you on?
Waiting for hours to give blood.
How long have you been waiting here? It's about 2:30, so about 5.5 hours, I guess.
Still, Scott Whitland says on a day like today, it's better than being home alone.
It was aggravating at first because you can't do anything. You sit at home and you see it on TV, but there's no way of helping. So when I figured this is, you saw it on TV, they needed blood, so I figured this is a good way of help rather than sitting there and steaming.
Hundreds of others had the same idea, watching the news here, waiting to help.
I remember the Gulf War, and we got a huge response then, but it was nothing to this. I mean, this is just huge. We have never seen anything like this here.
And the Red Cross says despite the 5-hour wait today, they never heard a single complaint. Their biggest problem, they say, was actually getting the blood into the city. As you know, all the flights were canceled, so they actually had to have the National Guard bring that blood into the city. They also ask us to tell you that if you are considering donating blood, they ask that you not just rush to the donation centers tomorrow, that you wait so people spread out their visits a little. They say they are expecting record demand for blood because of all the burn victims, and they say they will need everyone to contribute, but they are asking that not everyone rush to the centers tomorrow. Reporting live in Boston, Sharon Alfonsi, WBZ 4 News. Sarah and Joe.
All right, Sharon, thank you for that report.
How do you explain a tragedy like this to children? Experts say children under the age of 3 are probably too young to even understand.
But they say it is important to reach out to school-age children. They're going to learn about the tragedy anyway, and they will probably be frightened.
This was the scene just after the collapse of the buildings. New York.
For the 8th grade students in Mr. Burke's social studies class, the first images of the attack were in flickering black and white. Images they'll likely remember forever.
Are working to assist local authorities.
It's very strange. It's very surreal, I think. One of our girls' mother is in Florida and was supposed to come home tonight, and she broke down. She said, my mother's not going to come home tonight. Is something going to happen to her plane?
At the Peabody School in Cambridge, some parents came to pick up their children early, but most waited until the end of the day, at a loss for what to say.
I have a 6-year-old who goes to school here, and frankly, I just don't know what to tell her.
I left work early. This was the first year they took the bus, and I just wanted to come here and tell them they're going to be okay.
Child psychologist Carolyn Newberger says that's the right thing to do.
So you need to reassure children that you are doing your job to keep them safe, but you also need to prepare children for a world in which there really is danger.
On a day when even grown-ups had trouble coming to grips with the day's events, Dr. Newberger advises parents not to give more information than a child can handle and be prepared to listen.
I think there'll be many children who are frightened. Some children will be more susceptible to that than others. And you need to listen to them. You need to ask them how they feel. And you need to accept and respond to those feelings.
Everybody started getting scared and worried and were afraid that a plane would come by and start, bombing the school, but I would doubt that that would happen.
Well, how do you tell a child about terrorism? I mean, you have to say it's an act of hatred, and I have to talk to her about it. And we probably need to say a prayer, and we need to take a walk, and we need to say how sad we are.
Child experts say this is a time when kids really need adults who care deeply about them at their side, providing assurances, listening to their fears, and explaining what's going on.
I know my first instinct this morning was to go pick the kids up at school. I didn't do that, but I do know friends who did pick their children up at school today. They was just so unnerved by what happened here.
Yeah.
Well, nothing has really shocked this nation like this, perhaps since Pearl Harbor or the assassination of President Kennedy.
WBZ's Bill Shields continues our team coverage by putting this story into historical perspective.
Likening this attack to Pearl Harbor and
Joe Passanese pulled his car over and listened to the radio.
Just terrible. I feel terrible for the people who are just the magnitude of the human loss and just human beings.
But couldn't create that. In this VFW hall in Somerville, veterans simply couldn't fathom an attack on civilians.
Living in Chile, that's what's really it's terrible. It's all civilians. It's got nothing to do with war or nothing. It's just killing civilians. That's all they want to do.
All those lives. How can it happen in America?
It's completely stunning. I'm still hearing like little explosions all
But it has, and to an extent few Americans could have imagined. A country so strong militarily, yet at times so insular.
We all know someone that died in this mess. I'll bet you.
At John Cesso's Italian store in Davis Square, there was sadness and anger.
People that did this ought to be found and really be punished at all costs whatsoever. And if it means going to war to find these people, we should. And I'll be the first one to put a peck on my back. I'm 50 years old to go get them.
Just outside of John's shop, there were few smiles on this bright day filled with sun, but one also filled with fear.
There's definitely an attack on America and on me because I take it personally. I mean, this is the country I live in.
I think a lot of people are going to realize now that we're not so insular as we thought we were.
Never seen America being attacked before,
So many people have compared this to Pearl Harbor, but there's a big difference. Pearl Harbor was a military target. The World Trade Center, civilians. If this is, in fact, war, then war in the year 2001 has a decidedly different face. I'm Bill Shields, WBZ 4 News.
You know, throughout this day, we've been watching videotape from various angles of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center in New York City. We've seen a number of clips of videotape, but now we're being told for the very first time we actually have videotape of the first plane hitting the World Trade Center this morning.
That is American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to L.A. We want to warn you, this video that's never been seen before is very graphic. Let's look.
Again, we believe this was American Airlines Flight 11. Is it possible we can see that video again? We saw the video for the first time. We saw it as you saw it for the first time. Again, the language is, well, obviously people were reacting. All right, we're going to take a look at that video again. You can see it's obviously on the streets of New York there, and you can see the plane approach the first tower.
Just so devastating to see that sight. And earlier we saw people jumping out of the building.
Again, throughout the day, we watched video of the second plane, the United Airlines Flight 175 hit the second tower of the World Trade Center, but it's the first time we've actually seen videotape of American Airlines Flight 11, which left Boston around 7:59 this morning, hitting the World Trade Center.
We want to bring you up to date now on the very latest information on this event.
President Bush has declared New York City a disaster area following the destruction of the twin World Trade Center towers. The tragedy unfolded early this morning when 4 planes, including 2 from Boston, were hijacked. Tens of thousands of people are feared dead after the airline attacks in New York City, the Pentagon, and near Pittsburgh. Late tonight, New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani said there are still people alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center. There was even a report of a man using a cell phone to call for help. As for who's to blame, the U.S. believes terrorist Osama bin Laden may be responsible. There are reports that U.S. intelligence intercepted communications with bin Laden discussing all of these attacks. And finally, the terrorists who struck today may have proven that America can be vulnerable.
But they also will find out that once again, in times of crisis, America will respond with a resolve much stronger. Witness this incredible scene that we're about to show you of spontaneous patriotism on the steps of the Capitol tonight.
Good night. We, of course, will continue to follow this story tomorrow and in the days to come.
And we're going to return now to national coverage with the CBS News. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We believe that they should now actually finish the job that they didn't do a decade ago. So there will be pressure on them. If indeed it's Saddam, triggered by the fact that they've been talking about unseating Saddam Hussein and trying him for crimes of war, then again, the same logic, we will have to go to the source. Either we go to the source in Afghanistan, if it's bin Laden and the Taliban, or we will have to go to the source in Baghdad if it's indeed Saddam Hussein who got himself involved in this.
Now, we had a coalition of nations, including a number of Arab nations, against Saddam Hussein the last time. What are the chances we could put together any kind of similar coalition?
That posse, which we will have to assemble this time around, will not have any Arabs. I mean, there are some people in the region who have no love lost for the Taliban. As we were just watching, President Khatami of Iran condemned the bin Laden and condemned this business in New York and in Washington. So it's not that either bin Laden or the Taliban are beloved in the region, but again, you know, we are the white sahib who comes from far away. And people have these doubts about American power. And they have the doubts that at the end of the day, even after we arrive and we punish someone, that we will actually take them out, that we will just blow in and out of the region and they will be left with the carnage and they will be left with the debris. We are outsiders. Nothing is going to change that fundamental fact. And when we go to do law and order operation or to put out fire, or when we launch a posse into that world, we always come as outsiders. It's the fate of this kind of power to be thus.
Fuad Ajami. Thank you. Now we want to go back to Washington very quickly, where CBS News correspondent Bob Orr has an update on the quadruple hijackings today. Bob, very briefly.
Well, Dan, what's really clearly emerging here is this was a coordinated attack. We know from the radar data now that all four of these planes took off within 35 to 40 minutes of one another from very busy East Coast cities. These cities were probably picked because at that morning rush hour, it's quite easy to thwart security,